I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack. And this is hour 3 of the show. Good morning to our viewers on Stadium. You can catch us every single weekday on Stadium TV. You can watch on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus. All right, so over the next hour, we're going to go over the preseason games you should be watching this weekend. We'll get to Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta to talk all things UGA football and maybe a little sprinkle of the Falcons, because I know there are some believers in Atlanta in the NFC South. And then we'll get to our best bets at 8:40. So some good stuff on deck. And Chris, I was just thinking, do I need to hype people up for preseason football? Or is it just one of those things where we could like lay out the worst opponents and say, well, it's preseason, it doesn't matter. And people are going to watch regardless. Like, it's so crazy what a winning game that Roger Goodell is playing, where it feels like he can do the least, the absolute least. He's like, oh, I'm going to give you a game so bad on Thursday Night Football, but you know what? You're going to watch. I feel that way about the preseason. People complain about the preseason, but what else are you watching on a Friday night? You're watching these games.
I think we watch them differently, though. Like, you know how when you watch baseball on an average weeknight, like you're not locked into every single pitch. It's just kind of on, right? And you look up every once in a while when something big happens. During a typical NFL Sunday or any NFL game, you're pretty locked in on everything that's happening. During a preseason game, though, it's kind of, oh, okay, Cam Ward's out there. Yeah, I'll watch a little bit of that. So oh, Caleb Williams. Yeah, I'll watch a little bit of that. And you're kind of watching it. You're not locked in on every play. So you're definitely watching, you're right, preseason football. You're just not quite as locked in as you may have been, especially when we get to the backups in the second half of games where it's like, I don't even know who that guy is. Why is the safety wearing number 13? Oh, okay. Is he a backup punter? It doesn't matter. It's the second half of a preseason game. And you kind of have an eye on it as opposed to being really locked in on it.
Right, and I feel like the results don't matter. Like the end score is like the least interesting part of it, which I know sounds weird as a betting show because a lot of people are like, well, we bet on these games, Chelsea. Well, good luck to you. I'm not going to be one of the people betting on these games. I think the best formula for watching preseason games, especially if you have a quarterback that you want to watch, DVR the game. And so you can go back and simply watch their offensive snaps. And you don't have to listen to commercials. You can fast forward through that. And there you go. You're done in like 5 minutes. Like, it's the best way to watch it. That's what I did with Cam Ward last week.
So you still have a DVR? I feel like a lot of people don't have DVRs anymore because they've pulled the plug.
It's not a physical thing.
Cut the cord.
Like, it's on YouTube TV.
Okay. But I guess the point still remains. Like, is there a lot of stuff? Because with the system that we have, like, I'm not recording a lot of stuff and going back to watch it like I used to. Like, if you have to have like the NFL Plus subscription or whatever it is, if you want to go back and watch specific parts of games.
Really? I feel like if it's airing on local TV, which like if it's your local team, like you'll probably have it on local TV. Like we have it on Channel 2 here. You can record that. Certain programs you can't record. And like, I don't normally do this. I think this is the only time I've ever used my DVR. Because like most things are streaming or they're on demand.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is perfect for the preseason. I'm probably going to do this with a lot of these games because you can simply watch the quarterbacks. Because can you make a case for watching the entire preseason game for any of these? Like, what would be the purpose? Like looking at their depth. But it just feels to me like the fourth quarter of preseason games, I don't care.
Aside from the occasional 70-yard field goal or other ridiculous play that you're going to get, like, you're right. There's not much reason to watch a full preseason game, especially because you're not going to get a ton of starters. In the spots where you do get starters, they're going to play a couple of series, and that's about it. I still think that this weekend in particular is all about watching to see what the young quarterbacks do or the situations that surround young quarterbacks, right? Like I listed them off earlier. Seattle plays the Chiefs tonight. I want to see what Jalen Milroe does. Tomorrow, Giants, Jets. I want to see what Jackson Dart does after Russell Wilson is out of the game. Browns, Eagles tomorrow afternoon. Dylan Gabriel, since Shedeur Sanders isn't going to play at all, does he actually make it a competition between those two rookie quarterbacks? Caleb Williams actually playing, and does he instill some confidence in Ben Johnson and use those targets that are around it? Like, I would think Colston Loveland and Luther Burden are going to play a decent bit. Does he have any kind of connection with them? All of those kind of spots are what I'm watching for. Does the Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones mess get, is it possible, any messier? Those are the kind of spots I'm looking for in week 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, I think Caleb Williams is number 1 on the big board for me. I think I'm very interested to see how he works in this offense, since, the reputation for Ben Johnson offenses are that they're kind of complicated. And we've seen Caleb Williams have his up and downs in his rookie season. So we'll see if he can handle, the grasp of the reins of this offense early on in the season. I understand it's the preseason, so that's the other thing. It's how much can you really take away from this? And even if they do really amazing, you say, hey, it's the preseason. Or if they do really terribly, you say, hey, it's the preseason. But all this being said, I know it sounds like I'm being a hater of the preseason, but I will watch. And it hits like crack when somebody breaks off a big play. I'm watching the Titans game and there's a big completion to Calvin Ridley. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And you were reminded of why you like football in the first place. So I know that we've been a haters preseason games don't matter, whatever. I will still watch it and I will still enjoy it.
Well, especially with, in that instance, Cam Ward playing, right? You are looking for hope. That's what every fan base is looking for at this point. Give me hope that what I think, give me confirmation bias, right? That what I think is possible could actually happen, please. And when you're not seeing your starting quarterback play, it's about the young guys that you think may actually have an impact. I'll use the Steelers as an example again. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play. We know what we got in Mason Rudolph at quarterback. Nobody on the defensive side of the ball is really going to play. So you end up looking at things like your young draft picks. Caleb Johnson, the running back from Iowa. Is he going to have more than 2 yards per carry this weekend? How much action is he going to get? Does he rip off a long run like the big plays that you're talking about? That's what you're looking for, are the young guys. Are they going to have an impact? Because that gives me hope that when they do get an opportunity in the regular season, they're going to capitalize on it and make it worth that draft pick that your favorite team spent on them.
Yeah, and I think it's a good chance to watch who these new or young quarterbacks favor when it comes to receivers. Because we see this from young quarterbacks, is that they tend to have a security blanket. They're like, okay, if nobody's open, at least I can throw it to this guy. Because we've already seen it with Cam Ward. He throws to Calvin Ridley. That's going to be the connection. And Calvin Ridley's really good. And he was somebody who was really fired up last season when they were losing. And the fact that, he showed true emotion and you could tell he was visibly upset. Sometimes I think losing affects certain people more than others. And Calvin Ridley was one of those people. He was not having a good time. And he wants to produce. So the motivation is there. Him and Cam Ward clearly have a connection. So when you're watching these games for the young quarterbacks, see who they throw to. And those are the guys you should be targeting in fantasy and in props. And I will say, we will not be alienating the bettors. I understand that we personally are not betting on these preseason games, but I understand a lot of you will be. And I understand a lot of you will probably be betting on baseball today. And guess what? We've got a special promo for you over at BetMGM on Fridays. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included, minimum $10 a bet, on a player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, win your share of $50,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in is necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every single Friday. So if you're betting on home run bets, why not do it? All right, back to these games, Chris. We've seen a recent string of overs being the play in preseason games, and some people are beating their chests and like, oh, well, this is the play moving forward. Some of these totals are really low, 37.5, 39.5. Is this a trend that you can explain? or feel confident about playing moving forward. Like, I'm looking at some of these totals, and you could probably make a case for some of them. But at the end of the day, do you really want to be sweating a total with some of these four stringers in at the end of the
No,
game? I don't think I will be.
no. No, I think, look, when you see something like I look at Ravens Cowboys as an example. How many starters are going to play for either offense in that game? Especially skill position guys. Not a lot. That's why it's at 36.5. Could you bet an under and say, okay, none of these first team guys are playing on either side of the ball and feel okay about it? Yeah, maybe through the first half. But to your point, you have no idea what's going to happen when the third string get in there in the third quarter, fourth quarter, and you can lose a bet in 15 minutes, a couple drives back and forth, a couple big plays, and before you know it, you've gone over. So I'm not lining up to bet unders on some of these games. I do think there are a couple spots where, like on Monday night, for example, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels, both going for the Bengals and Commanders against each other. Okay, there's a reason that total is inflated by preseason standards to 42.5. But if you're counting on getting a couple of touchdowns early, one maybe from each first team offense, well, you're already a third of the way there then. And now you're rooting for points, which I guess if you're looking for a reason to root for anything in a preseason game, it's more fun to root for points in the over than the under. But it's so hard to get a read on what's going to happen in the second half of these games that even totals, I think, are tough to get a line on and feel secure in a bet where you're going to put any significant amount of money down. So that's why even the totals and the trend that we've seen toward overs in the first week of the preseason is not necessarily something that I'm going to look to turn into a trend in week 2 of the preseason.
Yeah, I think in general, like if you want to bet on the preseason, that's fine. Just know that maybe don't bet the house on it, which you should never be doing. But be aware that maybe it's just a for fun bet as opposed to thinking, hey, I've got all my reasons for this preseason bet. No, like let's not do that. All right, so for your Steelers, what are the biggest things you'll be looking for when it comes to Pittsburgh? Because obviously we won't be seeing any of Aaron Rodgers. We won't be seeing any of a lot of the starters. But are there any real takeaways? Because I know you do a podcast on the Steelers. What's going to be the content for the show?
Well, I think it's exactly what I said. Caleb Johnson, the running back who they drafted out of Iowa. You want to see him maybe rip off a run or two. It doesn't have to be an 80-yarder, but get to the second level and break some tackles. And low-key a concern is the offensive line, not because it's expected to be bad, but because it's 4 relatively young guys surrounding a veteran left guard in Isaac Seumalo, who hasn't really practiced a lot during training camp. When you have a 41-year-old quarterback, you want to feel a good level of confidence in your offensive line. And I think given the way the Steelers' offensive line played at times last year, there's plenty of reason to feel confidence. But when you're moving one guy from right tackle to left tackle, and like I said, there's a bunch of youth and relative inexperience, you want to see those guys play together and play well. And when your run game doesn't get going and your young running back is not showing you a lot through the first few weeks of training camp and the first preseason game, that's what I think Steelers fans will have an eye on. Because, again, the quarterback situation is settled. You're not going to see Rodgers in the preseason. You want to see the offensive line play well. That's not sexy and exciting, and it's not a reason you watch a lot of preseason football. I want to see how they do on a counter and whether the left guard can get over to the other side of the ball in time to hit his wham block. No, it's not sexy stuff, but it is kind of the fundamental stuff that you want to see teams do well in the preseason so that you can feel good about things going into the regular season, even if you don't get a ton of production in these preseason games.
I think even casual fans can notice like offensive line play when it's not there it sticks out like a sore thumb. You're like, wow, that's really bad. I'm not a football analyst, but I can tell that's not good. The quarterback should have more than 1.2 seconds to throw the ball. But when it's good or even average, I think people don't notice it. It's kind of like kickers. It's just like you're expected to do your job. It's not a sexy thing, but it is an important part of the game overall. As far as rookie of the year odds go, Do you think you can have actual takeaways from these preseason games? Because we've seen a limited sample size of Ashton Genty, who is one of the favorites. Shedeur Sanders is making a push, but now he's hurt, and there's a chance that he doesn't start. In fact, I don't think he starts. So maybe that is a lens in which you could watch these games through as well. Again, I think you should keep your eyes on Cam Moore, but I'm a Titans fan. Just saying he should have a lot of opportunities this year for the Titans because their depth chart is very thin at quarterback. All right, coming up next, we bring on somebody from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, Abe Gordon, to talk all things Bulldogs and college football. Next on Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
The countdown is officially on. We have, I believe, 8 days until college football starts. So, of course, we're going to get you ready for it. We have been talking to beat writers, beat reporters for all the contenders in college football. And today on the calendar, we have UGA. We're going to talk about the Bulldogs with Abe Gordon of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. So we've just been having this conversation about UGA quarterbacks. And I was saying to myself, why do I get all these guys mixed up? Like, it feels like they're all like the same quarterback to me, with the exception of like a few guys. Like, I remember Aaron Murray very vividly because I was in Columbus, Georgia, working as a TV reporter there. Also, he's the SEC career passing yards leader. So he had a very good career at Georgia, but it's just like a laundry list of all these guys that just feel like not one and dones in the sense of like they go to the NFL, but like one and dones in the fact that they don't keep the starting job. So I think a lot of people have some questions about Gunnar Stockton in that regard, because again, I feel like people try to sell us on these quarterbacks and then it just feels like maybe they don't live up to the standard. So let's bring on Abe Gordon now to talk about some of this. All right, so Abe Gordon comes to us from 92.9 The Game in Atlanta, where he covers the Bulldogs, the Falcons, I'm sure the Braves a little bit. So let me start by asking you this, Abe. What's the reception and, you know, the narrative for Gunnar Stockton going into this season? Can he be a national championship worthy quarterback?
Yeah, I definitely think he can. And I also feel like the reception nationally versus locally, there's a slight difference. I think there's some hesitation here, but quite a lot of optimism locally about what Gunnar Stockton has. I think nationally, it's just hesitation. I don't think a lot of people see that this guy is a formerly highly recruited player that has been in the system for a long time and looked pretty good at times when he had to come in last year. Carson Beck got banged up once or twice. I think the key for Gunnar Stockton is you're not placing everything upon his shoulders. I just don't think you need to be necessarily a quarterback-led team. And you go back to when Stetson Bennett won 2 national championships. And look, Stetson was a great quarterback for the University of Georgia. But you look at what really won those games, it is the offensive line. It is the defensive line. If they can get back to having dominant fronts, which is something that Kirby Smart has worked all offseason in getting his guys to understand, it's not about the running backs, not about the receivers. I know we don't have Brock Bowers at tight end. Dominate the front on both sides of the ball. We're going to still win this game. And so I think for Gunnar Stockton and Chelsea, you know, like that term game manager, some people respect it. Some people hate it. They think it's annoying. Just don't lose the game if you're Gunnar Stockton, and this team's got a real good shot to make the playoffs and see what happens from there.
What is the level of confidence then, Abe, in that offensive front in particular? I think only one returning starter on the offensive line. Look, it's Georgia. They're used to replacing guys even when they lose 14 draft choices. It's just part of the program and part of life for Kirby Smart, like you said. But do they have a high level of confidence? I know Stockton's more mobile than Beck, obviously, but do they have a high level of confidence that if the line doesn't hold up, he's not going to make some of those mistakes?
Yeah, I think they do. And you're returning Drew Bobo there at center, which if you're going to return one, that's probably as important as can be. I think the fascinating thing is you look at what's going on across the NFL now, and you see guys that have left Georgia's offensive line recently make waves in camp, guys that you maybe didn't expect. Tate Ratledge is fighting for a starting position. I think that they are one of the squads that reloads instead of rebuilds. And I think that your tackle in Ernest Green on the right side is outstanding. I think he's going to get talked about as one of the best right tackles in all of college football. So I think you feel pretty good about what you have on the offensive line. And like you said, they've shipped guys to the NFL year by year by year on the offensive line, and there's always someone young, big, fast, strong that's ready to step in there. I think they feel pretty good. But I'll tell you what, there has been real determination in camp to get physical. They felt at times they weren't good enough in the run game offensively, starting with the offensive line. And that has been really pushed and focused by Kirby Smart and the offensive staff. And I think they're going to respond in kind. I think it's going to be a big rebound year for the Georgia run game, which is not something we've had since like 2017 or 2018.
All right, so let's talk about the other side of the football and the defense, because this year especially, it feels Well, every year, obviously, it's how you match up against the contenders if you're trying to win a national championship. And at the head of the class, we have some really quarterback-driven teams. You know, you have Arch Manning in Texas, which obviously we don't know too much what to expect. But the hype is real. He is the favorite to win the Heisman. Garrett Nussmeier in LSU, Drew Aller in Penn State, even though I know that's probably going to be a running back-driven team. So how is this defense, and how do you think it matches up against elite-level offenses?
Yeah, I think we've seen a shift over the last decade in college football, kind of like we've seen in the NFL, where it's more about how you defend the pass. And I think this is a team maybe has some questions in how they can stop the run, but I think they are built right now to defend the pass. You look on the backside, it's led by Dalen Everett and KJ Bolden in the secondary. I think you got an incredible group of linebackers led by CJ Allen, but Daniel Harris and Raylan Wilson there too. I think your back seven are really good. Now it's going to be about affecting the quarterback, that front four. Mykel Williams off to the NFL. Jalen Walker off to the NFL. Who's going to step up? For me, I think that guy is Christian Miller on the inside. If he comes to play and if some of the outside rushers come to play, I think it's going to be very good. But I think they are set up very well. And you mentioned Penn State, maybe not the greatest matchup against Penn State because of what they can provide, as you mentioned, in the run game. I think they're a great matchup, though, against Arch Manning, who's going to look to throw the ball, against Garrett Nussmeier, who's going to look to throw the ball. I think those are fascinating matchups because of what they can bring on the back end, more so than in recent years compared to the front end.
Abe, when you look at the schedule, the biggest games are somewhat spaced out, and relatively speaking, compared to other SEC schedules, it is somewhat soft. Which one do Georgia fans have circled on the calendar? I mean, week 3, got to go to Knoxville, although there's questions about what Tennessee is going to look like. Obviously, the Bama game a couple weeks after that, getting them at home is big. Outdoor cocktail party against Florida, there's always a chance that you could jump up and get surprised by the Gators. And then Texas late in the year. Which one do Bulldogs fans look at and say, that's the one we got to have?
Yeah, and the good news compared to last year is all these big games are at home. Texas is at home. Alabama is at home. Obviously, a neutral site there for Florida and a neutral site for Georgia Tech. I think it's the Alabama game. I think they want a little bit of get back from getting jumped on early last year. And I know that game ended up being good, and Ryan Williams went nuts in the fourth quarter, and that game was that. Georgia just takes it to Texas for whatever reason. They got him twice last year, including in the SEC title game. Now they get him at home. I think they're definitely licking their chops to get their hands on Arch Manning and kind of be like, hey, this is still our conference. But I think it's that Alabama game. I do not think that Georgia handled that loss well. I think they've been sitting on it for a year. They get them back at home, and I think they're ready to chomp on them.
Talent level, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like you've been covering the team for quite a while. Where does this team stand? Like, do you have confidence that this team is a national championship contender, or do you say, hey, like, we have a good team, but it's not our best team in like the last 5 years?
Right, and obviously it's going to be tough to compare to the two national championship teams. You had so much first-round talent, especially on the defensive front, but you also had Brock Bowers, who's one of the 3 best tight ends in the NFL now, in my opinion, much less what he was in college football at the time. Stetson Bennett, while and we're kind of starting to see it develop a little bit with the Rams now, he wasn't the greatest player of all time, but he had that ability to come up big in certain moments, and I think that was important for his legacy. I think this is fascinating, Chelsea, because you've got a squad that essentially has no projected first-round picks, and I just think that's nonsense. I think there's going to be guys. It's Kirby Smart. Like, what are we doing here? Of course he's going to have first-round picks on this squad. I think what's interesting is this is probably, in my opinion, the best receiving core that Kirby has had, and they don't have a guy like Brock Bowers. I think as a group, though, this is the most explosive group of guys that they have had. I think that is going to play itself up this season. I think you're going to see Gunnar Stockton unleash the ball a little bit. It's going to help the run game as well because you have to defend like that. No, it's not their most talented team, but I think there might be strength in areas they didn't previously had strength in that cost them games. It certainly did a year ago, led the nation in drop passes. I think the receiving core comes up big for Georgia. I think they're real contenders if Gunnar Stockton develops and, as you mentioned, it can play mistake-free football in those big games.
Big Ten has won the last 2 national championships, Abe, and Penn State is being talked about as a possibility, obviously, this year to make it 3 in a row with 3 different teams winning the national championship from the Big Ten. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. The SEC definitely feels deeper, though. Is there a chance that there's any kind of cannibalization factor this year in the SEC where teams pick each other off and it maybe thins the playoff field out a year after people were making an argument for those teams on the border of the playoff? Bama, South Carolina last year, and the SEC Big Ten balance of power shifts maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I think because you have such a large playoff field that any real semblance of cannibalization kind of still goes away. I think you have an opportunity. If you're 9-3, depending on who the losses are to and what they look like, you're still probably getting in. I think you had a couple of odd scenarios last year across college football that also presented themselves, SMU running through. I think, if anything, the ACC's got a potentialized cannibalization of themselves, Clemson aside, of course. So I think it's the same discussion where the ACC may not be getting 3 teams in or 2 teams in. They may be down to 1. And, some of the other conferences, I just don't think are anywhere close to as top heavy as they were last year in the discussion. So I don't think so. I think you're going to see the cream rise to the top. And there's probably 4 or 5 SEC teams that are going to be making legitimate, serious claims to being in the playoffs. I think certainly Texas and Georgia are at least 2 of those 5. I think then you've got a group of like Alabama and LSU, South Carolina, and maybe outside shots with like Ole Miss and Florida. But I think it'll be pretty obvious by the time we're 12 games into this season who the real threats are and who aren't.
All right, so switching gears a bit. So you cover the Falcons as well. And I feel like they're an interesting team in the fact that they have 2 serviceable quarterbacks, 2 good quarterbacks. We've seen some flashes from Michael Penix Jr. We know Kirk Cousins, is a veteran quarterback, and he's also a year removed from like the year that he was coming off of a major surgery. So I think the win total set at 7.5 for the Falcons. What's the feeling on Atlanta this year? Do the fans believe in this team?
Yeah, they do. They really do. And they're seeing stuff at training camp. And last year, the training camp was closed. And so fans didn't really get a good look. And this year, with the exception of a couple days, the weather has been great out there. And fans have been up on the hill there at Flowery Branch. And they're seeing some things that surprised even me, if we're going to be honest. I got to start with Drake London. Like, we all know this guy's good. I hesitate to use the term unstoppable, unguardable, but he has looked that way in camp. He's been tearing up the Falcons secondary, including All-Pro Jesse Bates. He tore up the Titans secondary in joint practices this week. He's due for a huge season. You see the way that Bijan Robinson is talking about himself and others are talking about him. He's due for a huge season, potentially the best season of any running back this year in the NFL. And again, we talked about taking pressure off of Gunnar Stockton, lightening what the ask is for him at Georgia. I think you're trying to do the same with Michael Penix. Penix has a ton of tools, but the experience at the NFL level is still up for debate, right? Only 3 games in not some great performances last year, but not everything was perfect for him either. And so, but 7 games, like you look at their schedule, you look at the NFC South, you look at what this team has, you look at what they devoted defensively. And I think that's what has most fans excited. You add Leonard Floyd, you spend 2 first-round picks on SEC pass rushers, and one of them being from Georgia and Jalen Walker, which is a whole different discussion we had down here about the Falcons never drafting Georgia players at the top of the draft. It just feels like it's starting to come together. Last year, you felt pretty good offensively. It was a disaster on defense. Now you're starting to say, hey, if we can ramp up this pass rush at all, they're going to be a real problem because they're going to score somewhere close to 26, 27 points a game. Like, that's the expectation, is that they're one of 5, 7, 10 best offenses in the NFL. If they can just be average on defense, they're going to win a lot of games, especially in the NFC South. I think people are looking at 10, 11 wins as pretty expected.
Ooh. All right. So we have like 30 seconds, so this needs to be quick. But this question, is Kyle Pitts ever going to live up to expectations? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, first off, no, because you're the 4th overall draft pick. So just as a tight end, the answer is always going to be no, unless you're maybe like Brock Bowers. But I do think he looks as good as he's ever looked coming into this year. We got to see it in the game. Like, just seeing it in training camp does not matter anymore. We have to see it week 1 and beyond. So who knows?
I feel like that's how you like rile up fantasy football people. Is just say the word Kyle Pitts and they're like, "Ugh, Kyle Pitts." All right. Well, great insight today from Abe Gordon. He is of 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Good luck to your Bulldogs, to your Falcons, and all things Atlanta. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, coming up next on the show, we'll give you our best bets of the entire slate. It's coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane. Final segment of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. In a few mere moments, we'll get to our favorite plays of the day as we hand out our best bets. All right, so we've been laughing during the break because, like, we're a betting show, so I feel like the need to put odds on everything. If you told me Haley Joel Osment, who is the little boy in The Sixth Sense that says, I see dead people, would have a resurgence this year and play, a major role in a major motion picture, I would have put, plus 3,500 odds on that. Like, I don't know what he's been up to, but I thought that he was retired from acting. Like, I hadn't seen him in quite some time. But he was one of the main characters in Happy Gilmore 2. I don't know how he landed this role, but there he was.
Was he, though? This is like a tree falling in the
Yes.
forest if no one is there to see it. Does it really make a noise? I've watched the movie. I had no idea he was in it. And,
He's in
or
it.
that
Do
he's
you not
one of
believe
the
me?
main... No, I believe you. I believe you. I guess my point is, did anybody realize that was Haley Joel Osment if they didn't, read the credits at the end of the movie? I had no idea that was him.
He looks... Do you remember... It's not Tool Time. What was it? Home Improvement? Do you remember Al on Home Improvement?
Yeah.
That's what he looks like now. I was like, wow,
Richard
is that
Karn,
Al's son?
Also fourth-string Family Feud host. He's way down the depth chart as far as Family Feud hosts go. There's Steve
What a
Harvey.
pull.
There's Richard Dawson. There's Ray Combs. And then way down the list is Richard Karn. He's your camp arm if you're talking about an all-time ranking of Family Feud hosts.
I can't believe you knew what his actual name was, so credit to you for that. But when I first saw pictures of the premiere of Happy Gilmore 2, I saw Haley Joel Osment. I was like, wow, do they feel bad for him and be like, hey, you need to get your name out there. Why don't you go to this premiere? Little did I know he was actually in the movie. So good for him. A resurgence. You love to see it happen. I think we all root for people to have comebacks. Like Lindsay Lohan, this run that she's on. She looks great. She had something done. She's like, I've been drinking a lot of water. All right, Lindsay, you have a different face. But you love to see it.
Maybe it's just cutting back on the drugs.
Comeback.
Maybe that's what helped.
Her face is a different shape. That's like Tom Brady saying he hasn't had anything done. Tom Brady, his teeth are so big. That's the problem. He is so good looking, but the first thing you see are his teeth now. Am I wrong?
Is that just because his face is so sunken in at this point
gaunt
that it makes his teeth look bigger?
No, but he has huge teeth. They're clearly veneers. He didn't have those when he was playing.
Yeah.
Right?
Why do we...
For the dynasty.
Here's a question for it. Why do we judge celebrities when they obviously get work done? They
I'm
have
not
the money.
Judging them.
It's their job, kind of.
I'm saying don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Isn't that the
Okay,
phrase? Don't sell to middle America. Be like, if you drink water and make healthy choices, you can look like me. No, you can't. They have the best plastic surgeon in all of Hollywood. It's going to cost you $250,000 to look like this person. Don't sell us that dream.
Okay. I'll get on board with that sentiment.
Look at Tom Brady's face. You don't think he's had anything done? He definitely has Botox. He definitely has veneers.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. This happens a lot in our house anyway, where my wife will see a famous person on TV or on Instagram as she's scrolling through, and she's like, she's definitely had work done. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Because maybe they just lost a little weight, or they did this, or they did that. She's like, no, look at this and look at that. And I'm like, okay. Again, maybe I am just naively innocent and don't sit back and look at it that way. Maybe I'm just
I
dumb.
think women know. Women know because we're the ones that have to look into it. Because here's the other thing. You get judged either way. If you don't do things, people are like, oh my God, she's let herself go. And then if you do things, people are like, oh my God, I missed your old face. I'm like, listen, if I had my old face, you wouldn't like it, trust me. So it's just like you're going to get judged no matter what based on your face. But I didn't think this would be a discussion we'd have about an NFL quarterback, right? Because I think Tom Brady's the only one that feels very invested in his appearance. Like, who else does? Aaron Rodgers threw in the towel. Like, I know he's super in on wellness, but I think he is actively trying to make himself look older.
I think you get to a certain you get past the break point and there's not much you can do. It not that like you said, famous people can't get work done, but like you're not doing it. Once you get to a certain point with like gray hair, for example, like you're not doing anything about it. Because if you do, it's going to look even weirder, right? If all of a sudden I come in tomorrow with jet black hair and all these grays on my temples are gone, it's going to be like, that's weird. What'd you do? So Aaron Rodgers, in that example anyway, is like, I got some gray beard hairs. I'm going to just let it go.
Yeah, but it's like the neck beard. Like, it looks like he hasn't shaved in a while. Because, like, a beard is fine, but, like, the neck beard grosses me out. Like, you got to do something about that. The neck
beard is bad. We had a kid in high school. Hey, shout out to JJ Kelly. I'm sure he's a big BetMGM fan.
Name drop
He
him.
literally, totally. In high school, he couldn't grow the actual facial hair. He just had the neck beard. To the extent that that's what we called him. We just called him neck beard. And it was gross. It was creepy.
The Neard. He should be a member of, like, the Golden State Warriors. I feel like all time, like, everybody who plays for the Warriors has terrible facial hair. Like, including Steph Curry. It's like,
yeah,
can he grow one? No, but he's going to try to. And it's just absolutely terrible.
He's going to try real hard. Good for him.
Steph Curry's probably always going to look like 30. Like, I feel like he has such a baby face. Like, if we're talking about aging, like, athletes, I think he's probably going to age pretty well because he's always looked so young.
And if he continues to look young, you know what you're going to say about him? He had work done.
No. There's a difference, Chris Mack. There is a difference.
Okay.
All right, so I guess judgment hour is over here on the Daily Tip. I guess we'll move on to best bets before we just by name call out people and judge them for their appearance. We're nice people, we promise. All right, so it's time now to tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, so I'll bat lead off here. This feels like a bet that I have to make. And I understand the Rockies have cost us a lot of money. They, for some reason, win the games that we bet against them. So hopefully that does not continue here. But I'm going to be taking the Diamondbacks in the first 5 innings on the run line against the Rockies today. From the top, the Diamondbacks are the best first 5 inning team in all of baseball, averaging over 3 runs a game. So their offense really churns in the first 5 innings of play. So we start from there. Then we go to the starting pitcher matchup. Tanner Gordon, who's going for the Rockies today, just pitched against the Diamondbacks and gave up 10 earned runs. 10 earned runs, double-digit runs. And if you look over his last 3 starts, he has given up 23 earned runs over 10 2/3 innings of work. So it's not been a great stretch for Tanner Gordon. Meanwhile, you look at Brandon Pfaadt, and I understand you look at his numbers. You say, oh, these are mediocre numbers. 5 innings, 3 earned runs against the Rockies. Well, that's a hell of a lot better than giving up a 10 spot when you pitch against somebody. So the better offense, the better starting pitcher, and we just saw this matchup. So let's go. The Diamondbacks in the first 5 on the run line at -140. All right, Chris, you next. What's your favorite bet of the day?
Favorite is the one I included in our squad parlay an hour ago. It is the Mariners money line against the Mets. I know the Mariners are coming off the series loss in Baltimore. I think we get a bounce back factor, though, and they have won 10 of their last 13, and they got Luis Castillo on the mound against the flailing Mets, who have lost 13 of 15 now, and send Sean Manaea out there, who's given up 9 earned runs in his last 9 2/3 innings. So Seattle on the money line. And then I think I've come around to the idea of keeping Framber Valdez in the circle of trust. I know the last 2 starts have been rough, but I think he bounces back against the Orioles at home today. So, yeah, give me Seattle money line and Astros run line, -105. Those are my best bets for tonight.
I considered the Astros today. I think that's like my number 2 bet, but it's not going to be official for me because I don't want to sweat multiple bets tonight. So it's just going to be the one for me, but I do like the Astros tonight. All right, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Kate Constable and Sean Little, continue the Bet Sweats NFL preview with the Bengals and give their best plays of the weekend. So speak of the devil, Kate Constable joining us now. All right, Kate. So what's your overall read on the Bengals? Should I trust them yet again this year? It feels like a team every single year. I'm like, oh, yeah, the Bengals at this price? Count me in. You can sell me on the Bengals pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Chelsea, which makes me nervous. I think you can sell me on the Bengals offense. It's just, what does this defense do? Can Al Golden, give this defense a boost after Lou Anarumo is let go? Those are my questions. And I mean, I think Trey Hendrickson has to be on the field if this team is going to be a playoff team at all, or go over their win total, really.
Yeah, it feels like they're on the precipice of disaster on the defensive side of the ball. If Hendrickson decides to continue to hold out, there's really nothing else on that side of the ball. And yeah, Burrow, Chase, Higgins, they can score 30 points every week, but if they're losing every game 35-31,
not good.
That's a 9-win team.
Steelers winning more games than the Bengals this year?
Oh boy. I'll cop out and say they both go 10-7. How about that?
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, that seems fair. Kate, have you seen this video circulating of Joe Burrow refusing to sign an autograph? But listen, context matters here. I think it's the middle of the night, and there's this pack of people. Somebody's alarm's going off. I don't know whose that is. Have you seen this video?
I have a very important phone call that I have to take right now, quick, so I gotta go.
Oh, all right. We've been big leagued by Kate Constable. I think this is a first on the show.
Hello.
All right. Well, that's gonna do it for our show. Have a
perfect end of the
weekend. Great. It's fine. Everybody's big leaguing us. All right. For me, Chelsea Messenger, for Chris Mack, have a great Friday. We'll see you bright and early Monday morning here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Plenty of NFL talk today here on Bet Sweats, which means it's time we turn our attention to a little college football. Before we do that, though, if you missed any of that NFL talk throughout the show, you can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app or in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. We touched on the Cincinnati Bengals today for our countdown to kickoff. So if you're just tuning in now and missed that, head over wherever you get your podcasts and you can check out those segments there. Turning our attention to college football now, we bring in Parker Fleming, college football analyst. You can find all his work. Check him out over on Twitter at StatsOWar on the good old X Twitter machine, whatever you want to call it. Parker, thanks so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We did just have news come down that Michigan, $20 million fine for the sign stealing saga from a couple years ago. Sharon Moore is going to be suspended an extra game on top of these suspensions that he was already going to be serving this season. Deal or no big deal for the old Michigan Wolverines this year with that news coming out?
Yeah, kind of wild for Michigan there, like a testament to how bad it actually was. Because like the NCAA can't really do much, and they did about everything they could do with some of that. You wonder how much that affects guys like, I mean, does Bryce Underwood care about that? He wasn't involved in that. He's on that. How's that going to translate to on the field? But certainly interesting to look at how they're going to gel with kind of the shadow of that and with Coach Moore off the sideline for a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just going to pay the fine, I think, and just keep it moving. But let's talk about this season and on the field. Is this the best week one of all time? A lot of that chatter, of course. Ohio State, Texas in week one. There's a lot of great matchups. LSU, Clemson. Talk to me about week one, best ever, and give me one of your best storylines going into the year.
Yeah, I mean, a very good week one. You love to see it. I'm a staunch supporter of week 0. I don't want to sleep on Kansas State and Iowa State on the 23rd, or Stanford, Hawaii. Like the overall quality might not be great, but still a good game. And that line has moved from like 3.5 to 1.5. I mean, a pretty huge swing there early on. Some really interesting storylines. Obviously, the one that everyone's keyed in, are the two that everyone's keyed in on, are that LSU game and Clemson game, the Texas Ohio State game, to a lesser degree, simply because I think Texas, Ohio State, either team can lose that and nothing changes, right? Like they still have everything that they want there. And I don't even think you're going to update your power ratings aside from a huge blowout in that game between there. It'll be good to see Arch at the beginning and say in for Ohio State. Both of those teams will look radically different at the end of the season than they do at the beginning, just both having those freshman quarterbacks and getting in. LSU and Clemson is much more interesting from a nationals perspective, just because I think LSU can move from fringe contender to in the driver's seat with a win there, and Clemson needs to win that to bolster their strength of schedule going through what we know will be a down ACC to make sure they're positioned to get at the top of the rankings. Two games that I think are will have a significant national relevance that are a little bit slept on. Florida State and Alabama, that two score favorite Alabama there, obviously, but Florida State with a lot of turnover. What are they going to look like this year? We're not sure. We want to see that. If Florida State somehow won that game, that I think would be the single most dramatic result of week one in the sense of how much it alters kind of the national perception and where teams stand overall. So that's what I've got in. Don't sleep on the G5 either. USF and Boise State. Boise State kind of the presumed favorite to get back to the playoff, even despite some turnover, losing Ashton Jeanty there. But South Florida is a good football team and has a weird spot this year because they do have Boise State, Florida, and Miami in the non-con. They're probably not going to win either of the Miami and Florida games in the non-con there. But if they somehow were to beat Boise State here, that's where you're looking at, 10-2 USF with close losses to Florida and Miami, beat the other best G5 team, beat Memphis and Tulane in this scenario. That would be 11 because they play the conference championship game. Is that a 2-loss G5 team who can make the playoff? I think there's a legitimate path there. So getting over Boise is the first milestone. Certainly some interesting opportunities there if you wanted to hold a future before and after that game. I think there's some really interesting arbitrage opportunities depending on how strong you think USF is.
Parker, a quarterback coach tandem, when those two are in lockstep, that can change a lot. That can win you some games. Who are some of the quarterback coach combos that we should be confident in going into this season?
Yeah, so I think you've got to think about, I used to do this table that kind of looked at who was returning all of their coordinators and their coach. A couple of years ago, it mattered a lot more because there wasn't as much talent mobility. Now, oftentimes, if you're not upgrading at head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or quarterback, that might suggest some issues about quality. And so I do think there's a couple that stand out as guys that are going to break through. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on Drew Aller, huge expectations from Penn State this year. Andy Kotelnicki returns. And last year, as we know, watching their offense, they were able to do a lot of weird stuff. Tyler Warren lining up at center, like the unbalanced formations, play action, all this crazy stuff. And so they have learned the playbook. The issue is they just haven't had receivers to throw to. And so they were running this really sophisticated, really complex offense, basically throwing it to a wildcat quarterback at tight end. And I mean that as a compliment for Tyler Warren's athleticism. But this year they should have the combination of familiarity with the playbook so they can put more out there in any given game. And they have the wide receivers that should elevate their play overall. I think both of those are primed for a really, really good step there. The other one I'm watching, Michigan State. You get Lendrin back, Smith back, and Aiden Childs. Freshman quarterback are hard to evaluate because oftentimes them just playing is a signal of quality and development. Childs had some moments last year where he looked good. He had some moments where he looked bad, but you don't want to hold that too much against him because he's getting the reps. He's a guy that could take a big year two leap and take advantage of that stability. Another one that's really interesting, Iowa State. Mouser is back there in Matt Campbell's team. With Rocco Beck, they did lose two great wide receivers who are both going to be involved in NFL offenses this fall with Higgins and Noel. They've replaced them with transfers. So it's a kind of a weird mix of continuity in the core, but your skill position is changing. I think we'll learn a lot against Kansas State of how that looks. I think it's going to be hard to replace those two guys who came in early and kind of developed for a couple of years to get where they get to the ceilings they were at.
Parker, I'm glad you brought up Penn State because your preseason average win totals, V1, Volume 1 is out. Go check it out. But the squad at the top, 10.1 or 2 wins, I believe. 10.2 wins projected for Penn State. Is it now or never? No one likes James Franklin. Everyone hates him. They think he's corny. They don't like, outside of Happy Valley, this guy is boring. He's another bald-headed guy like myself that just talks a lot but doesn't win big games, and he barks, and he's had the same glasses for 15 straight years, but they never win big games. Is it now or never? Drew Aller back. Is now the time to get behind Penn State to actually potentially make some real noise and win the title?
Yeah, it is certainly, man, it is a year where they've got the talent and the expectations there. I'm intentionally, with my preseason priors, a little conservative at the top and saying, hey, I'm agnostic. I don't know which of these teams is going to be the best. So, when I ran the machine the first time, Penn State was a little bit closer to those 11 wins there. You look at the schedule, like obviously non-con is not going to be a problem. Season comes down to kind of two phases. One, what do you do with Oregon and Ohio State? Can you split those? I think that's all Penn State needs to do this year. Can you split those two? Winning both of those would be incredible. And then you look at a couple tricky spots. At UCLA, at Michigan State, at Iowa, and then Nebraska late in the season. Nebraska, a team that I think will improve dramatically over the course of the season, even if they start out a little rocky. How do they navigate those spots? One thing about the James Franklin narrative is that he's not just losing big games. He's losing big games to the best teams every year. I mean, he's played Michigan, Ohio State, being in that division and then switching over. The playoff last year was a great example of like, oh, James Franklin is going to benefit a ton from this because he's going to get reps against teams like 7 to 15 as opposed to teams 1 through 5. And so his record versus elite opponents is going to go up because we've never observed him playing, these middle upper class teams as opposed to just playing the elites there. But I think the development of Kotelnicki in the offense, there are some intense things being said about Penn State's defensive line and what they're going to do to replace there. I think the schedule breaks really, really nicely for them to have a hiccup. And heck, the way that things have been going the last couple of years, you almost want to lose a game in the season to kind of light a fire under your behind and get you motivated to improve and gear up for that playoff run. So I think Penn State, with the schedule and with the talent and with the development on offense, is in a really, really good spot this year. It's hard not to see them. It's hard to find reasons that they won't be very, very deep in the playoff this year.
Parker, that was slick. I like that. You found a way to fit Notre Dame in the conversation, losing a big game early. You never know, light a fire. I like that, Parker.
It's real. The college can see some motivation sometimes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Speaking of Notre Dame, let's talk about expectations for the Irish this year. Every year under Marcus Freeman, I mean, they've improved. I don't know. I mean, the only way to improve on an 11-1 season is to go 12-0 and win the Natty. Like, is that a realistic expectation for Notre Dame?
I mean, no, just because the nature of college football, except for a couple teams, is that you're going to have ups and downs. I think I don't expect Notre Dame to have a floor. The knock last year was their offensive line was super inexperienced and it got hurt. And I mean, golly, they played great and a lot of that's returning as well. So they do have a good core. Freeman is clearly excellent at talent identification and development, skills that are lost a little bit at the top level in this era of portal and free agency. Miami and Texas A&M, both winnable games to start the season, should pick up another nice win against Boise State. The schedule's not hard. I mean, 9-3 against the schedule would be pretty disappointing just because you lose against all the good teams overall. Some tricky Power 5 road games there. Going to Arkansas is not necessarily a walk in the park, even though they should win that game. And who knows, Stanford could be another team that gets hot at the right time and kind of figures it out halfway and is a little bit competitive at the edge. But when you're evaluating here, I think Notre Dame's minimum standard this year is make the playoff. With this schedule and just the talent level you have and the development year over year, you've got to get there. The one thing, if we look back at this season and say, wow, Notre Dame really wasted an opportunity here with this schedule. They didn't do what we thought they'd do. It's that the quarterback battle did not resolve itself. Like, is it going to be Carr? Who's going to take there? You need game one, the guy to walk in. There cannot be uncertainty there. We can't flip-flop over weeks. That's the big thing I'm looking at. Also, will a Notre Dame wide receiver please step up? I think that's the one thing that they really missed last year was just a true breakout wide receiver who really changed the game for them, not just a complementary piece. Which of those guys is going to step up and be the number one and help this new quarterback take advantage of the talent? Defense, offensive line, the true Notre Dame Freeman identity stuff should be great again. Really, really favorable schedule for them. Just need to resolve who's going to be that 1-1 connection. When the game is on the line, when we need to go win a close game versus USC in October, who are we throwing it to and figuring that out? I think losing Love certainly hurts, but with the offensive line, you're going to have a long leash for you're not losing Love this year. Sorry, doing draft prep. I'm confused. Having Love and then having a stable of running backs behind him that can take the load in some of those runaway games that he can stay fresh, I think is super important as well.
Parker, you're an analytics guy. You're a data guy. How do you analyze 17, 18-year-olds that are drinking during the week and partying and then showing up on Saturday? Like, how difficult is it to analyze and put power ratings on teenagers, essentially? Because we've seen some unpredictable stuff in college ball, but we got to remember these guys are 18 years old.
Parker,
yeah, I mean, I'm actually really excited. I'm really excited to announce this year I have a new metric called hangover recovery over expected. So based on how many beers you had last night, I can no. Obviously, there's going to be a huge residual, right? Like I'm predicting, and then what's reality? There's some unexplainable variance. Your standard deviations are wide. You kind of have an open hand on these estimates and say, hey, this is the best I have. And then as I get new information, I'm going to counter it or account for it. There is certainly an art and science, especially in college football, where week to week, the depth charts are so unstable. And you've got to know, is this guy starting? And there's so much of that. But evaluating a team, I think, is the big thing is having a good idea of team success and then having some notion of how players factor into the team success. So, early downs passing. Like you've got to be able to get explosive early, third and fourth down conversion. You've got to be able to be successful in those situations. So I know premium positions, right? I need pass block, I need wide receiver, I need quarterback. And you could start to move into, okay, how do I think these players are going to play? But I think the key is you do have wide intervals. You certainly want to look at the market just because that's so many other information. And some of those sickos are doing that and saying, hey, I saw this guy out at the bars last night. He's going to have a terrible game. And you just kind of account for that as well and service that into the market. But in general, I think uncertainty is a feature, not a bug of college football. And it's an interesting challenge. Opponent adjustments are a whole nother can of worms that you have to kind of figure out. Again, more art than science in that. But I think having intervals of estimates and not saying with confidence, like, oh, I know Notre Dame is 2.76 points better than Michigan, so they're going to win 100%. You start to attach probabilities to stuff and say, hey, here's what I think is going to happen. And the hope is more often than not, your probabilities are right and you're getting those favorable outcomes.
Parker, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Love all the insight. We're excited for college football, as I'm sure you are. We'll be checking out your work over at StatsOwar on Twitter. Have a great start to the college football season. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed it.
If there was a hangover over expectation metric, I would be at the very bottom of that. My hangovers last days. You would not want to be betting on me after a night out. Parker, thanks so much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we gotta turn our attention to a little preseason. What can we expect in preseason week number 2? Maybe do a little bit of reading the room. Where are these line movements? That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Guys, thank you.
Our lightning bets, where are we putting our money today and maybe over this weekend as well? We'll hand out a few winners there. If you heard that Zoom, that is the Aaron Waters show. We are not under attack here on Bet Sweats. Just some fighter jets outside my window. I feel kind of like I am. Okay, so I'm doing a terrible segue here, but talking about being under attack, we touched on it a bit in our 2-minute drill, but this Aaron Donald stuff, Sean, the more I read into this, it is wild. There's some woman who, claims to be married to Aaron Donald. She's tried to divorce him twice. He's got a restraining order against him. She has sent packages, birthday presents, balloons to his kids. She's stalked his brother. It's gone way, way far.
So were they involved? Were they involved previously or no? She just is making that up.
No, she's just making it up. She's gone to like training camps and games and everything. They've never met in person. They've never talked online. She just feels like, clearly mentally unwell, that she has some sort of relationship with Aaron Donald. And yikes, like that's freaky. It's Aaron Donald. He could probably handle his own, but when you're dealing with someone who's a little not right up there, that's when things get real scary.
Yeah, and I was joking around earlier. I hadn't read the story. I didn't know his kids were involved and things of that nature. I was thinking just someone like in the bushes as Aaron Donald went to Trader Joe's is probably not the guy you want to be tailing. But yeah, when you start talking about family being involved and that sort of thing, it does get a little spooky because it's just as big and bad as Aaron Donald is, so many things are still out of your control and you can't be with your people 24/7. You can't be with them and by their side everywhere they go, right? So
protecting them all the time.
Exactly. So when you bring that element in and potentially, the kids being sent things, meaning that she knows the location and where they are and what they're doing, that could get spooky. So yeah, I hope that all ends well and nothing happens to Aaron Donald or his family and the stalker gets some help and that just, dissipates, goes by the wayside, and they get on track as well, and they're not wasting time obsessing over people they've never met.
This has become I think this has always been an issue for high-profile people, but like even with the break-ins in people's houses, like Joe Burrow's house getting broken into last year, a couple other players, Travis Kelce's, we're just seeing more and more of it, which gets extremely concerning. That I would imagine a lot of these players this upcoming season, some of the high profile quarterbacks, are having their houses, if they weren't already, watched 24/7 when they're on the road.
Yeah, seems like you have to, you go out of town, everyone knows you're in
exactly where you are.
If you're Justin Jefferson, everyone knows you're in Chicago for Monday Night Football. So it's, it's easy to kind of clock that. So yeah, it seems like you have to have someone watching the house at all times now, which is a shame. But yeah, it is what it is. It's people will go to extreme lengths to not work hard and make a own path for themselves and just take from others. So yeah, you got to have people around that are watching your stuff, unfortunately.
Well, we are here working hard today, Sean, on Bet Sweats, and so we got to dive into some preseason football stuff other than some off-the-field drama here. Anthony Richardson, he's going to start for Indy. I was under the impression Daniel Jones was starting there. We'll double check on that. Michael Penix Jr. is not starting for Atlanta. Cousins could be in this weekend. No Jordan Love. Caleb Williams will be the starter for the Bears. No Mahomes. Dylan Gabriel starting for the Browns. We've got all sorts of movement within the preseason stuff. So Sean, we do this little game here called Where's the Room, where you kind of like just check where all the money is, all the bets are coming. Yeah. So the most bet teams in terms of tickets for preseason number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs, which I guess should not be surprising at all. It's the Chiefs, right? Like everyone goes on and bets the Chiefs, but without Patrick Mahomes starting at all or playing, I don't know. Can you get behind the Chiefs against the Seahawks in Seattle, which is tonight, 9 p.m. Central?
Yeah, I'm on record and on a couple different occasions just talking about if in a perfect world, I would wait until like NFL week 4 to make a bet at all. But that's just not going to happen because I love football too much, and the expectations and the things that are going to be available to bet, the markets, the games, the high profile games, the games during the week. But you don't really know anything about these NFL teams until about week 4, week 5, and how they're actually going to compete. Who knew Minnesota would be as good as they were last year? Who knew Cincinnati would start off slow again? Who knew the Chiefs would play nail biters every week and win every single one, regardless of how they got there? Blocked field goals, be it, they got the W. So preseason is not going to be something I'm looking to fire unless it was one of those situations we talked about Cincinnati, where it was like Joe Burrow is going to play the first quarter, the first 2 series, and then we'll be able to move on from there. And he's going to be playing backups. I probably want to back Burrow in spots like that. But the Chiefs without Mahomes is not something I'm looking to put U.S. American dollars on.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that one as well. The Ravens, second most tickets on them. The Eagles, Broncos, Falcons. Those are some of the teams that a lot of bettors are targeting. This is interesting, Sean. Most bet totals in terms of tickets. Overs went 14-2 in preseason week 1, which is crazy. It's usually unders that hit more so in the preseason because teams are trying things out. Stuff is new. They're all trying to get on the same page. Defenses are usually a little bit further along in the preseason than offenses are. The most bet totals are on 5 teams, all on the over. Something tells me that the unders are hitting in week 2, that the overs are not going to continue to go 14-2. Yeah, I think we're talking some regression here.
Little zigzag. Yeah, totals are tough in preseason because there's just so many question marks on who's going to play, who's not, what the actual aggression is going to be on 4th down. Some coaches really believe in, just going for it regardless because it's a free pass. It's a preseason game, but other coaches, want to see the special teams unit get a little bit of run. It's very volatile. So, but if you go through your process and feel like you have an angle or a reason why a number or a game would go over or under, I mean, you're seeing a lot of games in the 30s, mid to upper 30s. So they're not very high, a lot of them. So I think I hate to keep going back to this first preseason game of Bengals versus the Bengals versus the Eagles, but Tanner McKee is known across the league as like a solidified backup. He might be like a top 35 quarterback in the NFL. Burrow is starting that game with Jamar Chase and all the ones on offense. They're probably going to score some points. I want to say that total closed around 37.5 in that game. They scored 21 points in the first quarter. So if you feel like you have a spot and you feel like you have a good beat on who's going to play, how much action they're going to get, you could potentially pick off some good totals, especially in the first half. This is where you really lean on your local beat writers. Follow those guys on Twitter. If you were looking at a game, go look at a local beat writer's Twitter thread, his articles, his writings for both sides. Those are the guys that are at practice every day. Those are the guys that are gearing up and getting ready for the season. They have the most information. So try to pull out as many nuggets as you can from those guys. And can we go back to Anthony Richardson really quick, Kate?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Anthony Richardson overall. It was widely known coming in to his NFL career from Florida that he was about as raw of a quarterback project as you can get. He was completing like just over 50% of his passes in college in the SEC. Raw talent, but a freak of nature athletically. It was widely known that we have to give this guy time. He's going to need time to develop. Why do we do this where we get him in the league and we immediately rush him anyway? We draft him under the pretext of we're going to give him time to develop. He needs to develop. And then we get to the league and it's like, all right, we've given this guy 6 weeks to develop, quote unquote, and we need him to play right now. Just take it easy in Indianapolis. He wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner like a guy like Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels that we're talking about. Jaden Daniels went from ASU to LSU and wasn't Jaden Daniels until like his senior to late junior year at his second stop in college in a big program. So it takes time. Anthony Richardson, I believe is getting a bit of a raw deal from the media. We'll see how the Colts handle it, but you draft a guy raw, you know he's going to be raw. He is raw, and you're mad that he's raw. So give him a little bit of time.
I agree. I mean, I don't think you burn that kind of draft capital to have him play how many games for you. Like, he hasn't played a full season because he's been hurt in and out of the lineup, and that's an issue right there. Like, the guy needs to learn how to stay healthy. He needs to learn clearly in that first preseason game. Check on your blind side, get the ball out a little faster, right?
Yeah.
But he's shown some flashes where I think the Colts have to continue to see what they have in them. And he said that he flat out didn't work hard enough last season, asked to be benched. Like, you can't do those things. But what I like about Anthony Richardson is, like, he's taken accountability for it. He said, like, okay, yeah, I did a lot of things wrong. I'm learning, I'm growing. He's not blaming it on other people. So I don't think for the Colts, like, you're not winning a title this year. You're not winning the division this year. Why play it like totally safe? Go out there, see what you have from him, try and develop a franchise quarterback. Otherwise, it feels like you maybe gave him like a 60, 70, 80% chance, and you didn't really find out what you totally had. Now, on the other side, Sean, PJ Glasser was hosting with me earlier in the week, and he said he thinks that they should start Daniel Jones because it would be really hard to go start Anthony Richardson, bench him, and then go back to Richardson. So, like, is there kind of an argument of, like, you don't want to start him, and maybe he can develop in practice off of the, game scenario where you could go to him late and he could be the full-time starter? Because going back and forth between Daniel Jones and Richardson this season, that's not going to be a recipe for success for either of those quarterbacks or the franchise.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you think he's good enough to play and he's ready, then he plays. I think what we saw with Bryce Young was kind of that situation where he started, he was bad, he got a break and took a week. I want to say 4 weeks off. Andy Dalton came in, filled in, he came back, and he looked a lot better. So there is a little bit of proof. I know it's not the standard way to go about it by starting him, benching him, and starting him again. You rather just give him some time and then he's ready to go and plays out the year. But for Anthony Richardson to get to the point where he asked to be benched, he had to be in a bad place mentally, and just his confidence was in the toilet. So if he gets there again, say you start him and he gets there again, I do think you can bench him and give him a little time, a la Bryce Young. And that's why you went and got Daniel Jones, to be competitive either way. But you rather not go that way. But you got to be very delicate with how you handle these situations, and it has been up and down with Anthony Richardson so far.
If Richardson doesn't pan out this season, Colts are drafting a quarterback next year, right? Because you'd imagine if Richardson's not working out, they could be in the running for the number one pick, if not probably top 5. You go with another quarterback. Do you move on after this year?
We're already talking about next year. I don't know. It's tough.
I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying, because there is a little bit of pressure where you don't want another young guy in your locker room. That was you 3 years ago. Like,
right.
You just naturally are going to be under a lot more pressure. And the one thing that does give you a shield of protection with Richardson is the guys that drafted you are still around. Once those guys disappear, you kind of lose all your leeway in being good, because the new regime comes in and says, hey, that's not my guy. That's not the guy that I want to be my quarterback. He's not good enough. I think Sean Payton, if you go back to Denver, he came in and said whatever he needed to say about Russell Wilson to get the job. And then once he got the job, he was like, get this guy out of here. He's terrible. So you lose that cover when you lose the guys that drafted you and believe in you. And he still has those in place. So hopefully he gets it on track and has a good year. But for example, he may still be around, but if they get rid of upper management and potentially move on from the coach, that's when Anthony Richardson is very vulnerable.
Kirk Cousins, brought in by the management in Atlanta last year, and that same management already turned the reins over to Michael Penix Jr. It'll be interesting if Kirk Cousins does start in this second preseason game. It looks like, off-season, Sean, we all thought Kirk was going to be going somewhere else, potentially a starter somewhere else, if not just on another roster. I think he's staying in Atlanta for this season. Penix will be the longtime starter, but at least Atlanta has a decent backup if anything happens to Penix.
Yeah, this might be a situation where someone gets hurt or injured in the middle of the season. They trade for Kirk Cousins to, if it's some type of middling squad that could be a contender. Maybe like, I don't want to wish this on anyone, but maybe if Baker Mayfield got hurt, that seems like a spot that potentially Kirk could go or give them a real chance because the division's weak. They'll still make the playoffs. They can still make the playoffs with a middle of the road quarterback. They don't need to lead the league in pass touchdowns like Baker did last year. So yeah, it's interesting. Kirk, interesting career. He'll still be around for a long time. Let's see how good Michael Penix is as well.
I think Penix is going to be pretty decent this year. I'm high on that guy. High on some picks for this weekend. We'll tell you where we're betting next with Lightning Bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sean Little taking you into the weekend with some of our top plays. Those coming your way in just moments. Sean, before we get to some of our best bets for the day, I know you love the NBA. I know you bet the NBA a ton. I do as well. Schedule release came out this week and primetime games. The Chicago Bulls, Sean, have 3 nationally televised games this season.
Good.
3.
Should
that
be 0.
Is an absolute joke. I mean, you're right.
0.
It should be 0. But to be a in the market of Chicago, and your team is so bad that they're only putting you on national TV 3 times.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassing squad. Yeah, it's an embarrassing squad at the moment. I think now what's interesting too is like, what's a national TV game now? Right. Because there's like Saturday night now. There's gonna be NBC. There's gonna be is Amazon Prime Time. There's a couple different elements. But traditionally, it's been like that TNT, the late night slot, that double headers on major networks. Yeah, why would the Bulls have more than 3? They shouldn't have more than 3. No one wants to watch the Chicago Bulls on a nationally televised basketball game. There's no reason to. There's no young prospects to lock in on. I like Buzelis a lot, but he's not a guy that's going to draw a ton of eyeballs to watch just him. The team has a lot of question marks, not a lot of success. They haven't. Maybe you get a couple more if the Giddey situation was solidified prior to the schedule being done. That's still up in the air, along with a lot of the other restricted free agents. A restricted free agent is becoming a very, very bad position to be in. I don't see why you would, as an NBA guy, you would sign or get yourself in a spot where you be in a restricted deal. It's a very tough spot to be in. Kuminga, Giddey, Cam Thomas, all restricted guys, all have no team and no real deal yet. So, 3 nationally televised games for the Bulls is too high. Shocking, but the Bulls have been shockingly bad for almost a decade straight. So, it is what it is.
The only teams with fewer than 3 nationally televised games, Sean, just to put into perspective, like the company that the Bulls are in right now.
Let me guess. Can I guess?
Yeah.
How many is it?
5.
5. Okay, so Kings, Hornets.
Nope.
Orlando's a lot better than people want to. The
Kings
Pelicans
and Hornets are not among them.
The Kings or the Hornets are not Pelicans.
They are tied with the Bulls. They each have the Kings have 9 this year.
What?
Yeah.
No, that shouldn't be the
Hornets
case.
have 3. So you got the Pelicans. That's 1.
Okay, Pelicans. So the Hornets have 3.
Yep.
Man, if the Kings aren't on there, just go ahead and read me the list. I'm intrigued now.
Washington
the Wizards, obviously.
Yep. The Utah Jazz.
The Jazz, yeah.
Toronto Raptors.
The Raps,
which is that's a little surprising that the Raptors won't have a couple more too. The Brooklyn Nets. MPJ, he's making headlines, national news right now.
Left and right.
Yeah. And then the Pelicans. So those 5. If that's
I guess that makes sense.
You're in, that's not all that great. We're on the flip side, Sean. Guess who has the most nationally televised games? There's 2 teams. 4 teams rather that are tied with 34 nationally televised games.
Okay. Lakers.
Yep.
Spurs.
Nope.
No?
No, Spurs are middle of the pack.
The Cavs.
Nope.
What?
Sean, you are striking out.
I am striking out here. Okay,
hey, a team Lakers, you cover. A team you cover.
The Thunder. The Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Out west.
And it's
3-point specialist.
Warriors. Golden State. Yeah. How are the Spurs not? They just maxed out De'Aaron Fox. They have the Rookie of the Year. Wemby's back and healthy. How are they not at the top two? That's crazy.
They are 11th behind the Mavs, Cavs, Celtics, Nuggets, Rockets, and my Minnesota Timberwolves.
They should just give the Lakers 82 national.
Right?
Call it LeBron. Put it on the LeBron network.
Yeah. That'll probably be coming as soon as he retires, the LeBron James network. Yeah. All right, Sean, let's turn our attention to some best bets for tonight. Anything that has made your card across any sports?
Yeah, ATP, Ben Shelton, plus 120 on the money line versus Sasha Alexander Zverev. Ben Shelton has been absolutely electric on hard the last couple tournaments. He won Toronto. He's now cruising in Cincinnati. Obviously, Alexander Zverev is one of the best in the world. Super tough. He's the favorite here at minus 165. But plus 120 on Ben Shelton, I think, is a little too good to pass up. I think he's very live in this spot. If the last three majors, Ben Shelton's only lost to Carlos Alcaraz, Jannik Sinner, and Novak Djokovic. He's beaten every single other player in these big spots. I know it's not a major, but ATP Cincinnati is a 1,000, and it's one of the bigger tournaments. It's like the fifth major almost after Indian Wells, you could say. So Ben Shelton here at plus money, I think is a really good spot. You could take plus games at 2.5 if you want to go that route over games. I think it's a grueling 3-set match that Ben Shelton pulls out.
I like it. I'm learning more about tennis hosting with you, Sean, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm going to go over to the Diamond. I'm going to take the Rangers with DeGrom pitching today. It's a pick-em, minus 110 on both sides against the Blue Jays. I'll back DeGrom at a fairly decent price there. I have a lean. The Chicago Sky are just so terrible right now. And they're laying 7.5 against the Valkyries. Wait and see if Ariel Atkins plays in this one for Chicago. She's listed right now as a game time decision. If she does, I would look to back Chicago as the dogs. If she doesn't, I think the Valkyries just absolutely run away with this one. I also like Paige Becker's under her points prop. That's just crept up a little too high for me. I gave that one out yesterday, I believe, thinking that game was last night, but the W was off last night. So we're going back to it tonight. I'm going to go under 19.5 for Paige Becker's against the Sparks. And that's my only other W bet for today. Jake Hassan, why don't you come in and give us your card for this afternoon?
I would love to. The Blue Jays are taking money, so, I mean, you could get the Rangers at minus 110 now with DeGrom. This is basically a pick-em. So what I'm going to do is just wait until the last second now. I'll wait until, what time is this game at? Filibustering, 6:08 p.m. Central Time. I'll wait until 6:07. And I'll bet the Rangers. If the Blue Jays are going to take money like this, and you maybe get the Rangers at a plus price, if this game flips, I'll be all over Texas in that instance. I kind of want to fade the Phillies, too, and I kind of want to take the Nationals with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. I know it's Zach Wheeler, but he hasn't pitched awesome. He's dealing with this shoulder thing. Even though the Phillies got Yohan Duran from Minnesota, that bullpen still has some concerns for me, and the Nationals just beat them last night, #trends. So I kind of want to take the Nationals at a big plus price at home. That's something that I might want to do. It might, you know what? I'll do it this way. I'll just go the Nats on the first 5. I don't want to deal with either bullpen. I'll just go straight up Wheeler versus Gore, and I'll take the Nats in the first 5 and hope that they can scratch 1 or 2 across in the early window. And I kind of just want to keep fading the Cubs. I kind of just want to keep doing this. The Pirates are terrible, but at plus 175. At home, like, here's my thing too. At home, Friday afternoon game, if the Pirates take the lead early, that crowd is going to flip immediately on the Cubs. Like, the Boo Birds will be out right away. So, all right, I talked myself into it. I'm taking the Pirates. And this game starts in an hour and a half. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'll take the Pirates just at a price play. I just can't get there with this Cubs team. We talked about it earlier. And I think that'll be it for me. Just a couple of dogs. I guess the Rangers are technically favored right now, but hoping I could get some plus money with that one at the end.
Can we get a little check-in on the mentals Like, are you any better mentally coming off the kickball loss 3 hours later from when we first spoke about this?
I guess time heals all wounds, right? It's not great. The congratulations email to the league champions just got sent to the inbox, so that stung a little bit. Not great.
Salt in the wound.
Not awesome. Salt in the wound. It happens. Listen, pressure makes I'm on the low road. The silver bullets. I will see you in hell. Rest in piss. But I just it is what it is. The record in championship games and playoff games for Jake Hassan is a ugly mark on my career. We're gonna do some exit interviews, trim some fat, reshape the roster. Listen. There's one big fish in this pond. I would love to get Kevin Lapka back on the team, that coward who, if he could stop training for 3 seconds, I'd love that. We'll see what happens. It's it's going to be an off season of a lot of reflection.
I mean, hey, not everyone that doesn't win loses at the end of the season. There's only one winner. You can't win every year. You got to go back to the drawing board. Like, think about the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. He had a rough offseason.
I am the Kansas City Chiefs. That's basically what we're at here.
Did either of you watch Kingdom or The Kingdom on
No,
ESPN
you couldn't
Plus?
pay me money to watch that. I don't care.
No?
I've been watching Hard Knocks.
Give me
Catching
a
up
grade
on
on
Hard
Hard
Knocks
Knocks
before.
right now. Hard Knocks just returned to Hallis Hall this afternoon with the Bills and Bears joint practice. They're out there filming.
I'm into it. It's a lot better when the team that's a part of it has they go to the college and they go in the dorm rooms and they get that vibe. It feels a lot better than going to Matt Eberflus's house and having a fake party so we could get content. And it's just like that nonsense wasn't for me. It's been pretty good so far. I mean, they are just kind of a boring football only franchise. Like Josh Allen's kind of a corny guy, quirky guy. They're all football all the time. In episode 2, there's this guy Buffalo Joe, who I've never heard of, who's a kid from Buffalo
Joe,
who plays linebacker. They do a little feature on him, which was awesome. So
yeah, Buffalo Joe, he's a great character there. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thank you to our guests, Colby Marcio and Parker Fleming. For Sean Little, Jake Hassan, Brian Gertz, I'm Kate Constable. We'll see you back here same time next week.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Plenty of NFL talk today here on Bet Sweats, which means it's time we turn our attention to a little college football. Before we do that, though, if you missed any of that NFL talk throughout the show, you can go back and listen on the free Odyssey app or in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. We touched on the Cincinnati Bengals today for our countdown to kickoff. So if you're just tuning in now and missed that, head over wherever you get your podcasts and you can check out those segments there. Turning our attention to college football now, we bring in Parker Fleming, college football analyst. You can find all his work. Check him out over on Twitter at StatsOWar on the good old X Twitter machine, whatever you want to call it. Parker, thanks so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We did just have news come down that Michigan, $20 million fine for the sign stealing saga from a couple years ago. Sharon Moore is going to be suspended an extra game on top of these suspensions that he was already going to be serving this season. Deal or no big deal for the old Michigan Wolverines this year with that news coming out?
Yeah, kind of wild for Michigan there, like a testament to how bad it actually was. Because like the NCAA can't really do much, and they did about everything they could do with some of that. You wonder how much that affects guys like, I mean, does Bryce Underwood care about that? He wasn't involved in that. He's on that. How's that going to translate to on the field? But certainly interesting to look at how they're going to gel with kind of the shadow of that and with Coach Moore off the sideline for a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're just going to pay the fine, I think, and just keep it moving. But let's talk about this season and on the field. Is this the best week one of all time? A lot of that chatter, of course. Ohio State, Texas in week one. There's a lot of great matchups. LSU, Clemson. Talk to me about week one, best ever, and give me one of your best storylines going into the year.
Yeah, I mean, a very good week one. You love to see it. I'm a staunch supporter of week 0. I don't want to sleep on Kansas State and Iowa State on the 23rd, or Stanford, Hawaii. Like the overall quality might not be great, but still a good game. And that line has moved from like 3.5 to 1.5. I mean, a pretty huge swing there early on. Some really interesting storylines. Obviously, the one that everyone's keyed in, are the two that everyone's keyed in on, are that LSU game and Clemson game, the Texas Ohio State game, to a lesser degree, simply because I think Texas, Ohio State, either team can lose that and nothing changes, right? Like they still have everything that they want there. And I don't even think you're going to update your power ratings aside from a huge blowout in that game between there. It'll be good to see Arch at the beginning and say in for Ohio State. Both of those teams will look radically different at the end of the season than they do at the beginning, just both having those freshman quarterbacks and getting in. LSU and Clemson is much more interesting from a nationals perspective, just because I think LSU can move from fringe contender to in the driver's seat with a win there, and Clemson needs to win that to bolster their strength of schedule going through what we know will be a down ACC to make sure they're positioned to get at the top of the rankings. Two games that I think are will have a significant national relevance that are a little bit slept on. Florida State and Alabama, that two score favorite Alabama there, obviously, but Florida State with a lot of turnover. What are they going to look like this year? We're not sure. We want to see that. If Florida State somehow won that game, that I think would be the single most dramatic result of week one, in the sense of how much it alters kind of the national perception and where teams stand overall. So that's what I've got in. Don't sleep on the G5 either. USF and Boise State. Boise State kind of the presumed favorite to get back to the playoff, even despite some turnover, losing Ashton Jeanty there. But South Florida is a good football team and has a weird spot this year because they do have Boise State, Florida, and Miami in the non-con. They're probably not going to win either of the Miami and Florida games in the non-con there. But if they somehow were to beat Boise State here, that's where you're looking at, 10-2 USF with close losses to Florida and Miami, beat the other best G5 team, beat Memphis and Tulane in this scenario. That would be 11 because they play the conference championship game. Is that a 2-loss G5 team who can make the playoff? I think there's a legitimate path there. So getting over Boise is the first milestone. Certainly some interesting opportunities there if you wanted to hold a future before and after that game. I think there's some really interesting arbitrage opportunities depending on how strong you think USF is.
Parker, a quarterback coach tandem, when those two are in lockstep, that can change a lot. That can win you some games. Who are some of the quarterback coach combos that we should be confident in going into this season?
Yeah, so I think you've got to think about, I used to do this table that kind of looked at who was returning all of their coordinators and their coach. A couple years ago, it mattered a lot more because there wasn't as much talent mobility. Now, oftentimes, if you're not upgrading at head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or quarterback, that might suggest some issues about quality. And so I do think there's a couple that stand out as guys that are going to break through. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on Drew Aller, huge expectations from Penn State this year. Andy Kotelnicki returns. And last year, as we know, watching their offense, they were able to do a lot of weird stuff. Tyler Warren lining up at center, like the unbalanced formations, play action, all this crazy stuff. And so they have learned the playbook. The issue is they just haven't had receivers to throw to. And so they were running this really sophisticated, really complex offense, basically throwing it to a wildcat quarterback at tight end. And I mean that as a compliment for Tyler Warren's athleticism. But this year they should have the combination of familiarity with the playbook so they can put more out there in any given game. And they have the wide receivers that should elevate their play overall. I think both of those are primed for a really, really good step there. The other one I'm watching, Michigan State. You get Lendrin back, Smith back, and Aiden Childs. Freshman quarterback are hard to evaluate because oftentimes them just playing is a signal of quality and development. Childs had some moments last year where he looked good. He had some moments where he looked bad, but you don't want to hold that too much against him because he's getting the reps. He's a guy that could take a big year two leap and take advantage of that stability. Another one that's really interesting, Iowa State. Mouser is back there in Matt Campbell's team. With Rocco Beck, they did lose two great wide receivers who are both going to be involved in NFL offenses this fall with Higgins and Noel. They've replaced them with transfers. So it's a kind of weird mix of continuity in the core, but your skill position is changing. I think we'll learn a lot against Kansas State of how that looks. I think it's going to be hard to replace those two guys who came in early and kind of developed for a couple years to get where they get to the ceilings they were at.
Parker, I'm glad you brought up Penn State because your preseason average win totals, V1, Volume 1 is out. Go check it out. But the squad at the top, 10.1 or 2 wins, I believe. 10.2 wins projected for Penn State. Is it now or never? No one likes James Franklin. Everyone hates him. They think he's corny. They don't like, outside of Happy Valley, this guy is boring. He's another bald-headed guy like myself that just talks a lot but doesn't win big games, and he barks, and he's had the same glasses for 15 straight years, but they never win big games. Is it now or never? Drew Aller back. Is now the time to get behind Penn State to actually potentially make some real noise and win the title?
Yeah, it is certainly it is a year where they've got the talent and the expectations there. I'm intentionally with my preseason priors a little conservative at the top and saying, hey, I'm agnostic. I don't know which of these teams is going to be the best. So, when I ran the machine the first time, Penn State was a little bit closer to those 11 wins there. You look at the schedule, like obviously non-con is not going to be a problem. Season comes down to kind of two phases. One, what do you do with Oregon and Ohio State? Can you split those? I think that's all Penn State needs to do this year. Can you split those two? Winning both of those would be incredible. And then you look at a couple tricky spots. At UCLA, at Michigan State, at Iowa, and then Nebraska late in the season. Nebraska, a team that I think will improve dramatically over the course of the season, even if they start out a little rocky. How do they navigate those spots? One thing about the James Franklin narrative is that he's not just losing big games. He's losing big games to the best teams every year. I mean, he's played Michigan, Ohio State, being in that division and then switching over. The playoff last year was a great example of James Franklin is going to benefit a ton from this because he's going to get reps against teams like 7-15 as opposed to teams 1-5. And so his record versus elite opponents is going to go up because we've never observed him playing, these middle upper class teams as opposed to just playing the elites there. But I think the development of Kotelnicki in the offense, there are some intense things being said about Penn State's defensive line and what they're going to do to replace there. I think the schedule breaks really, really nicely for them to have a hiccup. And heck, the way that things have been going the last couple of years, you almost want to lose a game in the season to kind of light a fire under your behind and get you motivated to improve and gear up for that playoff run. So I think Penn State, with the schedule and with the talent and with the development on offense, is in a really, really good spot this year. It's hard not to see them. It's hard to find reasons that they won't be very, very deep in the playoff this year.
Parker, that was slick. I like that. You found a way to to fit Notre Dame in the conversation, losing a big game early. You never know, light a fire. I like that, Parker.
It's real. The college can see some motivation sometimes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Speaking of Notre Dame, let's talk about expectations for the Irish this year. Every year under Marcus Freeman, I mean, they've improved. I don't know. I mean, the only way to improve on an 11-1 season is to go 12-0 and win the Natty. Like, is that a realistic expectation for Notre Dame?
I mean, no, just because the nature of college football, except for a couple teams, is that you're going to have ups and downs. I think I don't expect Notre Dame to have a floor. The knock last year was their offensive line was super inexperienced and it got hurt. And I mean, golly, they played great, and a lot of that's returning as well. So they do have a good core. Freeman is clearly excellent at talent identification and development, skills that are lost a little bit at the top level in this era of portal and free agency. Miami and Texas A&M, both winnable games to start the season, should pick up another nice win against Boise State. The schedule's not hard. I mean, 9-3 against the schedule would be pretty disappointing just because you lose against all the good teams overall. Some tricky Power 5 road games there. Going to Arkansas is not necessarily a walk in the park, even though they should win that game. And who knows, Stanford could be another team that gets hot at the right time and kind of figures it out halfway and is a little bit competitive at the edge. But when you're evaluating here, I think Notre Dame's minimum standard this year is make the playoff. With this schedule and just the talent level you have and the development year over year, you've got to get there. The one thing, if we look back at this season and say, wow, Notre Dame really wasted an opportunity here with this schedule. They didn't do what we thought they'd do. It's that the quarterback battle did not resolve itself. Like, is it going to be Carr? Who's going to take there? You need game one, the guy to walk in. There cannot be uncertainty there. We can't flip-flop over weeks. That's the big thing I'm looking at. Also, will a Notre Dame wide receiver please step up? I think that's the one thing that they really missed last year was just a true breakout wide receiver who really changed the game for them, not just a complimentary piece. Which of those guys is going to step up and be the number one and help this new quarterback take advantage of the talent? Defense, offensive line, the true Notre Dame Freeman identity stuff should be great again. Really, really favorable schedule for them. Just need to resolve who's going to be that 1-1 connection. When the game is on the line, when we need to go win a close game versus USC in October, who are we throwing it to and figuring that out? I think losing Love certainly hurts, but with the offensive line, you're going to have a long leash for you're not losing Love this year. Sorry, doing draft prep. I'm confused. Having Love and then having a stable of running backs behind him that can take the load in some of those runaway games that he can stay fresh, I think is super important as well.
Parker, you're an analytics guy. You're a data guy. How do you analyze 17, 18-year-olds that are drinking during the week and partying and then showing up on Saturday? Like, how difficult is it to analyze and put power ratings on teenagers, essentially? Because we've seen some unpredictable stuff in college ball, but we got to remember these guys are 18 years old.
Parker,
yeah, I mean, I'm actually really excited. Right, I'm really excited to announce this year I have a new metric called hangover recovery over expected. So based on how many beers you had last night, I could no. Obviously, there's going to be a huge residual, right? Like I'm predicting, and then what's reality? There's some unexplainable variance. Your standard deviations are wide. You kind of have an open hand on these estimates and say, hey, this is the best I have. And then as I get new information, I'm going to counter it or account for it. There is certainly an art and science, especially in college football, where week to week, the depth charts are so unstable and you've got to know, is this guy starting? And there's so much of that. But evaluating a team, I think, is the big thing is having a good idea of team success and then having some notion of how players factor into the team success. So, early downs passing. Like you've got to be able to get explosive early, third and fourth down conversion. You've got to be able to be successful in those situations. So I know premium positions, right? I need pass block, I need wide receiver, I need quarterback. And you could start to move into, okay, how do I think these players are going to play? But I think the key is you do have wide intervals. You certainly want to look at the market just because that's so many other information. And some of those sickos are doing that and saying, hey, I saw this guy out at the bars last night. He's going to have a terrible game. And you just kind of account for that as well and surface that into the market. But in general, I think uncertainty is a feature, not a bug of college football. And it's an interesting challenge. Opponent adjustments are a whole nother can of worms that you have to kind of figure out. Again, more art than science in that. But I think having intervals of estimates and not saying with confidence, like, oh, I know Notre Dame is 2.76 points better than Michigan, so they're going to win 100%. You start to attach probabilities to stuff and say, hey, here's what I think is going to happen. And the hope is more often than not, your probabilities are right and you're getting those favorable outcomes.
Parker, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Love all the insight. We're excited for college football, as I'm sure you are. We'll be checking out your work over at StatsOWar on Twitter. Have a great start to the college football season. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed it.
If there was a hangover over expectation metric, I would be at the very bottom of that. My hangovers last days. You would not want to be betting on me after a night out. Parker, thanks so much for your time. We'll talk to you again soon. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we gotta turn our attention to a little preseason. What can we expect in preseason week number 2? Maybe do a little bit of reading the room. Where are these line movements? That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Guys, thank you.
Our lightning bets, where are we putting our money today and maybe over this weekend as well? We'll hand out a few winners there. If you heard that Zoom, that is the Air and Water Show. We are not under attack here on Bet Sweats. Just some fighter jets outside my window. I feel kind of like I am. Okay, so I'm doing a terrible segue here, but talking about being under attack, we touched on it a bit in our 2-minute drill, but this Aaron Donald stuff, Sean, the more I read into this, it is wild. There's some woman who, claims to be married to Aaron Donald. She's tried to divorce him twice. He's got a restraining order against him. She has sent packages, birthday presents, balloons to his kids. She's stalked his brother. It's gone way, way far.
So were they involved? Were they involved previously or no? She just is making that up.
No, she's just making it up. She's gone to like training camps and games and everything. They've never met in person. They've never talked online. She just feels like, clearly mentally unwell, that she has some sort of relationship with Aaron Donald. And yikes, like that's freaky. It's Aaron Donald. He could probably handle his own, but when you're dealing with someone who's a little not right up there, that's when things get real scary.
Yeah, and I was joking around earlier. I hadn't read the story. I didn't know his kids were involved and things of that nature. I was thinking just someone like in the bushes as Aaron Donald went to Trader Joe's is probably not the guy you want to be tailing. But yeah, when you start talking about family being involved and that sort of thing, it does get a little spooky because it's just as big and bad as Aaron Donald is, so many things are still out of your control and you can't be with your people 24/7. You can't be with them and by their side everywhere they go, right? So
protecting them all the time.
Exactly. So when you bring that element in and potentially, the kids being sent things, meaning that she knows the location and where they are and what they're doing, that could get spooky. So yeah, I hope that all ends well and nothing happens to Aaron Donald or his family and the stalker gets some help and that just, dissipates, goes by the wayside, and they get on track as well, and they're not wasting time obsessing over people they've never met.
This has become I think this has always been an issue for high-profile people, but even with the break-ins in people's houses, like Joe Burrow's house getting broken into last year, a couple other players, Travis Kelce's, we're just seeing more and more of it, which gets extremely concerning. That I would imagine a lot of these players this upcoming season, some of the high profile quarterbacks, are having their houses, if they weren't already, watched 24/7 when they're on the road.
Yeah, seems like you have to, you go out of town, everyone knows you're in
exactly where you are.
Yeah, if you're Justin Jefferson, everyone knows you're in Chicago for Monday Night Football. So it's, it's easy to kind of clock that. So yeah, it seems like you have to have someone watching the house at all times now, which is a shame. But yeah, it is what it is. It's people will go to extreme lengths to not work hard and make a own path for themselves and just take from others. So yeah, you got to have people around that are watching your stuff, unfortunately.
Well, we are here working hard today, Sean, on Bet Sweats, and so we got to dive into some preseason football stuff, other than some off-the-field drama here. Anthony Richardson, he's going to start for Indy. I was under the impression Daniel Jones was starting there. We'll double check on that. Michael Penix Jr. is not starting for Atlanta. Cousins could be in this weekend. No Jordan Love. Caleb Williams will be the starter for the Bears. No Mahomes. Dylan Gabriel starting for the Browns. We've got all sorts of movement within the preseason stuff. So, Sean, we do this little game here called Where's the Room, where you kind of just check where all the money is, all the bets are coming. Yeah. So the most bet teams in terms of tickets for preseason number 2, the Kansas City Chiefs, which I guess should not be surprising at all. It's the Chiefs, right? Everyone goes on and bets the Chiefs, but without Patrick Mahomes starting at all or playing, I don't know. Can you get behind the Chiefs against the Seahawks in Seattle, which is tonight, 9 p.m. Central?
Yeah, I'm on record and on a couple different occasions just talking about if in a perfect world I would wait until NFL week 4 to make a bet at all. But That's just not going to happen because I love football too much, and the expectations and the things that are going to be available to bet, the markets, the games, the high profile games, the games during the week. But you don't really know anything about these NFL teams until about week 4, week 5, and how they're actually going to compete. Who knew Minnesota would be as good as they were last year? Who knew Cincinnati would start off slow again? Who knew the Chiefs would play nail biters every week and win every single one, regardless of how they got there? Blocked field goals, be it they got the W. So preseason is not going to be something I'm looking to fire unless it was one of those situations we talked about Cincinnati, where it was like Joe Burrow is going to play the first quarter, the first 2 series, and then we'll be able to move on from there. And he's going to be playing backups. I probably want to back Burrow in spots like that. But the Chiefs without Mahomes is not something I'm looking to put U.S. American dollars on.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that one as well. The Ravens, second most tickets on them. The Eagles, Broncos, Falcons. Those are some of the teams that a lot of bettors are targeting. This is interesting, Sean. Most bet totals in terms of tickets. Overs went 14-2 in preseason week 1, which is crazy. It's usually unders that hit more so in the preseason because teams are trying things out. Stuff is new. They're all trying to get on the same page. Defenses are usually a little bit further along in the preseason than offenses are. The most bet totals are on 5 teams, all on the over. Something tells me that the unders are hitting in week 2, that the overs are not going to continue to go 14-2. Yeah, I think we're talking some regression here.
Little zigzag. Yeah, totals are tough in preseason because there's just so many question marks on who's going to play, who's not, what the actual aggression is going to be on 4th down. Some coaches really believe in, just going for it regardless because it's a free pass. It's a preseason game, but other coaches, want to see the special teams unit get a little bit of run. It's very volatile. So, but if you go through your process and feel like you have an angle or a reason why a number or a game would go over or under, I mean, you're seeing a lot of games in the 30s, mid to upper 30s. So they're not very high, a lot of them. So I think I hate to keep going back to this first preseason game of Bengals versus the Bengals versus the Eagles, but Tanner McKee is known across the league as like a solidified backup. He might be like a top 35 quarterback in the NFL. Burrow is starting that game with Jamar Chase and all the ones on offense. They're probably going to score some points. I want to say that total closed around 37.5 in that game. They scored 21 points in the first quarter. So if you feel like you have a spot and you feel like you have a good beat on who's going to play, how much action they're going to get, you could potentially pick off some good totals, especially in the first half. This is where you really lean on your local beat writers. Follow those guys on Twitter. If you were looking at a game, go look at a local beat writer's Twitter thread, his articles, his writings for both sides. Those are the guys that are at practice every day. Those are the guys that are gearing up and getting ready for the season. They have the most information. So try to pull out as many nuggets as you can from those guys. And can we go back to Anthony Richardson really quick, Kate?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Anthony Richardson overall. It was widely known coming in to his NFL career from Florida that he was about as raw of a quarterback project as you can get. He was completing like just over 50% of his passes in college in the SEC. Raw talent, but a freak of nature athletically. It was widely known that we have to give this guy time. He's going to need time to develop. Why do we do this where we get him in the league and we immediately rush him anyway? We draft him under the pretext of we're going to give him time to develop. He needs to develop. And then we get to the league and it's like, all right, we've given this guy 6 weeks to develop, quote unquote, and we need him to play right now. Just take it easy in Indianapolis. He wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner like a guy like Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels that we're talking about. Jaden Daniels went from ASU to LSU and wasn't Jaden Daniels until like his senior to late junior year at his second stop in college in a big program. So it takes time. Anthony Richardson, I believe, is getting a bit of a raw deal from the media. We'll see how the Colts handle it, but you draft a guy raw, you know he's going to be raw. He is raw, and you're mad that he's raw. So give him a little bit of time.
I agree. I mean, I don't think you burn that kind of draft capital to have him play how many games for you. Like, he hasn't played a full season because he's been hurt in and out of the lineup, and that's an issue right there. Like, the guy needs to learn how to stay healthy. He needs to learn clearly in that first preseason game. Check on your blind side, get the ball out a little faster, right?
Yeah.
But he's shown some flashes where I think the Colts have to continue to see what they have in them. And he said that he flat out didn't work hard enough last season, asked to be benched. Like, you can't do those things. But what I like about Anthony Richardson is, like, he's taken accountability for it. He said, like, okay, yeah, I did a lot of things wrong. I'm learning, I'm growing. He's not blaming it on other people. So I don't think for the Colts, like, you're not winning a title this year. You're not winning the division this year. Why play it like totally safe? Go out there, see what you have from him, try and develop a franchise quarterback. Otherwise, it feels like you maybe gave him like a 60, 70, 80% chance, and you didn't really find out what you totally had. Now, on the other side, Sean, PJ Glasser was hosting with me earlier in the week, and he said he thinks that they should start Daniel Jones because it would be really hard to go start Anthony Richardson, bench him, and then go back to Richardson. So, like, is there kind of an argument of, like, you don't want to start him, and maybe he can develop in practice off of the, game scenario where you could go to him late and he could be the full-time starter? Because going back and forth between Daniel Jones and Richardson this season, that's not going to be a recipe for success for either of those quarterbacks or the franchise.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you think he's good enough to play and he's ready, then he plays. I think what we saw with Bryce Young was kind of that situation where he started, he was bad, he got a break and took a week, I want to say 4 weeks off. Andy Dalton came in, filled in, he came back, and he looked a lot better. So there is a little bit of proof. I know it's not the standard way to go about it by starting him, benching him, and starting him again. You rather just give him some time and then he's ready to go and plays out the year. But for Anthony Richardson to get to the point where he asked to be benched, he had to be in a bad place mentally, and just his confidence was in the toilet. So if he gets there again, say you start him and he gets there again, I do think you can bench him and give him a little time, a la Bryce Young. And that's why you went and got Daniel Jones, to be competitive either way. But you rather not go that way. But you got to be very delicate with how you handle these situations, and it has been up and down with Anthony Richardson so far.
If Richardson doesn't pan out this season, Colts are drafting a quarterback next year, right? Because you'd imagine if Richardson's not working out, they could be in the running for the number one pick, if not probably top 5. You go with another quarterback. Do you move on after this year?
We're already talking about next year. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
I'm putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, no. I get what you're saying, because there is a little bit of pressure where you don't want another young guy in your locker room. That was you 3 years ago. Like,
right.
You just naturally are going to be under a lot more pressure. And the one thing that does give you a shield of protection with Richardson is the guys that drafted you are still around. Once those guys disappear, you kind of lose all your leeway in being good, because the new regime comes in and says, hey, that's not my guy. That's not the guy that I want to be my quarterback. He's not good enough. I think Sean Payton, if you go back to Denver, he came in and said whatever he needed to say about Russell Wilson to get the job. And then once he got the job, he was like, get this guy out of here. He's terrible. So you lose that cover when you lose the guys that drafted you and believe in you. And he still has those in place. So hopefully he gets it on track and has a good year. But, for example, he may still be around, but if they get rid of upper management and potentially move on from the coach, that's when Anthony Richardson is very vulnerable.
Kirk Cousins, brought in by the management in Atlanta last year, and that same management already turned the reins over to Michael Penix Jr. It'll be interesting if Kirk Cousins does start in the second preseason game. It looks like, off season, Sean, we all thought Kirk was going to be going somewhere else, potentially a starter somewhere else, if not just on another roster. I think he's staying in Atlanta for this season. Penix will be the longtime starter, but at least Atlanta has a decent backup if anything happens to Penix.
Yeah, this might be a situation where someone gets hurt or injured in the middle of the season. They trade for Kirk Cousins to if it's some type of middling squad that could be a contender. Maybe like, I don't want to wish this on anyone, but maybe if Baker Mayfield got hurt, that seems like a spot that potentially Kirk could go or give them a real chance, because the division's weak. They'll still make the playoffs. They can still make the playoffs with a middle of the road quarterback. They don't need to lead the league in pass touchdowns like Baker did last year. So yeah, it's interesting. Kirk, interesting career. He'll still be around for a long time. Let's see how good Michael Penix is as well.
I think Penix is going to be pretty decent this year. I'm high on that guy. High on some picks for this weekend. We'll tell you where we're betting next with Lightning Bets here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sean Little taking you into the weekend with some of our top plays. Those coming your way in just moments. Sean, before we get to some of our best bets for the day, I know you love the NBA. I know you bet the NBA a ton. I do as well. Schedule release came out this week and primetime games. The Chicago Bulls, Sean, have 3 nationally televised games this season.
Good.
3.
Should
that
be 0.
Is an absolute joke. I mean, you're right.
0.
It should be 0. But to be a in the market of Chicago and your team is so bad that they're only putting you on national TV 3 times.
Yeah, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassing squad. Yeah, it's an embarrassing squad at the moment. I think now what's interesting too is like, what's a national TV game now?
Right.
Because there's like Saturday night now. There's gonna be NBC. There's gonna be is Amazon Prime Time. There's a couple different elements. But traditionally, it's been like that TNT, the late night slot, that double headers on major networks. Yeah, why would the Bulls have more than 3? They shouldn't have more than 3. No one wants to watch the Chicago Bulls on a nationally televised basketball game. There's no reason to. There's no young prospects to lock in on. I like Buzelis a lot, but he's not a guy that's going to draw a ton of eyeballs to watch just him. The team has a lot of question marks, not a lot of success. They haven't. Maybe you get a couple more if the Giddey situation was solidified prior to the schedule being done. That's still up in the air, along with a lot of the other restricted free agents. A restricted free agent is becoming a very, very bad position to be in. I don't see why you would, as an NBA guy, you would sign or get yourself in a spot where you be in a restricted deal. It's a very tough spot to be in. Kuminga, Giddey, Cam Thomas, all restricted guys, all have no team and no real deal yet. So, 3 nationally televised games for the Bulls is too high. Shocking, but the Bulls have been shockingly bad for almost a decade straight. So, it is what it is.
The only teams with fewer than 3 nationally televised games, Sean, just to put into perspective, like the company that the Bulls are in right now.
Let me guess. Can I guess?
Yeah.
How many is it?
5.
5. Okay, so Kings, Hornets.
Nope.
Orlando's a lot better than people want to. The
Kings
Pelicans
and Hornets are not among them.
The Kings or the Hornets are not Pelicans.
They are tied with the Bulls. They each have the Kings have 9 this year.
What?
Yeah.
No, that shouldn't
the Hornets
be the case.
have 3. So you got the Pelicans. That's 1.
Okay, Pelicans. So the Hornets have 3.
Yep.
Man, if the Kings aren't on there, just go ahead and read me the list. I'm intrigued now.
Washington
The Wizards, obviously. Yep.
The Utah Jazz.
The Jazz, yeah.
Toronto Raptors.
The Raps,
which is that's a little surprising that the Raptors won't have a couple more too. The Brooklyn Nets. MPJ, he's making headlines, national news right now.
Left and right.
Yeah. And then the Pelicans. So those 5. If that's
I guess that makes
sense. You're in, that's not all that great. We're on the flip side, Sean. Guess who has the most nationally televised games? There's 2 teams. 4 teams rather that are tied with 34 nationally televised games.
Okay. Lakers.
Yep.
Spurs.
Nope.
No.
No, Spurs are middle of the pack.
The Cavs.
Nope.
What?
Sean, you are striking out.
I am striking out here. Okay,
hey, a team Lakers, you cover. A team you cover.
The Thunder, the Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Lakers, Thunder, Knicks.
Out west.
And it's
3-point specialist.
Warriors. Golden State. Yeah.
Yep.
How are the Spurs not? They just maxed out De'Aaron Fox. They have the Rookie of the Year. Wemby's back and healthy. How are they
22.
not at the top two? That's crazy.
They are 11th behind the Mavs, Cavs, Celtics, Nuggets, Rockets, and my Minnesota Timberwolves.
They should just give the Lakers 82 national.
Right?
Call it put it on the LeBron network.
Yeah. That'll probably be coming as soon as he retires, the LeBron James network. Yeah. All right, Sean, let's turn our attention to some best bets for tonight. Anything that has made your card across any sports?
Yeah, ATP, Ben Shelton, plus 120 on the money line versus Sasha Alexander Zverev. Ben Shelton has been absolutely electric on hard the last couple tournaments. He won Toronto. He's now cruising in Cincinnati. Obviously, Alexander Zverev is one of the best in the world. Super tough. He's the favorite here at minus 165. But plus 120 on Ben Shelton, I think, is a little too good to pass up. I think he's very live in this spot. If the last three majors, Ben Shelton's only lost to Carlos Alcaraz, Yannick Sinner, and Novak Djokovic. He's beaten every single other player in these big spots. I know it's not a major, but ATP Cincinnati is a 1,000, and it's one of the bigger tournaments. It's like the fifth major almost after Indian Wells, you could say. So Ben Shelton here at plus money, I think is a really good spot. You could take plus games at 2.5 if you want to go that route over games. I think it's a grueling 3-set match that Ben Shelton pulls out.
I like it. I'm learning more about tennis hosting with you, Sean, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm going to go over to the Diamond. I'm going to take the Rangers with DeGrom pitching today. It's a pick-em, minus 110 on both sides against the Blue Jays. I'll back DeGrom at a fairly decent price there. I have a lean. The Chicago Sky are just so terrible right now. And they're laying 7.5 against the Valkyries. Wait and see if Ariel Atkins plays in this one for Chicago. She's listed right now as a game time decision. If she does, I would look to back Chicago as the dogs. If she doesn't, I think the Valkyries just absolutely run away with this one. I also like Paige Becker's under her points prop. That's just crept up a little too high for me. I gave that one out yesterday, I believe, thinking that game was last night, but the W was off last night. So we're going back to it tonight. I'm going to go under 19.5 for Paige Becker's against the Sparks. And that's my only other W bet for today. Jake Hassan, why don't you come in and give us your card for this afternoon?
I would love to. The Blue Jays are taking money, so I mean, you could get the Rangers at minus 110 now with DeGrom. This is basically a pick 'em. So what I'm gonna do is just wait until the last second. Now I'll wait until what time is this game at? Filibustering 6:08 p.m. Central Time. I'll wait until 6:07. And I'll bet the Rangers. If the Blue Jays are going to take money like this, and you maybe get the Rangers at a plus price, if this game flips, I'll be all over Texas in that instance. I kind of want to fade the Phillies, too, and I kind of want to take the Nationals with Mackenzie Gore on the mound. I know it's Zach Wheeler, but he hasn't pitched awesome. He's dealing with this shoulder thing. Even though the Phillies got Yohan Duran from Minnesota, that bullpen still has some concerns for me. And the Nationals just beat them last night, #trends. So I kind of want to take the Nationals at a big plus price at home. That's something that I might want to do. It might, you know what? I'll do it this way. I'll just go the Nats on the first 5. I don't want to deal with either bullpen. I'll just go straight up Wheeler versus Gore, and I'll take the Nats in the first 5 and hope that they can scratch 1 or 2 across in the early window. And I kind of just want to keep fading the Cubs. I kind of just want to keep doing this. The Pirates are terrible, but at plus 175 at home. Like, here's my thing too. At home, Friday afternoon game, if the Pirates take the lead early, that crowd is going to flip immediately on the Cubs. Like, the Boo Birds will be out right away. So, all right, I talked myself into it. I'm taking the Pirates. And this game starts in an hour and a half. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'll take the Pirates just at a price play. I just can't get there with this Cubs team. We talked about it earlier. And I think that'll be it for me. Just a couple of dogs. I guess the Rangers are technically favored right now, but hoping I can get some plus money with that one at the end.
Can we get a little check-in on the mentals Like, are you any better mentally coming off the kickball loss 3 hours later from when we first spoke about this?
I guess time heals all wounds, right? It's not great. The congratulations email to the league champions just got sent to the inbox, so that stung a little bit.
Yeah.
Not great.
Salt in the wound.
Not awesome. Salt in the wound. It happens. Listen, pressure makes I'm on the low road. The silver bullets. I will see you in hell. Rest in piss. But I just it is what it is. The record in championship games and playoff games for Jake Hassan is a ugly mark on my career. We're gonna do some exit interviews, trim some fat, reshape the roster. Listen. There's one big fish in this pond. I would love to get Kevin Lapka back on the team, that coward who, if he could stop training for 3 seconds, I'd love that. We'll see what happens. It's it's going to be an off season of a lot of reflection.
I mean, hey, not everyone that doesn't win loses at the end of the season. There's only one winner. You can't win every year. You got to go back to the drawing board. Like, think about the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. He had a rough offseason.
I am the Kansas City Chiefs. That's basically what we're at here.
Did either of you watch Kingdom or The Kingdom on
No, you
ESPN
couldn't pay me money to watch that. I don't care.
No?
I've been watching Hard Knocks.
Give me
Catching
a
up
grade
on
on
Hard
Hard
Knocks
Knocks right
before.
now. Hard Knocks just returned to Hallis Hall this afternoon with the Bills and Bears joint practice. They're out there filming.
I'm into it. It's a lot better when the team that's a part of it has they go to the college and they go to the dorm rooms and they get that vibe. It feels a lot better than going to Matt Eberflus's house and having a fake party so we could get content. And yeah, it's just like that nonsense wasn't for me. So yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I mean, they are just kind of a boring football only franchise. Like Josh Allen's kind of a corny guy, quirky guy. They're all football all the time. In episode 2, there's this guy Buffalo Joe, who I've never heard of, who's a kid from Buffalo
Joe.
Who plays linebacker. They do a little feature on him, which was awesome. So yeah.
Yeah, Buffalo Joe, he's a great character there. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thank you to our guests, Colby Marcio and Parker Fleming. For Sean Little, Jake Hassan, Brian Gertz, I'm Kate Constable. We'll see you back here same time next week.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment.
Unbelievable!
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Oh, yes, the most electric 4 hours in radio and television. It is You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM network. I am your host, Jared Smith, and of course, we are here with you for the next 4 hours live on the BetMGM network, which you can listen to on the free Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or the TuneIn app. You can also check us out on Twitch, YouTube, or BetMGMNetwork.com. We want you to follow the show on X at You Better You Bet or at the BetMGM Network. You can follow me on X or IG at Jared Smith Bets. And of course, at 6 o'clock Eastern, it is the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. And we will get more into that a little bit later in the show. Today's crew, Nick and Femi are both off today. I'm assuming this will be their last Friday off for the remainder of football season and maybe for the remainder of their lives based off of the busyness that is about to ensue over the next 6 months. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure they'll get a day off at some point. But Bill Zimmerman, REP, is here pulling all the strings. Our VP, Mike Brown, doing his thing as well. Sean Hall on social. And you see him, you know him, you love him. Double duty. He is the, I guess what, Sean Figgins, perhaps, of the BetMGM Network. He is Jake Hassan. It is a pleasure to be with you in the saddle today, my friend.
I said this, I'm on so many of the shows on this network that I forget which show I said it on at this point. I'm like the Ben Zobrist of this network at this point.
That's
like,
a good one.
I'm just playing every position, every utility spot, wherever you need me, pinch hit, off the bench, starting, wherever we're at. I'll be there, and hopefully I get a ring out of it at some point.
Well, I remember that's the Sean Figgins is because I remember when I used to play fantasy baseball back in like the early 2000s. I remember he was the one guy where you can literally start him at every single position except for catcher. You can go first base, second base, third base, shortstop, outfield. So, yes, Ben Zobrist, another fantastic example of the utility man. We will talk a lot of baseball today. We have a stacked show, absolutely loaded. Great job by REP Bill Zimmerman getting us what really is going to be like a football Friday. We will get some Bob Nightingale action coming up at the top of the next hour. We'll get our MLB fix. We'll get some picks. From, of course, the baseball world coming up a little bit later in the show. Jake will give us his baseball thoughts as well as we are now kind of rounding third, heading for home down the stretch of the regular season. But then it's all ball all the time. 4:20 Eastern, Christian Kirby, Film Guy Network producer. This guy is a certified ball knower, writes up a lot of Georgia stuff for Sports Illustrated, SEC expert. We'll get his thoughts, of course, on the Southeastern Conference and everything going on down there in Athens. 5 o'clock Eastern, Jen Piacenti. Really excited to talk to her. Fantasy sports expert, prop expert. We'll get some season-long NFL props for you as we now turn the corner. Week 2 of the NFL preseason begins tonight. Mike Yam, NFL Network, going to join us at 5:20. We will get all of his thoughts on the headlines surrounding the National Football League. Then we'll switch gears to college football for the last hour or so of the show. 5:40 Eastern, Landon Tengwall, former Penn State offensive lineman, my alma mater. We'll get some Big Ten perspective from him. Then we'll turn the corner. Anthony Herron at 6:20 Eastern, Big Ten Network. More Big Ten perspective, a little bit more of the Chicago fix, and we'll get some Michigan thoughts as well as some news, perhaps today, crossing your wire about the Michigan Wolverines. Very fascinated to hear Ant's thoughts about what is going on there in Ann Arbor. But we begin today, Jake, NFL. Preseason week 2 is tonight. It starts tonight. It'll end on, I think, Monday night. We have a doubleheader on Monday night, which is actually pretty exciting. But what's been your overall takeaway from the first week of preseason? I know it's kind of hard to get a sense of what's happening because the news cycle is fast and furious. Guys are starting, guys are out, injuries. You have all types of weird stuff happening in preseason that makes the markets move very quickly. Has there been one takeaway for you through the first week of games as we now head forward into week 2?
I mean, it's all the overs, right, Jared? Haven't you heard? Overs went 14-2 in week 1 of the preseason. We got to bet them all again this week. That's the only way. It's to me, I don't have any super strong takeaways. I mean, for me, it's mostly what we kind of already knew, that you got to pay attention to the quarterback stuff, and you got to pay attention to who's playing, who's not. I mean, for example, we're getting Malik Willis for a lot of the game in the Green Bay game, and that's why that line is what it is. We're getting no Michael Penix, but we're maybe getting Kirk Cousins for the Falcons. which seems kind of important because, Kirk Cousins has won playoff games. So it's just, that's kind of what it is. For me, it's just, you have to pay attention. As long as you pay attention to what the teams and the coaches are telling you, granted, sometimes it takes them until the last second to tell you, like a regular season NFL game. But once they finally tell you, there's some stuff that's actionable for you. But as always, it's the preseason. It's probably going to be a crapshoot. Like, just know what you're getting into, know what you're signing up for.
Yeah, so I think we've talked about this before in prior weeks. Might have been back in July when we did the last show together. But the preseason is a beatable market. And when I say beatable, I mean you can make a bet on Monday, and today's Friday, you might get 7 points of CLV. Now, does that mean the bet's going to win? No, of course not. I make great bets all the time that lose. I make terrible bets that win. That's just that's gambling, right? But I do think I hear this opinion all the time, like, oh, the players don't care. That's horse manure. They care. They're fighting for their jobs. And B, you've got to call the number. Like I've definitely had this conversation with Femi before. You've got to call the number if you're betting the preseason. No, it's just like anything else. There's a market for it. The numbers move. Usually the professionals are ahead of the news. And then there's a little trickle down. The overs have been interesting. So I thought perhaps the kickoff rule would be the reason why we saw significantly more overs, not only during the preseason, but also during the regular season. Not the case so far. The average starting field position last week was the 29-yard line, which is pretty much exactly what it was last year. Now, the one thing that I do believe we're going to see more of is just returns. What does that mean? The opportunity for more return touchdowns, the opportunity for better field position. At some point, you would think there's going to be better field position from the kickoff rule, and just chaos in general, like more returns, fumbles, weird plays, the funny stuff that happens throughout the course of a game that leads to points. So I think that's a reason why the overs are getting a lot of attention. And yeah, when you go 13-2 in the first week, I think the one void was the Lions game that unfortunately got called a little bit early because of the injury. I'm not on any overs tonight, but I'm taking a hard look at Kansas City. And here's why. There's another trend in the preseason, Jake, that I think is very, very interesting. These numbers tend to move a lot. And I think sometimes the sides, when they move too much, based off what the data tells us, there is opportunity to fade the steam. So I did a database search over the last 25 years, which is 20 years. It goes back to 2004, the Bet Labs database. When a number moves 6 or more points in the preseason on the side, not the total, the side, fading the steam, which means betting the other side of the move, is 15, 8, and 1 in that span. In the last 9, 9 and 0. So you saw 3 of them last week. You saw the Eagles-Bengals game, right? Bengals were going to play their starters. That's cool. Joe Burrow played a quarter. The line moved a touchdown in Cincinnati's favor. They lost by 7. Same thing with the Bills and the Giants, right? Josh Allen wasn't playing. You saw the Bills move, the number move towards the Giants significantly, the other way around. Josh Allen, actually, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I get that number right. I think the number moved in favor of the Giants. Yes, moved in favor of the Giants. Giants opened as a favorite, closed the dog, won by 9. Same thing with Seattle and Vegas last week. Vegas opened a dog, closed the favorite, game finished a tie. So if you bet the dog, you covered. I think this is what we're seeing with Seattle and Kansas City tonight. Seattle's going to play their starters. They've announced they're going to play their starters. We don't know if the Chiefs starters are going to play, and if they do, we don't know how long. This line moved from Kansas City -2.5. Now it's Seattle -4. The total is 39. This thing's moved 6.5 points, and you're telling me Jalen Milroe against whoever the Chiefs' backups are that is warranted a full touchdown move in the second half? I'm just not buying the steam. So I think a really effective way to play the preseason is just wait these moves out and then bet the other side.
Well, me and Femi, funny enough, Jared, that you bring up this specific game, because me and Femi were talking about this yesterday, and this was before the Seahawks announced that their starters were going to play. So at a point, we thought this was just going to be Jalen Milroe against Gardner Minshew. And so I'm assuming, knowing the Chiefs, that we're not going to get Mahomes. Like, that's just, I'm willing to go with that. And me and Femi were saying, -2.5, like, we'll take the upside of Jalen Milroe. Like, we know what Gardner Minshew is. Like, we'll take that. Like, at least Milroe, the Seahawks are going to say, all right, let's see what he's got. Let's try and air it out. Let's open it up a little bit and see what the kid can do. And I still kind of feel that way, even with the Seahawks starters getting most of the run, because then you're getting Jalen Milroe against the Chiefs, what, third, fourth, fifth string guys? Yeah. And I know to your point that you were saying, oh, these guys are fighting for their jobs. They're trying. They're still third, fourth, fifth stringers against Jalen Milroe, who had some success in college and who the Seahawks thought highly enough to draft him and have him as the second string behind Sam Darnold, essentially. So I'm fine letting that rock. Even at 4, the total, I think I'm just good on. Because, I mean, to your point, like some of these totals are so finicky, especially in the preseason. But on the side, even at 4, I still think I like the Seahawks because the Chiefs are going to play it conservative. They're going to kind of keep things in the vest. But the Seahawks are going to run Jalen Milroe out there in the second half and say, all right, go out there. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I don't know. I think now we're at the point where it's moved too much. So in the second half, you get Bailey Zappi against Jalen Milroe. Like, let's just say the first half is
what
Darnold and the starters. Yeah. You get Darnold and the starters against the Chiefs. And to be fair to Andy Reid, like he does play his starters a lot in the preseason. I wouldn't be shocked if a decent amount of them play for a quarter tonight. But then in the second half, you're going to get Milroe against Bailey Zappi. And I know that doesn't sound very sexy on the Kansas City side, but now this number's moved again, almost a full touchdown with a total of 39. I think Chiefs +4 is a bet for me. And we can middle this thing, right? Seattle can win by a field goal, and I would feel very comfortable with that. In fact, with a low total, I wouldn't be shocked if it's a relatively close game. And another reason why I really like I really like taking the points in the preseason. So key numbers are different in the preseason than in the regular season because the ties, like +1, is not something I would ever consider betting in the regular season. I would rather just bet the money line, right? Like I wouldn't take a point in the regular season. I wouldn't even take a point and a half. I would just bet the money line. But in the preseason, we just saw, how many we see 2 ties last week. Mm-hmm. If that game lands 23-all, the +1 wins. So the key numbers don't matter as much. I think the 3 matters less because let's say you're down 3 late. You're not going for the tie. You're going for the win. So winning by a field goal, like I just don't think you're going to, and maybe I'll need to look at the data to back this up. I would be willing to bet you don't see as many games land 3 in the preseason as you do in the regular season. I know the sample's shorter, but like I just think the key numbers are a little bit skewed. So if you're finding a 1 out there in another game and you're like, who wants to take 1? Yeah, if you had +1 in the Raiders Seahawks game last week and the game lands 23-all, you're feeling pretty smart about yourself. The other game
and
tonight,
if you had the -1, you're yelling bad beat and you're punching, you're punching air.
Exactly. The other game tonight, Tennessee, Atlanta, like I don't think you're going to see a ton of starters for Atlanta. Raheem Morris has not played his starters. He's a Sean McVay guy, and he hasn't played his starters in the preseason historically. Whereas I would expect Brian Callahan with Cam Ward to get those guys a lot of run. Not surprised we've seen Tennessee not take a little money, but consistently be the favorite. That total's low too, 37.5. Like I feel like any total below 40, I feel like is a fair bet to the over. Even if you don't like the quarterback situation, it's just chaos could happen at any time.
I said this yesterday, Jared. I'm dying to find a first quarter spread. I'm dying to find a first quarter spread in this game because I want to take the Titans because this is it's the natural progression, right? Cam Ward makes his debut last week. It does okay, has a nice pass deep to Calvin Ridley, but you figure this is going to open up a little bit more for the Titans as they expand the playbook, give the kids some more run. And to your point, the Falcons are just saying, all right, like Penix isn't playing. Most of our guys aren't playing. Kirk Cousins will roll the ball out there, I guess. We'll see what happens. But I'm dying because Cam Ward wants to prove himself too. Nick said it on this show a million times. Cam Ward's getting up to the podium every day saying, yeah, this offense is mid. We suck. We're just kind of trying to figure it out. So, Cam Ward's trying to prove something as the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 draft. I'm dying to find a Tennessee first quarter number to lay.
I think you'll find it. Usually, based off of my experience, they post those numbers very late on the derivative market.
It'll be at the last second.
Because they just don't know who's playing. Right. I'm telling you, if I could do a whole show on why betting the preseason, you have to be really plugged in. You have to be an absolute news hound with who's playing and when they're playing. But I do think it's probably my favorite, like, non-regular season to bet. I would never bet the NBA preseason ever. I don't even know if those lines available. Neither would I bet the NHL preseason. You do get a little bit of spring training love. I actually, you would probably be a good person to bet spring training. I know you can bet spring training. But it's just a lot harder because there's just so many more pitchers that they bring in, and it's so harder to keep track. Whereas there's really only 3 or 4 quarterbacks per team you have to kind of know. And I think it's just a little bit easier. And boy, oh boy, these numbers, they frickin' move. All right, we will go through the rest of the weekend slate in the preseason. When we come back, we will talk a little bit more about some of the numbers that have moved and where some of those edges might be. Just getting started. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Back after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I lean under. If Scott Satterfield doesn't win at least 7 games, I think he's out, man. He's 8-16 in 2 years as head coach. Last year was a weird year. They started 5-2 and looked pretty good. They were on their way to a bowl game. All they needed was one more win. Instead, they lost their last 7 games of the season, and their offense only averaged 19 points per game. They bring back their quarterback, Sorsby. They bring back their top running back, Evan Pryor. He rushed for 418 yards and had 118 yards receiving last year. The wide receiver room is pretty much all new. It's a bunch of dudes from the portal. Cyrus Allen from A&M, Jeff Caldwell from Lindenwood, Caleb Goody from Colorado State. Their tight end's back, Joe Royer. He's pretty good. He had 50 receptions last year. Defense is decent. I don't like the schedule, though, even the non-con. They kick off their season against Nebraska, who I'm pretty high on this year. So I lean under, and I think Scott Satterfield is probably fired after next year for Cincy.
Oh, Hemi and Lindenwood. Go Lancers!
Yeah.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, very excited to continue our NFL talk here on You Better You Bet. We're just having a little quarterback chat during the break. Garrett Smith, Jake Hassan here for the next 3 hours plus. Well, I'll reveal. I actually haven't dropped. I plan on doing this every week this year. Quarterback ratings, more specifically, the gap between the starting quarterback and the backup. And why is this helpful? It's going to happen at least 10 times this year, probably more. The starter's going to get hurt. The backup will be announced as the starter, and the line is going to move X number of points. I have this chart so I can discern whether or not the line has moved too much or not enough. It's not an exact science, but it's certainly a fun exercise. All right, Jake, let's get into the rest of the games Saturday and Sunday. We have a full slate on Saturday, only 2 games Sunday, 1 game Monday. I thought we had a doubleheader Monday night, but it's just the Cincinnati-Washington game. Let's work backwards Monday night, and we'll work our way back to the Saturday games. This total's moved a bunch. We've seen this total move up 39.5 to 42.5. I'm seeing pushing 43. So that's a pretty big move for a total in a preseason game. I think it's warranted. Washington made the Patriots backups and Ben Woolridge look like the greatest freaking show on turf last week. Well, the Patriots dropped 50 in that game against the Commanders. I mean, that was freaking ridiculous. And Cincinnati's defense didn't look much better. We love Joe Burrow getting off to a fast start. We know that the Bengals starters, we have heard Zach Taylor specifically mention, we need to get off to a better start. They are 1-11 in weeks 1 and 2 under Zach Taylor. That's all fine and good for the offense. But if your defense still stinks and Al Golden can't fix it, they gave up a ton of points to Tanner McKee and the Eagles last week. So I know in the 40s, the preseason trend is totals 40 or higher tend to stay under at about 60%. But I'll make an exception for Cincinnati, Washington. I bet over 41 earlier in the week. It's probably going to close around 43. I would still bet over if you can find a 42.5. I just don't see these defenses getting a ton of stops.
Especially for the Bengals, for me, because the Bengals, they're throwing bleep at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like, they're taking wet spaghetti out of the pot and just going, let's see what happens. Like, I don't want anything to do with that team and their defense especially. And the Commanders can smell blood in the water too. They feel like they have something to prove after last year. I know it's just the preseason, but they're working on stuff. Year 2 of Jaden Daniels, so they're going to try some new things and throw bleep at the wall in a good way, though, because they want to score points, damn it. So I think you're right. I'm sure there's going to be a number at a point where it's hashtag gone too far. But I think you're right. While this is in the low 40s, especially we're talking about how bad the Bengals defense is with the starters. What do you think's going to happen when they get to 4 or 5? Like, sorry, Zach Taylor, can't talk. I'm hosting a show. I can't come play defense for you. My bad. Like, what do we think this is going to be? So I'm with you. I think the over is the only play there. As far as the side goes, I get why it's 4.5 Bengals just because the Burrow effect and people are just going to want to back him. But much like in the first segment, we were saying, I only have really the side in the Titans game. I would only do the total here, and I'll follow the steam. I don't care.
Agreed. And so the movement's always interesting. I love again, the reason why I love tracking movement in the preseason, more so than the regular season. The regular season, the numbers will maybe move a point if there's not an injury. If there's an injury to Joe Burrow and it's Jake Browning, obviously it's going to move a touchdown, or maybe more. But in the preseason, just a simple post by some Cincinnati beat reporter that says Joe Burrow is going to play the entire game, which isn't going to happen. But let's just say a beat reporter tweeted that. That might move the number a full touchdown, both the side and the total. We saw it last week against Philly. The Bengals were I think they were actually +1. It was right around a pick'em when the line, was open widespread. The Bengals closed almost a full touchdown favorite based off of Joe Burrow's going to play 1 quarter. 1 quarter, the line moved the full touchdown. Guess what? He looked great in that 1 quarter. And then the Eagles looked great for the other 3, and they won by a touchdown. So I think when you see these lines move, because the limits are lower and the sports books don't take as big of bets, and they are much more sensitive to these types of moves. We saw this number get to as high as 44.5, the total. And then we saw the buyback, right back down to 42. That's unheard of in the regular season. First of all, 44 is a key total. Lands about 2.5% of the time. One of the most key totals. There are key totals in the NFL. If that thing gets up to 44, 44.5, maybe you get a half a point of buyback. Maybe a point. Not 2, not 2.5. Thing gets up to 44.5 on August 11th, which was 4 days ago, Monday morning. And now we're sitting at 42. So you saw the ride up, and then you see, right, like escalator up, elevator down. That's kind of usually the way my bankroll goes most days. But I think if you get a 42, my point being 44.5 seems to be the ceiling. We still got 3 more days till this game's going to be played. I think you're going to see, and guess what? If the over trend continues this weekend, Monday night game, last game on the board this week, I think that total at 42, 42.5, I think it'll be continued to bet up. 44.5 feels like the gone too far number that Jake was referring to. I think you got a little wiggle room there to the over. The other one that intrigued me to the over on
Jared,
Sunday
really
night,
fast. Let's play this game.
Yeah.
Let's play the quarterback depth chart game, because now I'm a little scared of the over now.
Oh boy.
The second half of this game, we all know handsome Sam Hartman is the backup for Washington. He's going to play the second half of this game probably. Do you know who is behind Jake Browning on the Bengals depth chart at quarterback?
Sadly, yes. It's your boy Desmond Ridder.
It's Desmond Ridder. I don't know if I want to play this over anymore. He can't throw. To quote Stephen A. Smith, he's a scrub. He can't play. I don't know if I want to go an over with this guy.
Hopefully, we get Burrow for a full half. Hopefully.
You kind of need it now.
Get Browning for the second half. No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Maybe Peyton Thorne will save the day, QB4 for Cincinnati. All right, speaking of saving the day, Buffalo and Chicago. Bill Zimmer maybe can chime in on how he thinks about the Bears backups this year. We've seen this total climb from 36.5 now up to 41. We have not seen the ceiling yet because I haven't seen any buyback yet, right? This thing was 36 very early in the process. Bet over 36, I think 36.5. You're feeling primo. I got in at 39.5. So I got a little bit of wiggle room to the over there. I think 41 based off of the fact that it has not moved in 2 days. I think it's probably not going to move much more unless we see a significant over trend on Saturday, which might push this thing up another point. But I feel like you're kind of getting to that point where Chicago, I think you're going to see Caleb Williams for a decent amount of time. I would hope so. I don't think he played last week. Tyson Bagent, Case Keenum, those are the other two quarterbacks for Chicago. I don't know how much we will see, if any, of Josh Allen. I wouldn't be shocked if we see none of Josh Allen in the preseason, actually. But Trubisky and Mike White, like I thought they played well last week against the Giants. Listen, that Giants defense, go look at some of the film. I don't think they started everyone last week, but Abdul Carter played, and he was like yoga bending around offensive linemen. Like, this dude can freaking get after the passer. I think Trubisky, he's higher up on my backup quarterback ratings list than most. He's a serviceable backup, and they scored 25 points last week against the Giants. If they score 25 against the Bears this week, I feel comfortable over 39.5, over 40, even over 41 is going to hit.
I mean, what a juxtaposition this is. We take you from Peyton Thorne and Desmond Ridder to Mitchell Trubisky and Tyson Bagent, which is probably one of the better quarterback matchups in the second half that we're going to get all preseason, if not alone this week for sure. This can definitely be points. We've seen Tyson Bagent win regular season games. We were talking a little bit in the break, Jared, that we know Mitchell Trubisky can win a couple games for you. Case Keenum's won a playoff game, for God's sake. So we know that these quarterbacks are actually guys that can win NFL games, regular season games. That makes sense. So I honestly think maybe 41.5 is too low. Like, I'm still comfortable with that over for sure. And people love, God, Jared, the way that Bears fans are obsessed with Tyson Bagent makes me, and Bill can back me up on this, makes me want to rip my hair out of my skull. But I mean, the kid can play a little bit. He's fun. I think the overs is the way to go here. And I think, Bill, tell me if I'm wrong, that we're going to see the starters for a decent amount of time after we didn't last week.
Yeah, I mean, no one knows exactly how long they're going to play. Ben Johnson said it was depending on how well they did against the Bills in joint practice today, which seems like actually the Bears hung in there with Buffalo pretty well. So we may not see the ones for like a quarter plus, but I would think at least a couple series, maybe a full quarter from them. So that'll certainly help. And the one name that you didn't bring up, and yes, I agree with Jake, the Tyson Bagent rah-rah crap in Chicago is just nauseating at this point.
Oh, but his dad's an arm wrestling champion, Bill. Haven't you heard?
I've heard.
I'm sure you have.
But here's the one name that you're not bringing up that he does really well against third stringers, and that's Case Keenum, who's the veteran the Bears brought in. He played against the Dolphin scrubs last week and was like 9 of 10 and just like marched the ball up and down the field. So that's a name you have playing probably like the third quarter where the Bears will have an opportunity to maybe score a couple touchdowns because, he can't play against starters anymore, but he looks really good at 37 years old against guys that are going to be bagging groceries.
Yeah, I bet the over in the Bears-Dolphins game last Sunday. I remember I was watching that game and there was really no doubt in the game that it was going to go over. I think I got like 34, 35. The game ended 24 all, I think. So really good over bet. I mean, listen, if you bet the over last week, odds are you won. Odds are. Here are the quarterbacks that didn't play in preseason week 1. This is the no-show list. And who knows, maybe a lot of these guys will stay on the no-show list for the entire preseason. Caleb Williams, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Sam Darnold, who will play tonight. I know that for a fact because we're going to fade him. Jared Goff, Michael Penix, Joe Flacco. I don't know if Flacco's going to be QB1, but I'm just put him in that spot because Cleveland seems like they don't know what the heck they're doing at that position. Jane Daniels, Josh Allen, CJ Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, Baker Mayfield, Stafford, Prescott, Purdy, Herbert. I'm willing to bet outside of Stafford, you're probably going to see all these guys at some point this week. I don't know if you guys heard, Jay, have you heard any one specific player that isn't going to be playing? Like the quarterback tracking is really what dictates the number moves. Yeah. I think all these guys are going to play this week, except for Stafford, obviously, because of the back.
Yeah, I mean, Stafford, this might not be we see him until week 6, 7, 8 at this point, if he's spending time in the immortal chamber or whatever the hell it's called. There's nobody that I have a good read on that we're going to see, but that's kind of what we were saying, right, Jared? Is you just got to pay attention. You got to be plugged into these moves, and once they're in, try to get ahead of the move, or to your point, wait until all of the steam comes in and you go the other way. This is the preseason. Once these guys go out, but to bring it back full circle, like Bill was saying about Case Keenum, and I agree with this. If it's a close game late, I think we just take Bears lines in the second half, right? Like if the Bears are laying a number or hell catching points in the second half, we got to go Case Keenum, right? I love that Bill said bagging groceries. Like we usually say insurance salesman here, but now we're downgrading these poor guys even more. They're working at Jewel down the street. But I'm with him, though. I think that's a great angle because Case Keenum, he's won a playoff game. Like the dude's been to an NFC championship. Like, he can throw a touchdown against the three of us, I think.
100%. Totally agree. And this is why I honestly, and again, I know there's probably a lot of people listening to the show. Actually, no, if you're listening to this show, you probably love betting the preseason. There's probably some new listeners maybe that are not complete degenerates that love listening to this show that are like, why are these guys getting so in-depth on preseason football? Because there's a chance you make a bet today, and by the time it gets to Sunday night, you have 3 points of closing line value in your favor. That is unheard of in the NFL during the regular season, barring injury. It just doesn't happen. And Bill just dropped in the chat, Keenum, 8 of 10, 2 touchdowns last week. You look great. I mean, listen, that over was destined for victory from the start, and Keenum just took it home for us. The other game that I think is intriguing, and it's always intriguing for me as a New Yorker, but Jets and Giants, the Big Apple, MetLife, I don't know what the heck they're even calling that stupid game these days. I guess it's some kind of like Big Apple Bowl. This is one of the games that falls in the fade the steam category. The Jets opened as a 2.5-point favorite. I think a lot of the move towards the Giants was based off how well Jackson Dart played last week, which he played pretty well, although it was very limited action. And I think you're going to see a lot of Russell Wilson and a lot of Jameis Winston. And I think those guys are all very upsidey when it comes to the preseason. Those are all guys that could start in the NFL. And this line's moved a full 6 points from Jets minus 2.5 now to Jets plus 3.5. So you're getting it through the key number of 3 plus 3.5. Like, I feel like we just have to take the Jets at this point, Jake.
I definitely want to take Jets full game, like as it's come the complete other way. But you could also, this is another one where you could middle or you could play it late. Like, let's see what Jackson Dart's got. The kid looked decent, and they're going to open it up for him because it's another situation where, hey, Russell Wilson isn't our future. We know Jackson Dart's probably going to start at some point this season. Let's see what he can do against guys who are going to be bagging groceries, and then we'll just try and ramp him up. Let's open it up a little bit. It's kind of like the Cam Ward theory that I brought up earlier where, all right, it's the second week, natural progression, open it up a little bit more and see what we can do. Like, I might take Jets full game or first half and then go Giants late.
Yeah, I think Dart is intriguing as a preseason quarterback because he has his legs and he's got something to prove. Jake always has something to prove with his baseball picks. We're going to get his thoughts on what's happening in the world of Major League Baseball. It will lead very nicely into the top of the hour where we will speak to Bob Nightingale. That's all coming up on the other side here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let's continue talking Tar Heels here on Send It In. And again, that week one opener against TCU, going to be a fun one on Monday night. Right now, TCU about a 3-point favorite in that game at Chapel Hill. But look at the schedule. We had Joe Giglio on to preview NC State a couple weeks ago, and he talked about North Carolina being one of his dark horses in the ACC, and it was because of the schedule that North Carolina has. And you can see why he thinks maybe they could be a dark horse, because look at the schedule that North Carolina has. All they really play is Clemson. There's no Miami. There's no Louisville. There's no Georgia Tech. There's no Florida State on that schedule. They pretty much play all of the bottom teams in the conference, and then the one good team they do play is Clemson, and they play them at home. So really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year one. I think Andrew's right. There are probably going to be some games that they lose, that they'll probably be favored in, that people maybe don't expect them to lose in. But that's a really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year one. I totally agree with Andrew, though. Betting like the win total on North Carolina at 7.5 right now at BetMGM. The over is plus 140. The under is minus 165. Like, there's just no bet to be made at those prices and at that win total. For them to make the ACC title game is 10-1. Maybe that's worth a bet, like betting North Carolina to make the ACC, because, again, Belichick's arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time. The schedule is very doable. Like, if they go on a great run in a pretty weak ACC, avoiding just about all the top teams, maybe they do get to Charlotte and play for the ACC title game. So I think that would be the one bet in the futures market maybe I would take a look at.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Bob Nightingale in 20. Lots more baseball talk on the way in our next hour. And I've got the man with the plan right here as we continue You Better You Bet here on a Friday. Jared Smith, Jake Hassan. And Jake, I'm kind of in that transition mode right now where baseball still is not back of mind. It's like middle of mind, whereas football is obviously top of mind. I pulled up the awards markets during the break, and this is actually the first time I've done a fit check on the awards markets in about a week since Judge came back from the injury. That's when I checked the American League MVP race, and it was tight. Like, I remember there was a moment there where Raleigh actually flipped to the favorite right after the injury happened, and then I think cooler heads kind of prevailed. And you said you were talking with Femi this week, and Judge minus 220 right now, right around the minus $2 range, feels like the point that may be still buyable, because I just think if Judge plays average down the stretch, as long as he doesn't get hurt again, and he just continues to rack up, nominal WAR numbers, he's already done enough the first half of the year to really, sink this award into his back pocket. But obviously Raleigh's still very dangerous. He's had a great year. How do you look at the pricing right now between Judge and Cal?
I think this is way wrong, to be honest with you, Jared. And if anybody was listening yesterday, me and Femi went pretty deep on this. Jared, I'll ask you the same question I asked Femi yesterday. I'll give you one guess of when the last time Cal Raleigh hit a double was.
It was a month ago?
Worse. A month ago would have been July 15th. June 27th was the last time that Cal Raleigh hit a double. He's all or nothing right now. Yeah, he's hitting a bunch of home runs, and that's great, but he's a glorified Adam Dunn right now. Jared, since the All-Star break, he's hitting 183. He's been terrible, and I don't know how the Mariners are winning all of these games. Like, credit to them. Julio has been better. Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez obviously all contribute to that. So I guess I just answered my own question. But that notwithstanding, Cal Raleigh's been on the back of a milk carton for the better part of 2 months. And so I think you're right. As long as Judge is just average, he's going to cruise to this award. And I think minus 200 is a buy point. If you want to wheel it with Titans first quarter tonight, if you want to wheel it with your favorite NFL win total, I think it's going to be a play where you can get a better price on stuff. Because honestly, I think a week from now, we're going to be looking at Aaron Judge minus 1,000, minus 1,500. He's awesome. He's basically Jesus Christ during the regular season. The man can do no wrong, and now he's hitting home runs again. Does anyone think this is going to get worse or shorter? You think you're going to get plus money on Aaron Judge again? Be so for real. Cal Raleigh, in my eyes, plus 140 is a laughable price. If you want, you, dear listener and dear viewer, and it's a visual show, by the way, so you should be watching on Twitch and YouTube, BetMGM Network, by the way. You should, if you want to bet Cal Raleigh, I will book you at Jake_Hassan on Twitter, Jake-Hassan, Hassan, by the way, on Venmo. I will book you. I'm not an NCAA sanctioned athlete, so I can book you on these. If you want to bet Cal Raleigh, I am begging you to hit my line. Aaron Judge is going to win. Cal Raleigh, again, batting 180 since the All-Star break. Hasn't hit a double since June 27th. Aaron Judge just hit a home run the other night. Oh, by the way, Cal Raleigh pinch hit yesterday, didn't play in the game, walked with men on base to possibly win the game. Hello?
So tough. Do you think that him playing catcher is kind of like you get the catcher vibes, you got the home run derby vibes, whereas Judge is, I know he's playing the outfield, he's running around, but he's also so much more physically imposing. Like the wear and tear just doesn't impact him as much as it would an average sized human. I mean, the dude is an absolute mammoth. And now we're at that point in the season where the fatigue and the attrition for a switch hitting catcher who not only has to be in a crouch for the whole game, but he also has to work out both sides of the plate in terms of his routine for hitting. I think over a 6-month span, just the possibility of your ceiling is going to naturally decrease over time.
And I think it's also, I don't think that that's completely wrong, Jared. I get where you're coming from. And let's be honest, Cal Raleigh DH is a good amount too. Mitch Garver gets a good amount of work for Seattle as their backup catcher. But I don't think that's a bad way to look at it. But I mean, it's the home run derby curse, right? We talk about it every single year, how these guys, and I know there's, the numbers actually say over the last 50 years that the people that win the home run derby, whatever. Look what your eyes are telling you. What are your eyes telling you right now? Cal Raleigh won the home run derby. He's hitting 180 since then. Again, What are your eyes telling you? So I don't think you're completely wrong there, and that's just back to my original point. I think this is a buy point for Judge. Not saying you have to bridge jump on minus 200. That's not fun. But wheel it with a week 0. Wheel it with Kansas State next year. Just pair it, or next week. Just pair it with some stuff, because we're not going to see this number again. Once again, I'm going to say we're going to look back at this a week from now when he's minus 1,000, minus 1,500, and we're going to say, wow, we missed the boat here.
Yeah, I think and BetMGM lets you do this, by the way.
Yeah.
They do let you parlay futures. That is, and I've done this before. In fact, I can give it out on the show. I just gave it out on my other show last week. My division futures parlay. Like I did it last year and I hit on it. It was like 11-1 for NFL division winners. I mean, I love parlaying futures because you are locked into that price no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a future that you can win and then have another future that's rolling, then you could play off of that future and earn off of it. And I think, again, it's one of the little loopholes, I would say. Not every book lets you do that. In fact, I think most of the major shops do not let you parlay futures. I think very select few, like BetMGM, that is one of the advantages, I think, of that sports book. So, yeah, put a Judge in like with a, I don't know, Eagles to win the Super Bowl or something, whatever, you know, whatever your cup of tea
Jared,
is.
we've done that on this show. Like, Bill knows, Mike Brown knows, this crew does that. The Masters, March Madness, we had a bunch of stuff riding with the Thunder to win the NBA championship. Like,
love it.
There are a way to take advantage of these spots when you know it's a buy point or that the number is wrong. And I think for Judge, it's way wrong.
It's a great, it's just like, that's just like a little, and again, parlays, I know parlays are bad, but in this particular case, you're not really parlaying it. You're betting Judge minus 200. You know the settle date is going to be what, like the first week in November. The Super Bowl or a random NFL win total. It's great. Don't get me started on how long it takes for them to figure out who the award winners are in Major League Baseball. I can do a whole
Jared, I'm
hour
holding
just
Nick
on
Kurtz tickets. How do you think I feel? I'm going to be sitting at Thanksgiving dinner like, hello, can we get the show on the road?
I forget who I had last year. I had someone, it might've been a Cy Young or something. And I'm just like, I'm eating my turkey on Thanksgiving and I don't have this money in my account yet. It's absolutely absurd. But to that point, even though it is absurdly late that those tickets settle, you still have a month, 2 months, 3 months till the Super Bowl that you can maneuver off of that ticket. So let's say you do Eagles to win the Super Bowl, and they're not my Super Bowl pick. I'm just giving you an example. You know the Judge result by the time you get to the Super Bowl, which means you could play off of that ticket and earn off of it. I think parlaying futures that have separate time horizons, I honestly think it is a really, really good way to play the futures market. It's almost like you're reinvesting. Like, you know that the Judge ticket is going to be a winner. So you're kind of just reinvesting that money immediately in the market and you're letting it sit. And hopefully appreciate and not depreciate. Although I think betting the Eagles to win the Super Bowl this year might be a depreciating asset. We can get to that a little bit later in the show. The other interesting market that I think is at least noteworthy in the baseball world is the National League Rookie of the Year. We were doing a show back in July, and it seemed like Jacob Mizorowski was the second coming of Jesus Christ. Like, it just seemed like this kid could do no wrong, and he was going to cruise to the award. But I thought the limit on his innings and just how shaky he looked at certain points with his command, I thought that was going to be a deterrent to him. Drake Baldwin's had a great year. Augusto Ramirez had a great year. There's been a lot of guys on this list that have had good years. Now it's Isaac Collins odds on. Like, where did this dude come from? And why is Isaac Collins either a good or bad bet to win NL Roy?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting DMs from people. I was getting tweets from people of, hey, should we be betting Isaac Collins? And at the time, he was 6-7-1. And I'll say the same thing that I did then. I didn't have any Collins. I missed the boat. And I'm okay with that because this market has been so stupid all year long. As somebody that's holding Augusto Ramirez 30-1 from April, it's been so stupid. It's just been like a wheel, Jared. It's been spokes on a wheel. This one's on top, then that one's on top, and around we go until I go insane, which is a very fine line that I walk day to day anyway, by the way, without this market in my life. But I don't think that it's nearly over. Isaac Collins is your minus money favorite, as he should be. He's been awesome. The Brewers are the story of Major League Baseball right now. They're winning a ton of games. They're going to win the NL Central. Pat Murphy's got mini pancakes in his pocket. We're all having a great time. It's fun, but I don't think that this is done, dusted, over. Drake Baldwin had a 2-home-run game 10 days ago, and he was your favorite then. He could do that again. That could happen tonight, Jared. And then Drake Baldwin's going to be your favorite. We talked about yesterday how the MLB.com poll came out a couple days ago for Rookie of the Year. Drake Baldwin got 24 first-place votes. Augusto Ramirez came in second. Isaac Collins had 3 first-place votes and was in third place. Now, the problem is, and we said this yesterday, you don't know when the votes were taken. It was probably before Collins' walk-off hit last Sunday night. But I think that this is just a very stupid market. Everyone's very bunched together. Nobody really knows who they want to vote for right now, and it might just be whoever's hot at the stretch. If I had to pick right now, I have the most faith in Isaac Collins because the Brewers have this devil magic thing going on. He's playing every day, but Drake Baldwin's right there, and it seems like the Braves are starting to finally, and we're saying this for about the 77th time this year, the Braves are finally starting to give him the majority of the catching duties because they're out of it. They want to see what they have in him, and Sean Murphy, go take a seat, my brother. But I'm not confident in saying that. Like, that could change right now. If you have nothing in this market or you have Collins, I don't think it's a bad idea to hedge with a little bit of Baldwin.
Yeah, this is one of those markets that I think the number is not predictive at all of who's going to win. I think it is purely reactionary to what happened yesterday or within the last week. And that is terrible for my friend Jake's sanity. But I think it's good for gambling because you might catch a falling knife or, buy the bottom, all those little finance terms we like to use. That is this market in a nutshell, because certain markets that are award driven, you kind of know who the winner is going to be. Like, I feel comfortable with the Judge handicap. I think you probably could say the same about Skeens, probably could say the same about Scooble. Like, those guys feel pretty entrenched with their situation. NL Roy, flip a coin, bro. One of these guys has a 2-homer game. As Jake just said, that market's going to flip the next day. Like, I think it is a very volatile market, but that is where opportunity sometimes knocks. Bob Nightingale next. We'll continue the baseball conversation here on You Bet Your Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
This is an interesting one because obviously it's a very narrative driven award, but what type of numbers does he have to put up as a receiver and as a defensive player in order to get this award? Because I do think you have to be able to hang your hat on like something, whether it's interceptions, whether it's receiving yards. and I'm not sure if Travis Hunter can put those up. Like, he's a really talented player.
Yeah.
But do you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be like, oh, he plays both ways. Let's just give him the award.
I think he's going to have to make some dynamic plays on offense. I think that's the real challenge. Like, defensively, he doesn't necessarily have to make a bunch of big plays, even though I think that's his more natural position. Even the Jags earlier in camp are playing him on offense more just because it's harder to learn an offense, right? Have to learn a new system and have to learn how he's going to fit into that system, whereas defensively, it's a lot easier to turn him loose. But you can be a great cornerback and not have amazing stats because you can shut down a side of the field, right? Like some of the best corners in the game, they may not have a lot of interceptions, and you say, oh, where are the picks? It's like, yeah, they're not throwing to that side of the field because nobody wants to challenge him. So in that respect, he could have a very good defensive year. I think to win it just playing primarily defense, he would have to be otherworldly. I don't think that's going to happen unless offensively he goes out there and he makes some plays on offense, which highlights not only what he can do offensively, but then people pay even more attention to what he's done on the other side of the ball. I will say at 10-1, I think there's some value on Travis Hunter. I think the Jags are absolutely going to take advantage of his athleticism and how dynamic he is, and only played 19 snaps against the Steelers. That's not a lot, but you have to think they're not going to wear him out in the preseason. So at 10-1, he's so different than any other player on the board. I like the odds.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Hour number 2 here on the BetMGM network. You Better You Bet. Jared Smith, Jake Hassan here on this Friday. Coming up in 20 minutes, Christian Kirby, SEC expert, certified ball knower, excited to gravitate back towards the football portion of the show. And of course, coming up in about an hour, Jennifer Piacenti. Very excited to talk to her, fantasy sports expert, get some season-long props for your NFL betting portfolio. But let's keep the baseball theme for another 20 minutes. Always excited to talk to this gentleman, Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB Insider. Follow him on X at B Nightingale. And of course, we are joined here. Insider Calls presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Okay, Bob, we were just discussing this before you hopped on. The American League MVP, which it tightened up for a minute there when you heard about the Judge injury, and then bang, all of a sudden Judge comes back, and now we're seeing the market move right back in favor towards the reigning MVP. How tight do you think it got between those two guys? And now that Judge is back and Raleigh's kind of fallen into the tank a little bit, even though the team continues to win games. Like, do you think this thing is done and dusted for Judge, or do you think it is still a little bit tighter than maybe the market is indicating?
No, I think it's very tight. I think it's almost a coin flip at this point. What's really going to help out Raleigh if the Mariners make the playoffs, it looks like they will. If the Mariners make the playoffs and the Yankees somehow don't, then it might be Raleigh in a landslide. But I think a big factor is going to be who makes the playoffs and who doesn't. Hey, if Raleigh hits close to 60 home runs or so, that's a lot of pressure. I would think right now it might be a slight edge to Raleigh.
Well, Bob, speaking of the Yankees and their recent struggles, do you think they can hang on to a playoff spot? Like what is plaguing this team other than, the terrible bullpen arms?
Yeah, the bullpen's been a mess. The rotation, hasn't, been up to snuff, and a lot of sloppy baseball. A lot of errors and things like that. So they have not played well at all. Way too sloppy for a Yankee team. So no, I still think they make the playoffs. I can't see Cleveland hanging around just with Clase being out and Ortiz being out. They didn't do anything at the deadline. So I still think they slip in, but I don't think they win the division.
Bob, this is the latest. The Padres have been a first-place team since, I believe, 2010 is what you posted the other day. They've gained over 10 games on the Dodgers in the last 35. Is this – I remember back, I think it was 2020 or 2021, the Slam Diego Padres, they were all the rage and then falling short, of course, in the playoffs. I think we know this team is good in the regular season, and they've obviously proven that this year. Are they good enough to finally get over the hump in the postseason when we turn the calendar to October?
They're certainly capable of it. I mean, they're a funny team. I mean, you can see them, win the World Series for the first time in franchise history. You can also see them go out first round. Very streaky team. The rotation is good. Dylan Cease is pitching much better now. Darvish has pitched, well. Michael King back on the injury list. So we'll see. Great bullpen, probably the best bullpen in baseball. But yeah, it's a hard team to figure out. I still think the Dodgers are the class of that division. Padres have done this before. We're kind of, I think last year only about 2 games out going September, then the Dodgers pulled away. So I still think it's the Dodgers division will lose, but the Padres are putting a lot of heat on them.
Bob, do you think that the Dodgers are still the class of just the National League as they start to get healthier? They welcome back Blake Snell. Tommy Edman will be back at some point. And as Shohei Ohtani starts to get stretched out as a starter, as he gets deeper and deeper into games on the hill, do you still think and you still feel that the Dodgers are the favorites and the likeliest to win the World Series?
I do. I mean, I still think they're the team to beat. Now they're getting, like you said, getting guys back. Got Snell back, got Snell back. Darvish is, Ohtani's pitching, in the rotation and, going, 5 innings now. So the bullpen's been a mess, but, I can't see the bullpen being this bad all along. Mookie Betts is finally heated up. So, yeah, they still have more talent than anybody else. But, same thing. It's like they're very vulnerable, just like last year when they should have got beat by the Padres the first round.
That's the voice of Bob Nightingale. He is our Odyssey MLB insider. Odyssey calls, insider calls, brought to you by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Backed by product experts. Call, click, Grainger.com or stop by. I promise I am a professional broadcaster, Bob. I'm absolutely butchering your reads, but we're going to continue to ask questions about the baseball world because at least I can get through that without stuttering. The Tigers are intriguing. I think you saw the shooting star, and now they've kind of plateaued a little bit. You still got Scuba, who's going to win the Cy Young. You still got a pretty good offense this year. Have we seen the best of Detroit this season, or do they still have some good baseball left in the tank?
They should have much more left in the tank. I mean, yeah, we've seen the best of Detroit. We've seen the worst of Detroit, where they looked so bad, coming out of the All-Star break. So very vulnerable. A month ago I would have said, hey, they're the team to beat in the American League. Now I think that thing is wide open. It might be, Seattle might be that team to beat. Certainly some, if not them, maybe Houston or if Texas slid in there. But they're still a very good team. They're just, still young, And hey, in postseason, need Skubal to win every one of the starts. Probably need Casey Mines to win his starts too. Jack Flaherty's solid number 3. I wish they got more at the deadline. I wish they got more bullpen arms, and then it really go out for the jugular and get that guy.
Bob, there's one team that you didn't mention when we're talking about contenders in the American League, and it's the team leading the AL East right now. So the Toronto Blue Jays, are you not buying what they're selling? Are they just kind of a flash in the pan to you?
No, I mean, I still think they win the division. I'm not sold on that rotation. Scherzer has pitched very well. Barrios really has not. Bassett, has been okay. So, that rotation doesn't scare you. The bullpen's, okay too. Just playing good, solid baseball. But I don't know. It's just something about them that doesn't scare you in the playoffs.
Do you feel the same about Boston? I mean, it's weird to think that the best team, top to bottom, maybe in the American League East, is the third place team. Do you think Boston has a chance to maybe make a little run down the stretch as well?
I do. I wish they had got Joe Ryan. I think that would have helped them immensely. They kind of went after him, but not aggressive enough to give up one of their outfielders to pull it off. But no, I think they can be dangerous too. And I think Boston, Toronto kind of remind me of each other as far as both get in. You're not really sure what to expect. You wish they had Boston obviously has Crochet. But then after him is what are you going to get from, everybody else? And I think the same thing with the Blue Jays is, what are you going to get from that rotation in come October?
Bob, you mentioned the American League West teams. You mentioned the Mariners and the Astros, and you said that one of those teams might be the most dangerous team in the American League. The Mariners obviously made the sexy moves at the deadline. They bring in Suarez, they bring in Naylor. Cal Raleigh's been great all year long, but what about the Mariners gives you the confidence? Is also the rotation, or what makes them to you one of, if not the most dangerous team in the American League?
Yeah, I like that rotation a lot. That rotation is capable of shutting down anybody come postseason. Lights out start closer Munoz as well. Not that. I wish they got some more help for the back end of that bullpen. If they had got Duran to go with them. I would have thought, okay, that's the team to beat, for the World Series. But yeah, but then, they got the corner infielders with, Eugenio Suarez and Naylor at first base. So I think it was a very solid team. It wouldn't surprise me at all, to see them, playing in the first World Series in franchise history.
Bob, I feel like for the last 2 years, we've been, trying to get the Cincinnati Reds into the playoffs. I thought this year, of course, with Tito, you had maybe a better shot. But now you've got the Cubs, the Mets, and the Dodgers in front of them in the wild card race. So you finally get the Reds playing good baseball, 6 over 500. But you've got arguably the 3 teams that everyone expected to win their divisions in the wild card race now. Does Cincinnati have a chance to sneak in here, or is it just too many mouths to feed in the National League?
No, they certainly have a chance. I mean, they have to beat out the Mets, and I think it's a realistic chance. We'll see what the Mets do. They've been in a free fall. The Reds' talent is amazing. Great young talent. I thought they'd have a better year than they have. I thought they'd have a chance to win the division, to tell you the truth, and it hasn't happened. Just a streaky team, and just going to help now getting Hunter Green back. Pitched well his first time out. Just lost another young rookie. Lost him on the injured list earlier today. But no, I think that team can get in for sure. You got all the young talent. You just don't know what would happen, if they get in. But I think it's gonna be close. I think it's between them and Nets for that final wild card spot.
Speaking of the NL Central teams, far be it for me to make things about myself, Bob, but I'm in Chicago, and what the hell is going on with this Cubs team? Because they're losing to the Pirates right now 2-1 at Wrigley Field on a Friday afternoon game, which is usually their bread and butter. I mean, this team just finds ways to lose. What is going on with the Cubs? What's wrong with them? Do you think they can pull it together here down the stretch?
They can certainly pull it together. I mean, there for a while, first couple months of the season, I thought they were playing way over their head. I saw that team a lot in the spring training, It's like I didn't see that offense coming. You're talking about, hey, is Tucker going to make $500 million, $600 million? Is Peter Crow Armstrong going to, be the MVP? And both those guys have just kind of cratered, for the last month or so. No one's really hitting outside of Shaw at third base. So the pitching's still holding up. They're still playing, okay baseball, but just the Brewers make them look so bad with the way they're playing. So I can't believe their offense won't get straightened out, before the end of the season. At least get in for a wild card. I think they're still in great position to get into the playoffs for sure.
It took us almost the whole segment, Bob, to talk about a team that I think actually is going to go to the World Series, or I think one of the teams. I think the NL is very, very top heavy, but the Phillies seem to be kind of peaking at the right time. They're getting Nola back. You got Wheeler, Suarez, Luzardo, Sanchez. I mean, it is a really good rotation. I don't think all those guys are going to be in the playoff rotation. How do you see it shaping up down the stretch for Philly? And are they really the team we should be talking about in the National League?
No, I think they're the team to watch out for. If you're going to say, okay, but someone give me $1 million, who to pick to win World Series? It might be the Phillies. Just that rotation is lights out. I mean, Nola's probably on their fourth or fifth starter, and I think they'll put Nola or Walker or Luzardo in the bullpen to really help that out. The only worry about the Phillies is how many times do they tease you come postseason time where those big boppers go cold, then the whole offense just gets shut down. I think Trey Turner getting on bases is a real key for those guys. But they're scary, they're dangerous, and a fabulous rotation. Particularly when you got Wheeler leading the way.
Bob, we got about a minute left, so I want to hit you with this one really fast while we're talking about contenders. Are you buying the Mets as a contender still? They've been struggling lately, but with Soto, Lindor, that rotation's been doing enough. In about a minute, do you think that the Mets can make a run?
Yeah, I'm just not sold on them. I didn't even pick them to make the playoffs. I just don't like that starting rotation. I still don't. They don't go deep. Outside Peterson, nobody ever goes 6 innings. The bullpen, I like the moves they made at the deadline, and just offensively so erratic that team is. But they should get into the playoffs, but I don't know what they'll do after that. I don't think the rotation scares you. We're a team like Milwaukee. Nobody saw this coming. Who thought they'd have the best record in baseball, and they do everything right. And here they are. If I won't have a guy finish top 10 in MVP or the Cy Young race, and they'll run away with the whole thing.
Brewers voodoo magic, kind of like what the Steelers do with Mike Tomlin every year. Always great to talk to you, Bob Nightingale. We appreciate the time, pal.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Great stuff. That was Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Insider Calls presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. I'm glad I got the last read right. First two, I don't know. I was getting the mumble.
Hey, you nailed it. You got the last one. That's what counts.
I feel like all you have to do is, it sounds easy, right? Just read the card. It's a lot harder when it's live than when you think. I don't know, man. I think the Phillies are my pick. Like, if I had to pick a team right now to win the World Series, I think I'm picking the Phillies. What do you think, Jay?
I would love to believe you, but I can feel the ghost of Tyler Morales punching air right now because the Phillies just run out the same 8 white guys every day, and for whatever reason, they think it's going to work. I have doubts about that lineup.
Yeah, the rotation is absolutely stacked. Our rotation's stacked, too. Christian Kirby, SEC football next. You're on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
lot of their key players just not available. Like, it felt like Vita Vea was on the injury list every single week. He ended up playing most games, but the guys in the secondary did not. Antoine Winfield, he missed half the year. I think he played in 9 games last year. Jamel Dean, their starting cornerback, always seems like a guy who's on their injury report. They might have some injury-prone players. And Otten is beat up right now. He missed a few games last year. So now if you look up the average age, they're not going to pop as one of the oldest teams, even though it feels that way. They've gotten younger on the line offensively, but we know that some of their playmakers are old, and that's why they go out and draft Ibuka. Like you were talking about the state of some of these players, the injury status, they might need him to do a whole lot more than they wanted from the outset. And that's going to be a big ask. Like, you may like him as a player, but to step in for a team that just won the division, a team that is expected to make the playoffs, they're minus 144 to be a playoff team. That's a big ask stepping in, like in an offense that is now changing the offensive coordinator a little bit, but they have continuity because he was there. I don't know. I have a lot of questions, man, about this team. I think it's arrow down for them. And obviously we stated how we feel about Atlanta.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
For the next 2 hours plus here on a Friday. Let's transition back to football. We had a good little baseball vibe for the last couple segments. I think we'll get some baseball bets coming up at the end of the show too. But very excited to talk to this gentleman, a certified ball knower. You can catch him weekly on Film Guy Network. And, of course, he does great writing for Bulldogs on SI. He is Christian Kirby. Follow him on X at Kirby_24K. Christian, I've been absolutely locked into your guys' podcast this summer. You've done a fantastic job getting us ready for the SEC, which is going to be chaos, to say the least.
Yes.
I think parity really is the word that I use when I'm trying to handicap the SEC this year. I don't know if there is that one dominant team. I know there are a lot of really good football teams. If you had to rank the SEC maybe in a top 4, how would you kind of give me your top 4 in the SEC? Of course, we still got a week until games kick off.
Yeah, the top 4 is tough. I feel like there's a pretty tight 3 of Texas, Bama, Georgia. Those are the 3 ones where you feel fairly confident that they're going to be that. Then that 4th spot, could it be LSU? Are they finally going to turn a corner with Garrett Nussmeier and Brian Kelly? Or has South Carolina taken that next step with Shane Beamer? And, is Lenore Sellers going to be the elite quarterback everyone's expecting it to be? So it gets kind of hairy once you get past the number 3 spot, in my opinion.
Christian, want to ask you, it's obviously sticking with the SEC, but you mentioned LSU and you mentioned South Carolina, but another maybe elite, maybe not quarterback that we have to talk about because I'm pretty sure we're contractually obligated to, but the Arch Manning of it all and Texas. He's your Heisman favorite. Texas is the title favorite. Are you buying Texas as a contender? Are you buying Arch as a potentially elite quarterback?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Texas will certainly be in that contender zone. I don't think it's unfair to buy them for that. And I think Arch is going to be a great quarterback. Arch will very likely has a great shot of ending up in New York. I think where you start to lose me personally is when people try to tell you he's the best quarterback the SEC's ever seen. He's football Jesus reincarnated. Texas is going to be the 2019 LSU Tigers. All of these things that everyone's trying to make it out to be. That's where I'm kind of like, let's pump the brakes a little bit. To when that happens, people go, oh, you don't believe in Arch, you're a denier. No, that's not it. Arch is going to be a great quarterback, and Texas is certainly a contender. But I think we need to pump the brakes on how much hype we're giving this situation.
It's a great point, and you guys talked about it, I think, this week, where the media really is setting him up to be the villain. And it happens every year, Christian. There's always the one player every year that you think, all right, this guy's getting all the love heading into the season, and then the season happens, and it's impossible for that player to live up to the expectations. Texas's roster outside of Arch Manning is absolutely loaded. It's possible that he ends up not even being the best player on that roster. That's how good the Texas roster is. But for Arch to play to that level, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's almost unfair. And this is why I think you also are running in that situation. I tell people all the time, there's been two prospects since I've been watching sports or had a consciousness about them that have lived up to the hype, whether it was football, basketball, baseball, in my opinion. LeBron James and Peyton Manning. Those two guys were highly regarded when they came in, and they lived up to all the hype. Problem with Arch is he's related to Peyton Manning. So, that Manning on the back of his jersey. I think I told Brooks this off air. If Arch Manning's name was Arch Simpson or Arch Johnson, anything else not Manning, he would be getting a very similar treatment to how Garrett Nussmeier was getting last year, where it's, hey, this is a guy who's been in a system for a long time. He's sat on the bench, but he's ready to take a start. We think he's going to be pretty good, but we're not sure yet. It wouldn't be hold the phone, give Arch Manning the Heisman right now. He's the number 1 overall pick in 2026. So it's definitely the name that's kind of hurting or setting him up for failure, at least.
When you look at the landscape of the SEC, and we talked about LSU, talked about Texas, talked about South Carolina, but when we talk about other teams, and we haven't mentioned them yet, we're 5 minutes in here, but is Alabama, after they won 9 games and the fans were calling for Kalen DeBoer's head, and they're calling Paul Feinbaum's show and saying, get this guy out of here, he doesn't know how to win. Must be nice having Nick Saban as your head coach. But can Alabama improve upon last year? And now that Kalen DeBoer has, quote unquote, his guys, both at quarterback and running the offense, do you think they're primed for a bounce back year, as weird as that is to say after they win 9 games?
Yeah, saying a bounce back year after 9 games and you only lost to SEC opponents in the regular season is pretty interesting. But I absolutely think that's the case. You look at why they lost to Vanderbilt. You look at why they lost to Oklahoma. You look at why they lost to Tennessee. The offense struggled mightily all throughout. Jalen Milroe was very up and down throughout the year, and it just so happened that you got bad Jalen Milroe on those days. So I think that adding Ryan Grubb as the OC is going to put consistency back in that play calling. And by the way, they have a guy in Ty Simpson right now who they just recently named the starter. That's not a foreign entity to them. He's a very much play-on-time quarterback. He plays within the system. He's not as creative. He's not as athletic as a Jalen Milroe is, but he's also not going to be as volatile. So I absolutely think Alabama's set up for, a bounce-back year, especially if you look at that defense. They've got a lot of returners coming back. They're going to be very, very good in the SEC.
That was what I noticed, too. And I know you guys did a film study on the Alabama defense. Some of the notes from Bama's defense, I mean, Womack is, I think, a little bit up and down. Very young coordinator, only 38 years old. But that defense has dudes everywhere. And I think the number I saw, so they're number 1 in the 5-year recruiting average is Bama. Number 1 most 5-stars on the 2 deep. They have 13 5-stars on the 2 deep, not just defense, but offense too. And the number 1 most 2026 mock NFL draft picks right now, obviously still very early in the process. They have 15 guys on the mock. Just an incredible depth on this Alabama program. 9.5 wins. Like I know they go to Georgia. They're going to be a dog in that game, Kirby. But how does this team not win 10 games in 2025?
That's what people are asking. And, you can look at a handful of teams in the SEC and say that. I think the highest win total for anyone is 9.5 wins. It's just that hard to win nowadays in the SEC. The transfer portal has really spread out the talent. NIL has made things harder for as much as, Alabama, Texas, and Georgia and all these teams seem to have the most blue chip recruits. There's still great players all across the board, and it's more of an any given Saturday, more so than ever in my lifetime. So I think that's how you don't necessarily win the 10 games. Like, you look at last year, there were a lot of teams. Texas had down days. Alabama had down days. Georgia certainly had down days. So, I mean, I think that that's kind of the new age of college football, to where you have a bunch of great teams, but there's also going to be some really, really hard ways to win. Like, you don't ever see NFL teams go undefeated in the regular season. If you do, it's a historic achievement. So I think that's kind of the new age of college football we're looking at.
Speaking of Georgia, how do you handicap them in the post-Carson Beck era? We saw a little bit of Gunnar Stockton last year, of course, but how do you handicap Georgia? Do you think they could be a player in the SEC this year?
Yeah, look, and this kind of sounds like a broken record. I feel like as long as Kirby Smart's coach at Georgia, they're going to be contenders in the SEC. You know, everyone wants to talk about how this offense is going to get better with Gunnar Stockton and, you know, what are the new weapons added in. I think it goes basically as simple as this. Can Georgia run the ball better than their opponents did last year? They were not able to do that in 2024. I think it's the first time under Kirby Smart that they got outrushed by opponents. If Georgia can run the ball better and stop the run better, I think that's going to alleviate a lot of the issues to where you don't have to worry about wide receivers dropping the football or your quarterback turning the ball over or getting torched by a Ryan Williams or something like that. Just get back to the basics. And I think that's what Georgia's really tried to extenuate in fall camp right now.
One of the most fascinating teams for me heading into the SEC this year is Oklahoma. We know how good the defense could be under your boy Brett under there, but I think offensively, I had to get that in. It's an inside joke for their Film Guy Network. They do a fantastic job on the pod. But the offense, I think, really is what we are very interested in. You bring in the new offensive coordinator who I think has John Mateer's best interests in mind, but does John Mateer have his own best interest in mind with the little gambling scandal we saw? And I don't really think that is anything, but the last thing any Oklahoma player needs right now is distractions on the offensive end. Like, what's the ceiling for Oklahoma and John Mateer this year in the SEC?
Yeah, they have an exceptionally high ceiling. I think like most any SEC team does, just because of the talent. I think if you're an Oklahoma fan coming into this season, a realistic expectation where if you walk away from 2025 and say we had a good season is if you go 8-4. And look, they play LSU, Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas. They've got Tennessee, also Missouri. There's a bunch of SEC teams in there where it's kind of like, ooh, they could lose that game. If you come out of that with 8-4, that likely means that you beat one of those top teams. You played spoiler, and you built a lot of momentum going forward. So I think that's what Oklahoma should be looking for this year. They have a 9-3 ceiling. I could fathom and wrap my head around if John Mateer's that good. They win 10 games, it might be a playoff team. But I think 8-4 is a fair expectation for them right now.
What about Auburn, Christian? Can Jackson Arnold reinvent himself and find himself here? Can they play spoiler, or is this a potential bottom falls out scenario?
Well, you know, Jordan-Hare Stadium is always going to be able to play spoiler, no matter if Auburn is a 0-win team or if they're 12-0. That stadium is that cursed and all that voodoo. Maybe that's just me as someone who's covered Georgia for a while speaking from that, but Auburn will always be one of these teams I feel like is kind of in the spoiler realm. I don't necessarily know what that offense is going to look like with Jackson Arnold. We saw some videos from fall camp where things might not have been going great between him and Hugh Freeze. We know they have really, really good weapons. I think Cam Coleman might be one of the best wide receivers in the SEC, right next to Ryan Williams, might be one of the best in the nation. So they've got a lot of weapons at their disposal. I think it's just going to really depend on, can you mitigate the turnovers that we saw last year from Peyton Thorne, and can this team play more cohesive? I know that everyone wants to, clown Hugh Freeze for the golfing during recruiting season and all of those things, but I think it really comes down to, one, can Auburn get that signature win, and two, will the offense be more cohesive?
I want to buy Florida so bad, Kirby. I think Napier's a hell of a coach. I think Lagway, as you guys have mentioned, maybe the highest ceiling of any quarterback in the SEC, but the injuries really scare me. You got the tough non-conference game at Miami, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of Gators fans down there in the Coral Gables area for that game. So it's not going to be like a true road game. Miami's home games aren't really that raucous anyways. But then that SEC schedule, man, Texas, at A&M, Georgia, Ole Miss, Tennessee, and then you get the rivalry game against Florida State. Like 6-6 feels like a really good year for Billy Napier and the Gators, but that ain't going to get it done.
No. If you're 6-6 this year, Florida has started the coaching search, unfortunately. But I think Florida is also one of these teams that it really depends on how far you can go with DJ Lagway. We think the defense is going to kind of be a question mark this year, but we know they have a bunch of weapons. We know they have a bunch of really, really good receivers on offense. That running back duo that they have is very, very good as well. on top of the fact that DJ Lagway is supposed to be, one of these elite quarterbacks in the SEC this year. They run a lot of play action, so that's why the completion percentage is going to be down. It's why it was down with Anthony Richardson. It's why Graham Mertz struggled at times last year. They are constantly take the top off you in deep shot teams. So I think that's where you're going to see a lot of explosive plays on the offense. Like you said, though, can DJ Lagway play full 12 games? He couldn't finish the season last year, and he took over halfway as the starter. He's obviously been dealing with injuries through the offseason right now. He didn't practice in spring. He's been in a boot. That really affects your cohesiveness with your offense. So I worry that Florida might be good, but if you're only going to get 9 starts out of DJ Lagway this season, you're not going to be a playoff team because the rest of that roster isn't enough to carry you over the finish line.
What are you expecting from Ole Miss? And now that Jackson Dart's gone and they go through a period of transition, what's your ceiling for them and what do you expect out of them this year?
Yeah, Ole Miss is another one of these teams where their offense is always going to be pretty good with Lane Kiffin. He does a really good job with the quarterbacks. I think you're going to see a lot of turnovers from Austin Simmons. He's going to have a lot of great plays. He had some really, really good moments in that 2024 season. But the biggest worry I have for Ole Miss right now is they lost so many first-round picks on that defense last year. What kind of felt like set them apart from Ole Miss teams of the past in 2024 was that they had a really, really good defense to kind of suffocate teams. It's what they did to Georgia and Oxford. I think that losing those guys is going to really, really hurt them. But that offense, again, it's always going to be solid. Lane Kiffin is one of the better offensive minds in the country. I think Austin Simmons is going to be a very good SEC quarterback, though there might be some growing pains. Again, I think as 8-4, 9-3 is fair as well. It's kind of interesting how the top tiers are 10 to 11 wins, middle tiers are 7-5, 8-4, and then after that, it's I don't know what's going to happen to you. The Kentuckys in the world, the Mississippi States. That's
could be a tough year for both of those teams. In fact, I think I'm fading both of them in week 1.
Yeah.
Especially Kentucky against Toledo, who I know your pal Jay will very high on him. I got the Toledo Rockets locked in for over 8.5 wins this year. That's going to be a fun game week 1 against Kentucky. Last one for me, last minute here. I took some Lenore Sellers at 25-1 to win the Heisman. I feel like that ceiling also is incredibly high. I'm just worried that they're not going to win enough games. Now, Jaden Daniels won the Heisman a couple years ago with 8 wins. Is that 8-4 with a Sellers breakout kind of crazy year? Do you think that's enough to get him to New York to win that Heisman Trophy?
Yeah, look, we've seen it's certainly possible. I think Lamar won it in 2016 with 9 wins maybe. So you don't have to have a 10-win season or, be a national title contender. Travis Hunter did this last year, even though he wasn't a quarterback. But my biggest worry with Lenora Sellers is not necessarily the weapons or, how they lost things. Every team's dealing with that. We've talked about it. Lenore Sellers turned the ball over just a little bit too much for me last year. It felt like he was constantly playing hero ball and put himself in situations that you didn't necessarily need to. He's an undeniable talent. He's an undeniable specimen, and there's a reason why NFL GMs are drooling over this guy for next year's draft. And I totally understand the Heisman hype. I think personally for me, I'm too scared of the turnover issues. And like we said, South Carolina might not win enough games this year. If you're a 7-win team, you're not going to do it. And that's a very real possibility for the Gamecocks.
Christian Kirby, Film Guy Network, Bulldogs on SI. Always appreciate the time, pal. We'll catch up with you soon.
Absolutely. Have a good one, y'all.
There he goes. Appreciate him. Man, I'll tell you what, their podcast, they do some of the best film studies I've ever, and I'm a film study nerd. And I think if you're an SEC football fan or just a football fan in general, those guys know ball. Follow them on X at Kirby_24K. I think Sellers, like if I had to pick the quarterbacks in the SEC, and I think a quarterback's going to win this award this year, Jake. I think Sellers is my pick. We can get into it a little more on the other side. We can continue the college football talk, but I am fascinated to see how the Gamecocks come out. Easy schedule to start. Not so easy in the SEC to finish. I think 8 wins and one of those breakout years from Sellers might get it done. All right, more football talk on the other side. You better, you bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, it's possible. A team can do it, but will they do it? Because my first reaction to this sentiment was, do they not play South Carolina anymore? This year, South Carolina looks to be pretty good. South Carolina was good last year. And I understand Clemson beat South Carolina last year, and that was a good South Carolina team. But, this is a rivalry matchup, and I feel like it always presents a challenge for both sides in this game. But 6-0 is different. Clemson can still win a national championship and lose a game. They do have an easy schedule, but we see this in the NFL probably more than college football.
Yeah.
That there's always a team that shouldn't scare you that actually does. Actually, we see this in college football a lot. Clemson will probably mess around and lose to Boston College or somebody, but beat LSU and SMU and South Carolina. That's just kind of how things play out. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it ruins their chances to play in the college football playoff. I don't think it ruins their national championship hopes. But 16-0 is a much different accomplishment than winning a national championship, because it means you have 0 slip-ups, and it's just hard to count on 18 to, I was going to say 22-year-olds, but now it's 25-year-olds to keep their heads on straight for an entire season. So maybe they could, if anybody has the schedule to do it, it's Clemson. But they start the season with LSU and they end the season with South Carolina. Those are two challenges that I feel like you cannot just assume that you will win.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, college football talk continues. We've got to get into this story. It broke about an hour or two before the show, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it yet, but we're in a nice little bubble here of college football. So let's get into the Jim Harbaugh Michigan scandal, which wrapped up today. The NCAA COI, which is the Committee of Infractions, wrapped up a 22-month investigation. That's a long freaking investigation. That is almost 2 years of trying to get to the bottom of what happened between Harbaugh and Stallions and all of the sign stealing and who knows what other hornet's nest that they uncovered. But the infractions are going to lead to a $20 million fine. Jim Harbaugh is going to be suspended from college football for 14 years. I think 4 of the years he's already served. So it's basically, I might be getting the number of years wrong, but it doesn't matter anyways because he's not coming back to college football. That's why he left to go be the Chargers head coach to begin with. The part, or at least the quote, that I think was really intriguing was how it was discovered by the COI that Harbaugh and his staff members continuously called the University of Michigan's own NCAA compliance office scum and the enemy. These are quotes from the investigation. And here's a quote from the head of the investigation. The true scope and scale of the scheme, including the competitive advantage it offered, will never be fully known to individuals because of the intentional destruction and withholding of materials and information. But the intent was clear: to gain a substantial competitive advantage. You don't put together a network of individuals called the KGB that records what they call dirty film, where the cost of doing this is in the tens of thousands over 3 seasons, unless you intend to gain a substantial competitive advantage. I mean, Jake, you're a Big Ten guy. You're in the heart of Big Ten country. I'm a Penn State guy. So obviously these things all hit home for me. The moral of this story to me, though, $20 million fine and suspension essentially for life for the head football coach, but that doesn't matter because he's in the NFL. That feels like a price I'd be willing to pay to win a national championship. What do you think?
I mean, the memes have already started rolling out all day today. It's like the draft guy. I receive a championship. You receive $20 million. Deal? Yes, obviously you take that deal. That's a damn good deal. But it's just so, like, how are people so stupid? Jared, how are you going to have a group of people on your staff called the KGB and you're like, oh, yeah, this is going to go fine. We are clearly going to get away with this. Like, there's a meme that I like to use all the time where when people have conspiracy theories that they think the CIA is doing, like, of course, we've done everything. It's all happened. Now for the last part, the clues. Like, but Michigan actually did that. They left the clues for any idiot to find. Like, what are we talking about here?
This is one of the harshest penalties ever handed down by the NCAA. Again, I was going through the list. Former Alabama baseball coach Brad Bohannon, who was part of the gambling scandal recently, he's not welcome back until 2039. That's 14 years. Jerome Allen, longest tenured show cause penalty to date, 15 years. He had an infraction during his time as Penn's basketball coach. Tennessee head basketball coach, ex-head basketball coach Donnie Tyndall received a 10-year penalty. And another Tennessee head football coach, Jeremy Pruitt, also about a 10-year penalty. So, again, this is one of the harshest penalties ever levied by the NCAA. And I think the numbers are pretty clear. Like, I'm not going to dive too much into the dirty details here, but Harbaugh was 21-11 in 3 years before the time frame that the NCAA established that Stallions kind of started this whole scheme. And from that point on, 40-3. I mean, the Connor Stallions era was very successful for Michigan, significantly more successful than the pre-Stallions era. Again, it goes back to my feelings on this from a Penn State fan. Obviously, Michigan has egg on their face here. But at the end of the day, if I had to flip the narrative, let's say I was a Michigan fan, I'd be fine. I would not feel 1 ounce of shame, 1 ounce of anger or resentment towards the NCAA. We got our title. And $20 million. How much did they pay Bryce Underwood? Like, that's like one Bryce Underwood for a national title. Like, I feel like the juice is worth the squeeze. It's just a bizarre story that, again, has been in the works. This investigation has been 22 months in the making. 2 years. And now we finally get the conclusion today. I don't think Michigan's going to be very good this year. I don't think any suspensions or any levies or anything is going to really impact this year's team. I think they're an average football team with maybe one good freshman quarterback that might be able to play up to his ceiling. But I don't think Michigan's going to move the needle too much for me in the Big Ten this year.
Yeah, I wasn't super high on Michigan myself. I think they could play spoiler and win. Like, I think they could be a 6-7 win team, but I know a lot of people are very high on them as a playoff contender, as maybe a playoff, as a national champion. I'm not there on this team. But what makes me laugh from this whole investigation that you mentioned is, in his first 3 years, he was only 10 games over 500. And then after that, 40-3, which, okay, yeah, you hear that off rip and you're thinking, okay, wow, that's a huge jump. But also, isn't that generally the timeline it takes for a really good head coach to get his guys, get his players, recruit the way they want to? It's a huge jump, don't get me wrong, but it's also like you use your critical thinking skills a little bit and you kind of think, okay, that actually does kind of work out, because if he wasn't that successful, he probably wouldn't have lasted that long. Not saying that the two have to be mutually exclusive, but that is just a little funny that that's how it lines up. And obviously, like you said, it worked out for Michigan. I think they would take that trade. They would take that deal. And now people have high expectations for them again with a freshman quarterback who people are really high on, but is a freshman. So what do we think this is going to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough year for them. It's an interesting conversation because I think it kind of goes back to the way I feel about the Barry Bonds steroid thing and McGuire and Sosa too. Like, I don't care how yoked you are. Hitting a baseball very far is really hard to do. And I know that probably the recovery and maybe getting a few extra velo, MPHs on the exit velo probably helped with a few of those home runs. But for people to discredit Barry Bonds as the greatest home run hitter of all time because he took steroids, it is really freaking hard to hit home runs, man. That ball's coming in at 95 miles an hour and you're hitting a round ball with a round bat. I don't care if you're the most jacked guy on the planet. That is hard to do. So that's where the cheating scandal, it certainly helps to have the other team's signals, but you still got to go out there and execute the plays. And the chaos that ensues on a college football sideline throughout the course of the game, getting all that stuff accurately depicted is tough. So I'm not going to say that the only reason Michigan won the national championship was because of the sign stealing. I think that is unfair to all of the other players and all of the other coaches on Michigan that were going about their business the right way and were playing the game the right way. And this was just an added boost to whatever game planning they were doing. So interesting, weird, crazy story that finally wraps up today. And I wasn't expecting to get a Barry Bonds home run title reference. What do you think of that? Are you on my team there? I think honestly, I think even if Barry Bonds didn't take steroids, I still think he would have been top 10 in the home runs all time. What do you think of that?
I mean, Barry Bonds was a multi-time MVP winner when he got super jacked and started hitting a bunch of home runs. Yes, it helped for sure, but also he was really good anyway. And in that same vein, Michigan was really good anyway. They were. You know what else helps you win national championships? Having a coach who went to a Super Bowl already before that, and then went back to the NFL, by the way. Having a coach quarterback who was a first-round pick in the NFL, multiple position players that went to the NFL. Kind of helps when you have those guys to an NFL championship. So sure, I'm sure the sign stealing helped to a certain degree, but also when you have your coach, quarterback, multiple skill players, a bunch of people on your defense go in the NFL draft pretty high as well the next year, got to think that also had something to do with it.
I agree. Let's talk about the Washington Huskies, who Michigan beat in that national championship game. I am very high on this Washington team this year. If we want to get into some win totals in college football, 7.5 is where I'm seeing Washington at right now. In fact, I saw some plus money to the over on that. I think that's a fantastic bet this year for Washington. I know last year they're coming off a team that, getting into the Big Ten, it was kind of tough for them to make that transition. They only won 6 games, but 6 wins in a transition year when you're traveling across the country almost every other week, not too shabby. They open this year, Colorado State, UC Davis, at Wazoo. I think they win all 3 of those games. I think they start 3-0. Then they play Ohio State at home. They're going to lose to Ohio State at home. Then they go to Maryland. They get Rutgers at home. I think they win both of those games. And then they go to Michigan. I think that game at Michigan, which right now is a likely loss, I think that's a game that they could potentially steal. The rest of the schedule, you get Illinois at home. And I know you have been very anti the Illinois bandwagon this year. I think Washington's going to be favored.
It's because I'm trying to reverse jinx it, Jared. I'm trying, as an Illinois alum and Illinois fan, I'm trying to reverse jinx myself because everybody loves Illinois, and I'm trying to be like, no. Like I don't want to be the trendy team.
I totally agree. And actually, I'll ask you straight up about that. I think Washington over 7.5 wins a good bet and win total markets in the Big Ten. What's your vibe on the hype? Because I do think the Big Ten has a pocket of availability for a contender to step in. Don't get me wrong. I love Penn State, obviously. What's not to love? We love Oregon. What's not to love? Except maybe you're not infatuated with Dante Moore, although I think you will be very soon. Ohio State, we'll see what the offense looks like, but the talent's off the freaking charts. I do think there's room for a 4th team. I think there's always room for a fourth team, right? Last year there were 4 teams. You had Indiana in the mix too, Penn State, Oregon, and Ohio State. I think there's room for a fourth team. Is Illinois that fourth team, or is it a Washington? Is it a USC? Like, is it off the beaten path, or does Illinois live up to the hype?
I think you're picking from one of Washington, USC, Illinois, and Indiana to fill that role. Sure. It seems like those are the teams that everyone keeps throwing out. As far as Illinois goes, I want to believe the hype. I think they have the ceiling to win 10 games. I'm a big believer in Daddy Brett. I love Luke Altmaier. I love that he stayed. I think that's huge for the program. It's also, they've had the same guys for going on 3-4 years now. They've had continuity in an age where you don't have a ton of continuity in college football. I think that's huge. I'm a little worried about the receivers, but I think that defense is going to be legit.
Washington, over 7.5 wins. That's my sleeper team in the Big Ten this year. Damon Williams, Jonah Coleman, they have a ton back. I think Jed Fish is going to be solid. That's an interesting team this year. Really reasonable price, 7.5 for the Huskies. All right, we'll come back. Switch back to NFL. Jen Piacenti joins us next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A little call right now as we got another individual with a fantasy question. Mike from Miami wants to discuss a 2-quarterback league. Mike, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, love your show. Listening here on 560 every night. Just wanted an opinion. I'm picking 5th in my league in a 2-quarterback, 6 points per touchdown league PPR, and I know the first 3 picks because it's a friendly league we discussed. So I think the first 3 are going to be Allen, Lamar, and most likely Jalen Hurts. So I'm slotted in the 5th pick. I wanted to take get your take if I should take if I have a choice between Burrow, Daniels, or Saquon and Bijan. So what would be the best advice you guys can give me on those 4 players and who has the most upside in getting a good ADP in that value?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for laying everything out and knowing the first 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Not at all surprised it's going to be quarterback heavy, Horvat, because of a 2-quarterback league.
Yep.
I mean, you could debate Burrow. I think it's warranted there at pick number 4 overall, but honestly, I pivot, and I go Bijan Robinson because quarterback is extraordinarily deep, and you can go quarterback in round 2 and 3. You got your stud, your foundational piece at running back that can literally do everything. Catch balls, score touchdowns, of course, pile up the yards between the tackles. So even in a super flex 2-quarterback scenario, no, I'm not going to go quarterback at number 4 overall. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. How about you?
Yep, same thing, man. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Love that call. If I were going to go quarterback, as much as I love Joe Burrow, and as down as I am on the Commanders this year, at least I don't think they're winning 10 games, Jaden Daniels, because of what he's going to give you with his legs. Yeah. He's going to throw over 24 touchdown passes, most likely, if Terry McLaurin does show up this year. He would be my look at quarterback, but I'm with you, man. I'm all about Bijan this year. I think he's going to have a monster year. I love him and Jahmyr Gibbs. Bet both of them to win Offensive Player of the Year. But that would be my pick. Pivot, come back around, maybe get a Bo Nix a little bit later on, or like a Kyler Murray or a Brock Purdy. So that's what I would do as well.
J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy. I would pivot. I'd go Bijan as well.
All right, Mike in Miami, good luck in your Superflex fantasy football drafts.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Hour number 3 here on You Better You Bet. It is a Friday. I am Jared Smith. That is Jake Hassan. And we've got a lot of ball for you over the next 2 hours. I mean, just listen to this guest lineup we've got just over the next hour alone. Mike Yam, NFL Network. Landon Tengwall, former Penn State offensive lineman, going to get back to college football. And joining us now, very excited to talk to this person. She is Jen Piacenti, founder of Shark Bets, a prop betting expert. Please follow her on X at Jen Piacenti. And Jen, again, we are kind of in that mode where NFL is top of mind always. Football is king. And I'm starting to get into some of these prop bets for the season. I already bet a few, a couple of them unders. And I know that you have some overs for us that you want to share. But before we get to that, just kind of your strategy as you're handicapping a season-long prop bet. How different is it than just capping regular fantasy football and trying to draft your lineup accordingly?
Well, first off, I would say whatever bet you have the under on, you're probably going to win it. If you think about it, like unders, guys get hurt. Things happen, right? We all want to be optimistic at the beginning, and it's never fun to bet an under, but it is fun to bet an under when your bankroll goes up. So very smart on you. How different is it, when you're drafting for fantasy, you're keeping things in mind, like who's going to be playing in my hand versus the correct defenses for my fantasy playoffs, all of these kind of things. And that will help you evaluate a player differently than when you just look objectively at their stat lines, their receptions lines. So you may really love a slot receiver versus this defense, but that doesn't mean you want to take the over on their season yards. So you have to really think about the difference between fantasy and actually just like the baseline. And the other thing that fantasy people need to remember is these sports bookmakers are really smart, and they're basically often giving us a cheat code. So, if you're not sure which quarterback should I draft, and you go check out and you're like, wow, this sports has their receiving yards line 200 higher. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a hint because these guys are really good. They have to be good. And of course, on the other side, if you have a fantasy analyst you really trust, or someone that's really dug into all the coverages and the forced missed tackles and all of this, and you believe that they have some knowledge that the sports books don't, then you can, of course, bet that. But generally, I side with the sports books.
Jim, when you're looking at these teams too, does that go into it? Like the situation, do you look at a bad team maybe that you expect to be down in a lot of these games and say, that's an over I want to look at because you think they're going to be throwing a lot? Does that go into some of your process as well?
100%, right? So when we're looking at things like, for instance, a prop I really love season long is Dak Prescott to have the most passing touchdowns. Why? Well, he's done it before. This pays plus 350, by the way, at BetMGM. He's done it before. He's led the league in passing touchdowns, and it was just 2 seasons ago. Yes, it was only 36 passing touchdowns, and guys had more than 40 last year. But how many times are the Cowboys going to be playing from behind? Well, probably a lot. I hate to say it. I'm a Cowboys fan, but this team is going to pass.
Yeah, that was a really good point you made about using the sportsbook numbers to help because there's a lot of people out there. Now, I ditched fantasy a couple years ago because it's just too much. I'm being pulled in too many different directions, like a torture chamber. But for those of you that do both fantasy and gambling, and you're drafting your fantasy team, and you're like, do I like this player or this player better? They play the same position. Go to the sportsbook, see which one has a higher price for their receiving yards, and let the odds makers make the decision for you. It removes some of the bias. And I do think that is a really sharp way to approach letting the gambling markets impact your fantasy lineup. So that's a great piece of advice. Baker Mayfield is another guy that is very high on your list this year. I know he's going through another offense change, but I do think Baker's going to have a fantastic year. I love the draft pick of Emeka Egbuka. I think he is going to fill in nicely. I hope Godwin comes back sooner rather than later, but give me your take on Baker this year in the NFC South.
I think the value for him to lead the league in passing yards, which I believe opened at 16-1, now it's 12-1. Luckily, we got it at 16-1 at Shark Bets, but it's really, really strong. Look, they drafted Emeka Egbuka, as you mentioned. They drafted Tez Johnson. Sure, he may be without Chris Godwin, but he was without Chris Godwin for half the season last year, and he still finished, with the third most passing yards. So this is a guy that you want to be high on. He also, the idea that they went and got Emeka Egbuka, despite the fact that they already have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, says to me they're betting on his arm. They're betting he's going to throw. I think that's what they're going to do, not to mention the fact that now that they have a competent run game with Bucky Irving and or Rashad White and or Sean Tucker, there's just going to be a lot more opportunities for Baker. Now, the negative about that is actually what you brought up earlier. Because they play in a weak division, maybe they won't be playing from behind as much. So maybe Bucky Irving's going to take over in some of that game script, which is probably why we're getting the value. But look, if I'm tying out my bankroll for an entire season, I'm not doing it for somebody that pays like 3-1. It's lame. No, you got to go for the big ones.
Speaking of weak divisions, we could talk about arguably the weakest division, the AFC South. You like the Jaguars, and you are buying what Liam Cohen is selling. Just talk to us about why you like the Jaguars and why you think they can overtake Houston, because let's be honest, Indy and Tennessee aren't doing much. So why do you like the Jaguars, and why do you think that they can win that division?
Well, first off, I want to say I love Houston. I'm a fan of Houston teams. I'm from Texas. I want them to do well. I think they have a fantastic defense. But let's be honest, there could be some trouble with their running back room. We don't know what's up with Joe Mixon. Nick Chubb is like the biggest lotto ticket. He could be incredible. He could be incredible enough that I'm willing to bet on him for comeback player of the year because it pays so well. But in reality, we need to be realistic. We also know that they have a great defense. So it's possible that there could be more low scoring games. Again, we're talking about game script, the style. And now we've got, for Trevor Lawrence, we've got Liam Cohen, who just led the breakout for Baker Mayfield. He's now got Travis Hunter. We saw Brian Thomas Jr. break out. There's just so many positive things. Now, of course, the negative for Trevor Lawrence is this guy has gone through so many offensive systems. He's changed coaches so many times. But he's a smart guy. We know he has the pedigree. We know he has the talent. Liam Cohen is the quarterback whisperer, and he's healthy. Let's not forget, he's been dealing with nagging injuries. He had injuries last season too. And the Jaguars play the Texans specifically really, really well. So if it comes down to it and it's a tie, the Jaguars are probably going to have the upper hand in that one again too. So for the payout, again, I do believe the Texans are the rightful favorite, but remember, no more Tank Dell. Nico Collins has dealt with injuries a lot. Yes, I like Jalen Noah. I like there's plenty, Jaden Higgins. There's plenty of people there, but there's also plenty of ways this can go wrong, to the point that there's no way I'm tying out my bankroll for the season to bet on them. But the Jaguars, on the other hand, that's a lot more enticing.
Yeah, Higgins is intriguing for Houston for sure. I think the big concern I have for Houston is their offensive line. I mean, and you get a new offensive coordinator in there, and we're going to see that was a big problem for CJ Stroud last year. And we've seen quarterbacks really lose their cool, lose their head after a couple of bad years in front of a bad offensive line. And we'll see. Jacksonville's very intriguing this year, especially with Cohen and with Lawrence and Travis Hunter. And don't even get me started about Brian Thomas. All right, Chargers in the West. This one, I'm going to push on this one, Jen, because
cool.
I am not a believer in Justin Herbert. Here's the stat that I keep going back to with the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Last year, the Chargers would have had the second best record in the league if the fourth quarter didn't exist. They only trailed 3 times entering the fourth quarter, but they lost significantly more than 3 games. I am worried about Herbert's stretch runs and close games, fourth quarter. That's where he struggles. Can they turn it around this year? Give me the bull case, because I know you're hot and heavy on the Chargers. So tell me why I'm wrong to think that fourth quarter trend in close games won't continue, and why the Chargers can turn it around and unseat the Chiefs. The last time the Chiefs didn't win the AFC West, Peyton Manning was the quarterback of the Broncos. It's been a minute. Why is that not going to happen this year?
Okay, well, first of all, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but I am saying we're talking about how we're betting. I would never bet on a minus 120 favorite. I just don't do it for the season. I'm not doing it. So we're talking about betting. We're talking about calculated risk. This is the calculated risk I would take. And I think it's a decent one. I think actually the Broncos are the ones that I'm most afraid of. The Chiefs, Travis Kelce's getting older. What's up with Rashee Rice? We don't know when he's going to miss. He could miss late down the stretch. Where are they going to be? Who knows? Isaiah Pacheco, are you really impressed? Kareem Hunt, I don't know. And I know that they've done it with their defense and all of those things in the past, but eventually, I know this sounds ridiculous, eventually it's going to run out, as it did in the Super Bowl. And I think they're just running low. I think they're beatable. It's not that I think they're not a good team. I think they're a great team. I think they're beatable. For the Chargers, they have incredible coaching. They have Omarion Hampton now. They have Keenan Allen back. They now have Trey Harris, who is a great draft pick for them. Ladd McConkey could take another step forward. There's just so many more things to get excited about. And what really makes me excited is how excited Harbaugh is about Justin Herbert. Another interesting thing about Justin Herbert last year was how much he used his legs. That was really interesting. And seeing the bromance between he and his coach, I believe that they're a team that can do it. Now, can you take I just believe to the bank? Maybe. But look, in the preseason, they've been dominant, and that's because they have solid coaching and they have a very, very solid defense. And if we all know that defense wins championships, and I think they have the potential to get there. I do think they're an underrated team. And I hear your feelings about Justin Herbert. I totally get it. Maybe it's because he looks a little like Thor. It doesn't bother me so much. But no, overall, like I said, if I'm tying up my bankroll for a season, I'm not putting it on the Chiefs, even though I guess that's probably the safe bet. It's also the boring bet. And I'm pretty sure Kelsey's going to be distracted by this showgirl.
Oh, boy.
The Chiefs are like that old tweet from a couple of years ago. LeBron's almost 30. This won't go on for much longer.
It's not going to go on.
That's what they remind me of. But Jen, that was a great sell on the Chargers, and another one that I need you to sell me on a little bit here, because you like the Seahawks too. And is that just you throwing a dart in the NFC West because you think it's all jumbled? What about the Seahawks do you like?
So it's less about how much I like the Seahawks, you're right, as how much I do not believe in the Niners or the Rams. So the Rams, we already know there's a problem with Matt Stafford. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Stafford doesn't play half the season. He's got this nagging back injury. He's on the wrong side of 30. It just doesn't look good. I know they signed Kyron Williams to a long deal, and how long can you really run this guy? He actually wasn't efficient. He had the volume, but he wasn't efficient. Eventually, that's going to run out. You got rid of Cooper Kupp. Okay, fine. He went to Seattle. You still got Puka. Puka is fantastic. He's a phenomenal receiver. But he's also kind of got like ex-girlfriend problems. You never know when those could rear their head. And I'm not so, I don't know. I don't believe. I just don't believe in the Rams. And the Niners, we saw Brock Purdy take a major step back last year. We have probably no Juwan Jennings to start the season because of a hamstring or contract injury, whatever you want to call it. We have no Brandon Ayuk.
Duets with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, usually.
He said, ring that bell!
Bring
Yes. Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the
got Kittle and you've got Ricky Pearsall, who are all great players. But after that, it's really thin. Even Garindo's a little bit hurting. Like, it's just really thin. So I kind of feel like Shanahan's time is starting, the guild is off the lily in San Francisco. So it's less about how much I like the Seahawks as how much I don't like the teams that are favored ahead of him. However, for the Seahawks, I do think Sam Darnold's underrated. I do think he didn't get enough credit for what he did last year. And I do think it's an ascending defense and an excellent coaching system. Now you've got Clint Kubiak in there. We know that Kenneth Walker is an absolutely dominant, elusive running back. He is going to be a beast in that zone scheme, obviously, assuming he stays healthy. They also have the talent of Zach Charbonnet there. I just think there's a lot more reasons to be excited about the Seahawks, who finished with the same record as the Rams last year. So this isn't so far crazy. They made a few changes. I get it. DK Metcalf's gone, but how much did DK Metcalf really help them last year? Not really. They didn't really use him. It was all Jackson Smith and Jigma. The biggest question in my mind is, how's Jackson going to deal with maybe not only being used in the slot, which is where he was so successful, now the Cooper Kupp is there and some of those roles being changed around. But I love the idea of the run game. I love Clint Kubiak. And I love the fact that nobody thinks they're going to be any good. And those are the teams that always surprise us.
Yeah, no one thinks Darnold's going to be any good. That's definitely the consensus. It is. When I was looking at the Seahawks, when I was diving into some of the stuff Kubiak did last year in New Orleans, a lot of 2 wide receiver sets. And I just don't know how that's going to fly, considering you've got 3 really good wide receivers, I think, in Seattle. So I think there'll be some growing pains, but Grubb last year was not good in this system. So I think that's going to be an upgrade. I think you bring in Kubiak, who I think is going to take the reins of that offense, and McDonald's defense is going to be fantastic. The last bet I have for you here, last minute, Chubb, long shot for comeback player of the year. This is a market that this show absolutely loves. So actually, we only got about 30 seconds left. Can you sell us on this one?
Oh, it's simply that Nick Chubb is incredibly talented. I know he's been injured. He's torn the ACL in the same leg twice. Who cares? He has the opportunity. Joe Mixon is hurt. Yes, it's a crappy O-line, but look, if you're going to throw a dart, this is the one. 12-1. He's Nick Chubb. He has a lot to prove. The Browns didn't re-sign the heart of their team. Texas is going to embrace him. He's going to get the shot.
Great stuff. Jen Piacenti, Shark Bets founder. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
More You Better You Bet after this.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to think the Saints are probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. I think the Browns are going to be the worst at plus 450. There's really not a lot to like about this team. Their defense is pretty good, but again, how many games are the Browns going to be up to let Myles Garrett pin his ears back, get after the quarterback, to let Mason Graham get after the quarterback? Like, they do have some nice pieces on the defense, but they'd be a lot better if they were playing with the lead. I don't know if that's going to happen very much this season. Now, Burrow has obviously struggled against the Browns in his career, and Joe Flacco could be making a potential return to Baltimore if he is the starter in week 2. So that could be something to look at for the Browns. Maybe they do win one of those games. Maybe they do get off to a better start than I'm imagining. But, I mean, I think it's realistic to say there's a chance the Browns start the season 1-5, potentially 0-6 to start the year. And if that happens, you guys, things could get real ugly real fast for the Cleveland Browns. I could see them making a change at quarterback and just seeing if they finally can find a franchise quarterback. That's really what this season is about. They're starting Flacco, but they're not going to end this season with Flacco. It's going to be Shador. It's going to be Pickett. Maybe Dylan Gabriel gets in there, whatever it ends up being. The Browns are just hoping that they can finally find a franchise quarterback. To me, that's what this season's about. It might start with wins and losses, but it's going to end up being about who their quarterback is. Browns fewest wins plus 450. That is the bet I would take.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We are rolling on a Friday. YB, Jared, Jake. We got Landon Tengwall coming up in 20 minutes. We will switch gears back to college football, a little Penn State, a little Big Ten chatter as we gear up for our Power Hour. But first, more NFL on the docket. Very excited to talk to this gentleman, NFL Network host Mike Yam. Please follow him on X at Mike_Yam. And Mike, we're getting ready. Preseason week 2 kicks off tonight. I was just watching some clips of Cam Ward doing his pregame routine, throwing balls from all kinds of platforms and all weird arm angles. Dude is an absolute freak. What's been your takeaway from preseason as a whole? Has there been one player, one quarterback, one new player that maybe has stood out to you as we now get ready for game number 2 across the National Football League?
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate you guys having me on because the last time, and I feel like I was in purgatory on the show because I broke the news without knowing I was breaking the news on air that Costas was having a kid. So it's been a while, and I felt awful about that. And then when Bill Zimmerman reached out to me, I realized that Nick wasn't on the show. So maybe he hasn't forgiven me for that antic, which once again, it came from a good place. I had no idea. I thought it was out there. So my apologies, and I hope he's doing great. But on the NFL side of things, you're right. I mean, Cam has been certainly one of those storylines. Didn't see him a whole lot in preseason week 1, which wasn't a surprise. But I think, the guys that have really dominated a lot of the conversation nationally are 2 rookie quarterbacks, and Shador Sanders, who I know don't expect to see him against Philadelphia this week. Game on NFL Network, by the the way, and certainly Jackson Dart. Now, I'm a Giants fan, so I'm a little biased, and certainly like what I saw from potentially QB1 down the road at some point this season. But Shador specifically, I think was really impressive because I don't think it was anticipated much ahead of that start that he would get the start in that ball game. Rose to the occasion. Clearly a guy that was drafted in the 5th round with all of like this negative hype train for whatever reason around him thrived. I thought in a game against Carolina where I'm looking in the crowd shots and I see number 12 jerseys all over the place in Carolina, that brought a smile to my face. So I love that he thrived. I can't wait to see what the response is from Dylan Gabriel, because let's be honest, guys, like we want to see this kid get an opportunity. This is a really cool quarterback competition for maybe QB1, because I still don't know, what direction they go in. And then Jackson Dart, to me, look the part. I mean, this is what Giants fans were hoping for when they moved back into the first round to get him. So those two guys at the QB spot certainly come to mind.
Mike, as somebody that usually works behind the scenes on this show, I personally very much appreciated you breaking the news of Nick Costos having a child. That was very great for me personally. So even if he doesn't forgive you, I do, because I'm the one with the microphone today. So I got you there. But
Which I appreciate. By the way, like, how much did he just rag on me off air when I got off the line? Because here's the thing: I've known Nick since college. We went to college together. We were both at Fordham. I was a little bit older than he was. So as his career sort of developed, man, no one's happier about it. And then when I saw that he was going to be responsible for another human being, I got concerned just for the life of a child. But I thought it was great news. I was excited for him, and then I jumped the gun. So I hope truly that he does not hate me, because he doesn't always return my text messages now, and I think that might be part of the reason why.
If it makes you feel better, he doesn't respond to he doesn't even respond to the group text when we're planning a show. So you're way good. I think that's just how he is as a person. But back to the football of it all, is Dylan Gabriel, who you brought up, is that what you're most looking for in week 2? Is there something else you have your eye on, or is it just the rookie quarterbacks and Dylan Gabriel?
Look, I think, specifically with him, just because, a lot of times you guys know this, just watching these training camp and these preseason games, you say to yourself, hey, it's nice when a guy balls out, but how much of an opportunity is he actually going to get when week 1 comes around, or at some point during the season? I think what's fascinating about this quarterback position, you got Flacco, who might be QB1 to start off the season. I look at their schedule, and to me, that makes some sense. Maybe it's Kenny Pickett. And by all means, I don't think you can go wrong, but I do think we're netting out at sort of an even level between those guys. But you drafted 2 quarterbacks, and there's some draft capital that's there with Dylan Gabriel. And to me, I do think back now, I had a Heisman vote last year. This is the first time I've had a Heisman vote. And I wasn't sure which angle, I ended up going Travis Hunter and Ashley Genty. But for that 3rd spot, when you're doing the vote, for most of the season, I was like, yo, Cam's the guy. I'm gonna roll with Cam Ward there. But then when I saw Dylan Gabriel at the end of the season and some of the issues that Miami had, I ended up going with Dylan Gabriel. Winning pedigree that's there. And I do think this. We saw rookie quarterbacks the last couple seasons have success, right? Like CJ Stroud, well documented, balled out a couple years ago. This past season, Bo Nix was a monster. Jaden Daniels was an absolute machine, just to check those 2 dudes. What stood out to me on the success of those guys in particular were the amount of starts that they had in college. No one had more starts than Bo Nix coming out of school ever that got drafted. We did see, a guy like Dylan Gabriel have a lot of success, run multiple offenses, and also have a lot of starts. For what it's worth, too, Shedeur Sanders, 50 career starts in college between CU and at Jackson State. So that experience to me is telling. And if you decide to go and draft a guy like Dylan Gabriel and you think he's going to be competing, I want to see this dude get the reps. I want to see him, and if there's a response, because I think what was impressive about Shedeur in week 1, not only did he rise to the occasion, but the moments didn't look too big for him. And I think when you saw some of those shots of Dylan Gabriel on the sideline, he's probably thinking to himself, yo, I got a ball. And is he going to shrink? I don't think he does. And I think that creates a little bit of a buzz and just sort of some interesting talking points for us as we get to the opening week of the season.
Mike Yam, NFL Network host. Follow him on X at Mike_Yam. Let's get to the Saints, because new head coach, new quarterback, but we don't know if he's going to start yet. Tyler Shuck, a 26-year-old rookie. You don't see that too often in the NFL. Giving me Brandon Weeden vibes. You've seen Spencer Rattler. We know what Jake Haener and Spencer Rattler can do. Based off of what you glean about this situation, who do you think's the guy under center week 1 for the Saints?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack on this specific battle that's here. Number one, I saw Jake Haener, who I think is not going to win the competition, but I think he's going to be in the mix here. Saw Jake when he was still at Washington before he got to Fresno. There was a lot of positive vibes and buzz around his game, and I love the fact that he's gotten an opportunity at the NFL level because as a dude that's not tall myself, I'm 5'8". The guys who get, sort of like vilified, so to speak, question because of their size, those are the dudes that I root for. So I just want him to ball out because he's not like the prototypical, show pony out there at that quarterback spot. Spencer Rattler, we did get a glimpse last year of him. And I think there's a reason why we saw this team go and draft Tyler Shuck, who, by the way, I joke about this all the time. It almost feels like this dude was ready to collect Social Security. I mean, he was in college for so long. I wish I was on the 7-year plan, but this dude had a ton of experience, also played for multiple, coaches in different types of offenses, 3 different schools. Jeff Brom at Louisville most recently, I actually talked to him a couple of weeks ago at ACC Media Day about Tyler. He raved about his acumen and what this guy is going to be capable of doing. The injury are, I think for some, were real during that draft process, but this is a guy that when he was out there, you saw the ability. You talk about show pony. He looks the part when he's playing. But last week, as we were watching him get some of those reps, it was funny because I was doing the show with Brian Baldinger, and Baldy's next to me on the set, and he threw a bad pick. And, Baldy just sort of cringed and was like, you know what, let's just see if he responds, because that's one of those throws that A, he wishes he could take back, or B, like a throw that you shouldn't be making. And what did we witness? We watched him come back and lead a scoring drive, and there was a response there. So those are the types of things that I want to see from young quarterbacks who are naturally going to make mistakes because there's inexperience, because the speed of the game is different than what they have been accustomed to seeing on Saturday football. But I still think, all things being equal, we probably see Tyler out there in week number 1.
Let's keep talking about the rookie quarterbacks then, Mike. And I'll throw you a bone here with your fandom with the Giants, and an ode to Nick Kostos as well, who we haven't talked about enough in this segment. But Jackson Dart, the Giants trade up. They go get their guy. I don't think we all expect Russell Wilson to be starting for too long in this spot, and maybe not at all. But what have you seen from Jackson Dart, and when do you expect him to take over as the starter?
So we have been going back and forth on this off air at headquarters at NFL Network a lot. And I have this conversation with a few people because they know I'm a Giants fan, and you start going through the schedule. So before the opener, I had circled week 10 because I felt like there was going to be, candidly, a string of losses that weren't going to be pretty. Everyone gets it. The Giants have the toughest schedule in the NFL. Go look at it. It is a gauntlet. But I thought there was a stretch of 4 or 5 games that I thought would be challenging for New York. And let's say they dropped some of those games. Week 10 against Chicago felt like one of those moments. And then I saw what I saw last week. Now, Russell Wilson did nothing to lose QB1 status heading into week number 1. I think it was one drive. The numbers were like 6 or 7 passing, whatever, 50 some odd yards. It wasn't anything too crazy. But David Carr was on set with us, and David's like, yeah, like he's just going out there. Let's just run the offense. Let me get out of here, not injured, and just be ready to go. I still think we see him in week 1, but what's fascinating is these wrinkles to the offense that I think Brian be thrilled about when they called Jackson Dart on draft day and said, hey, you're going to be a Giant. I saw a ton of him at Ole Miss. Explosive plays all over the place because of, you can argue, because of Lane Kiffin and what they like to do offensively. But I thought the flashes of him, and there was that dime that he threw, for a touchdown where you go, hey, like that's an NFL throw. The mobility that was there. There's a moxie and confidence that Jackson Dart brings to the table that, quite honestly, this Giants team is in absolute desperate need of. The explosive plays have been lacking the last couple of years. Malik Neighbors is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. And the thought about pairing him with a guy like Jackson Dart, who is it almost feels like unflappable at times if you watch some of his college tape, to me is really enticing. So for as much as I thought, hey, week 10 could be that time, the Giants not navigating the early portions of that schedule, we could see him much earlier than that. And I still think, guys, there's a world where Jameis Winston isn't on this team, at the start of the season or those early stretches. I think there's some teams that certainly would love to have famous Jameis on their squad. And I think that's trade bait in a meaningful way. I think they got their guy. And let's not forget, you got Tommy DeVito sitting there as well. I don't think the kid from Don Bosco Prep is going anywhere who played his high school on the street. So I can't believe I name checked a rival high school. I went to Bergen Catholic in New Jersey, so I shouldn't have done that. So just make reference to the fact that he's a homegrown kid. That's a really bad faux pas on my part. But nonetheless, I would be surprised if Jameis is there. I think at some point there's a team that would love to have him. Maybe it's even the Saints that would be interested in a homecoming, depending on how the next few weeks play out.
That is an interesting nugget about Winston as trade bait. I thought one of the younger quarterbacks, more so Gabriel, might be trade bait in Cleveland, but man, that would be an interesting one if Winston was on the move. The AFC has 2 new veteran quarterbacks on teams that I don't want to say have high expectations, but definitely some expectations. Pittsburgh, you got Aaron Rodgers, you got Vegas and Geno Smith. Which one of those guys do you think's in the better situation? The obvious answer is Pittsburgh, but I don't know. Chip Kelly in Vegas kind of catching my attention a little bit.
It's interesting that you say that, because I thought you were going to roll with Vegas being the obvious choice. Because candidly, I'm still wondering about this fit with Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers. I think if you look back schematically at what the Jets were doing, Aaron Rodgers, future Hall of Famer, we get that. At the end of the day, though, guys, if you watch when he was out there last year, and that's the sample size because that's when he was healthy, typically this dude's in the gun. He's surveying everything that's out in front of him. And yet when I watch what Pittsburgh, typically has done, or what Arthur Smith offense has done, typically under center, it's a heavy dose of the run game. I think you're going to see some of those elements, but I just worry candidly about, does Aaron still have it, so to speak? And, is this more of like a game manager type of role? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. This team's identity is still centered around that defense. If you said what's the most intriguing spot or the biggest upside, you mentioned Chip Kelly, who I got to know when he was at Oregon. We've seen obviously what he did at Ohio State last year en route to a national championship. This is a golden opportunity for him with some really interesting pieces. They got 2 of the best young players in the NFL on the offensive side that Geno gets to play with. Brock Bowers is as good of a tight end. I mean, look, I know we can talk about Kelsey and Kittle and all those dudes. This guy is an absolute machine out there. I think him and Trey McBride don't get involved. Brock probably does, but I think Trey McBride probably deserves a little more credit for what he can do down in Arizona. But Ashton Genty, to me, if you said like, hey, what's the early going on the best offensive rookie? Typically, we tend to lean towards the quarterbacks, and the group is good. But I got to tell you, Genty, just watching him in college, as explosive as they come, I think he's got the potential to be an absolute game changer in the NFL. So if you said to me between those 2 teams, which quarterback do I feel like has got some better pieces around him? Man, I'm rolling with Geno here and what they want, what that team wants to do on the offensive side.
Mike, I've been on this earth for 27 years, and the Bears have made me happy for about 3 seconds in that 27 years. In about 30 seconds, just tell me something that will make me feel a little bit better about this team. Am I in for misery again? We've got like 30 seconds.
Ben Johnson. I mean, it doesn't get – look, and I know that's the obvious answer here, but like think about what he's done with Jared Goff, helping resurrect his career. This is a young quarterback that was a can't-miss product who was all universe in college. I think Caleb and this team takes another level. I hate to say that to you just because I know the pain that you've been feeling over the course of your lifetime, but I think the arrow's pointing up because of Ben Johnson.
I'll take
Mike Yam, NFL Network host. Follow him on X at Mike_Yam. We appreciate the time, pal. Good luck this season.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Always appreciate the invite. Looking forward to the next one.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, I can't really give you much else that I like about the Bears, Jake, other than Ben Johnson. I think.
Well, you know what, Jared? Screw you too. Then how about that? How about that, man? All right, you just got to knock me right back down after Mike tried to build me up a little bit. I see how it is.
I'm sorry. I mean, I think we've discussed this before because this isn't the first time that we've done little jaunts through the You Bet world together, but. If the Bears win over 8.5 games this year, I will have less money in my pocket than I had prior to the start of the season. So that will be an interesting nugget to keep an eye out for in the midway this year. All right, when we come back to college football, Landon Tegnwall, Penn State, Big Ten. That's on the other side. You bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to think the Saints are probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. I think the Browns are going to be the worst at plus 450. There's really not a lot to like about this team. Their defense is pretty good, but again, how many games are the Browns going to be up to let Myles Garrett pin his ears back, get after the quarterback, to let Mason Graham get after the quarterback? Like, they do have some nice pieces on the defense, but they'd be a lot better if they were playing with the lead. I don't know if that's going to happen very much this season. Now, Burrow has obviously struggled against the Browns in his career, and Joe Flacco could be making a potential return to Baltimore if he is the starter in week 2. So that could be something to look at for the Browns. Maybe they do win one of those games. Maybe they do get off to a better start than I'm imagining. But, I mean, I think it's realistic to say there's a chance the Browns start the season 1-5, potentially 0-6 to start the year. And if that happens, you guys, things could get real ugly real fast for the Cleveland Browns. I could see them making a change at quarterback and just seeing if they finally can find a franchise quarterback. That's really what this season is about. They're starting Flacco, but they're not going to end this season with Flacco. It's going to be Shador. It's going to be Pickett. Maybe Dylan Gabriel gets in there, whatever it ends up being. The Browns are just hoping that they can finally find a franchise quarterback. To me, that's what this season's about. It might start with wins and losses, but it's going to end up being about who their quarterback is. Browns fewest wins plus 450. That is the bet I would take.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Rolling right along here on a Friday, Jared and Jake, thanks for Nick and Femi. They will both be back with you next week. We are really appreciative of our guests today. What a fantastic guest lineup we had. We'll recap it all coming up at the end of the show, but let's keep it rolling here. College football back top of mind here as we bring in our next guest, former Penn State offensive lineman, host of the Landon Tengwall College Football Show. He is Landon Tengwall. You can follow him on X at Landon Tengwall. Very excited to talk to you, sir. We've been exchanging a lot of messages back and forth over the last year or so. Lots of exciting times for Penn State. We'll get to some more Big Ten stuff in a minute, but let's start with your team, my team, the team that I don't want to say is the favorite to win the Big Ten this year because they haven't done it in a long time, but they certainly have all the pieces in place to do so. So I guess I'll start with this question. Penn State won't win the Big Ten this year if what happens?
Possibility that game could be the first ever top 5 whiteout for Penn State ever. And then you go into the possibility if Ohio State does handle Texas in week 1, we could be looking at 1 versus 2 in Columbus in week 10, which also is an interesting little tidbit is that Ohio State and Penn State both have a bye week in week 9. So Ryan Day, James Franklin, going to have about 12 days to prepare for each other. I put a tweet out about that, and I said, who's gonna game plan better? And very quickly, many were ready to make fun of James Franklin. I will also – oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to add into Penn State offense looks really good. We got to see completely new wide receiver core. Everybody left. We brought in 3 new transfers. It seems like they're all going to start. Great offensive line. We know, Drew Aller has to prove himself a little bit more, but the offense is solid. The best running back duo in college football. Defense is good, and it's really this way for any teams. But the number one thing that could keep Penn State from winning, if we face any type of injuries on defense, we are good. We are veteran, but we are incredibly thin after that first starting group. It's a lot of unproven freshmen after that.
Landon, my question for you was just going to be, you have a unique perspective, better than me and Jared for sure, of what it's like to just be in that Penn State locker room and play for James Franklin. Just what is he like? What is that culture like? And what makes him such a good and successful head coach?
Yeah, he's a very personable guy. Has a psychology degree, I think 2 of them actually. So, he understands how to talk to you. And that's why everybody, kind of heralds him as a fantastic recruiter. And that's one of the reasons why I committed there. So, he's a big family guy. Make sure, on the first day of school, the coaches can come in late. Make sure they can send their kids off and see him go to school. Like little things like that. He's big. We just had a surprise off day yesterday. So, always does surprise off days during camp and, go out and go have fun at the pool, stuff like that. So, he makes a great locker room environment. Like I said, the biggest thing is just that's been the biggest kind of tarnish on his record is that it feels like he can't win the big game. I mean, you go back and look, James Franklin's tenure at Penn State, he's only won 3 games where he's the underdog. 2 of those were in 2016, Big Ten championship against Wisconsin, and then obviously the block kick 6 game against Ohio State. And the third one was 2014, and that was a whole different time. That was the Pinstripe Bowl. So those are the only 3 games that James Franklin has been an underdog and won in. So we all know the record against top 10 teams, all of that. So, finally, James Franklin, Penn State, they are the ones. And I just had starting center Nick Dawkins. He's a captain, 6-year guy on my show. And he said, we always look around and saying, hey, we got to go get Georgia, or we got to go get Ohio State. And this is the first time where he said, I'm looking around and our teams, we're saying, wait a second, are we the ones getting hunted this year? And so, and I think that's true. You look around, there's always a juggernaut. There's always that Georgia or that Alabama team every year at the beginning. And it's like, how can anybody beat them? I don't see it happening. But this year, it's probably Penn State is almost that answer. But, it still feels almost unproven, even though we've returned a ton of great starters. We have one of the more proven quarterbacks to a degree. We go out and we make Jim Knowles the highest paid defensive coordinator in college football history. And I think James Franklin knew this when he went out and got Jim Knowles and did that. He signed up for natty or bust. And that's what the Penn State fan expectations are. And I think that's everybody around college football. If James Franklin can't get it done in 2025, when is he ever going to get it done? So it truly is now or never. It is, if not now, when for James Franklin.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think, so the thing that bothers me, and obviously I've heard this for years, I have a Penn State group chat and we want to fire James Franklin every single year. Guys I went to college with back, in 2008. And the response I always have is, who are you hiring to replace him? So that narrative, Landon, still exists that James Franklin can't win the big game. My pushback on that is he's never had the team, the talent necessary and required to win that big game. He has the talent this year, but the narrative still exists, which ironically enough actually sets up a betting opportunity, because if the public thinks he can't win the big game, but the reality is he's really never had that kind of roster, now he does. I don't want to say there's value on a team near the top of the market to win the national championship, but I think Texas is right on par with the talent that Penn State has. I think all the other teams in the SEC, right on par, yet Penn State is still kind of a notch below them in the market. So for the first time, it does feel like Penn State actually has the players required to eliminate this narrative.
Well, I saw someone threw out, I think, a $200,000 bet on Penn State to win the national championship. So, somebody, I know. I thought of you first. I'm like, hold on. So someone out there is confident in Penn State. And I will tell you this, being in the locker room, everybody would ask me, how can you not get past Ohio State or Michigan when they were a little bit better in those years where they were cheating very heavily, but still considered good? And my answer was, it felt like every single time they just had a couple guys that were better. They just had a couple more playmakers that just went out and made plays for their team. And it was like, that was what we were lacking. It wasn't like I came in feeling unprepared and that James Franklin was some awful head coach. I never felt that way. I always felt great going into those bigger games, but it always felt like an Emeka Ibuka, a Marvin Harrison, that type of Jeremiah Smith, or Michigan just having this elite run game and just mauling us, and also knowing what coverage and blitz we're going to run. So, that's what we've dealt. I got to sneak that in on today with the sanctions come down. If the NCAA is not going to drop the hammer, we got to at least poke fun at Michigan. But, so I truly feel you're right. Up to this point, we have not been there. And James Franklin, as I said earlier, he's heralded as this great recruiter, but it's kind of funny. You look at the numbers. I crunched the numbers since 2020. So these past 5 years, James Franklin and Penn State, they average about the 13th or 14th best recruiting class in the nation. Ohio State is 3. So the talent gap is there. We are lucky that there's kind of this overlap of Penn State had a bunch of veteran guys that are very good wanting to return, and Ohio State kind of just moved on from a very good group. So there is finally that opportunity for Penn State. Can you get over the hump when you have the proven quarterback? When you have the best coordinator combo in all of college football, you have the great offensive line, which is something Penn State has not had for years. Ohio State has beaten us like a drum, that defensive line. So, you look around and it's like, hey, out of the top 10 teams, there's only like 3 or 4 that have a quarterback that was here last year. So there's so much turnover. And so once again, I've said it so many times, but if not now, when for James Franklin? Because a large group is going to leave after this year. We're even going to have a big chunk of the coaching staff move on. Penn State has really stacked not only great offense and defensive coordinator, but really good position coaches too. I think a lot of that is going to move on after this year, whether we win or not. So it's all on James Franklin. The pressure is there. I think he knows it. I think Drew Aller knows it. So it's time to put up or shut up.
That leads me directly into my next question, Landon. Drew Aller, what's your expectation for him? I think some people have some concerns with Tyler Warren not there anymore, and who is he going to throw to? He doesn't have a safety blanket, but what's your expectation for Aller? Do you think he can be one of the top quarterbacks in the nation?
I think he has all the tools to be able to do it. I really do. Now, my biggest question for Drew really is those big games. Drew Aller has played in, I did the numbers on this, 7 big games, right? And I call those Ohio State, Michigan, Big Ten championship or playoffs. In those games, I have 13 completions, 152 yards, 1.1 touchdowns, and 0.6 interceptions. That's not a good quarterback stat line at all. So those are his averages against those good teams. And if you take away the Oregon game, it looks really scary. So, and it just so happens that Notre Dame last year in the college football playoff semifinal game was the worst game of Drew Aller's career ever. So I guess my biggest worry is, does Drew Aller have the mindset to be able to go out there in those big games and basically, I don't know, I hope I can say it, but drop his nuts. He needs to go out and drop his nuts. I played with Sean Clifford. Sean Clifford was a great quarterback, backing up Jordan Love for the Green Bay Packers. Sean Clifford was his talent. But he went above and beyond so often because he had heart. He would be in the locker room screaming, crying, throwing, getting us hype. And Drew Aller has yet to really fully get to that point where he's got all the talent. He's the 5-star. And I think there's been so much weight put on his shoulders of, hey, you're the first 5-star to come here since like Kerry Collins pretty much in 1994. You're our savior. And Drew Aller's like, shoot, all right, that's a lot of pressure on me. And so far, like we've seen, hasn't lived up to those expectations. Also hasn't been put in the best situations because he hasn't had great offensive coordinators, and he really has not had one elite wide receiver since he's been here. So that's why we go out, get that whole new wide receiver room. All of them have different kind of unique talents that I think they bring. At the same time, Penn State in the transfer portal era, so 2021 and on, we brought in 5 wide receivers. Virtually none of them worked out. Mitchell Tinsley was all right, came in for 1 year and had a decent career. But outside of that, every other one was a miss. So I think it would be a little too optimistic for me to say, hey, all 3 guys that we bring in this year are going to be hits. We're going to have a couple guys step up. The tight end room is still in great hands. that is the only place where we seem to continue to shuffle in 5 stars consistently. So Luke Reynolds, Khalil Dinkins, you'll learn those names if you're a college football fan as this year goes on. But, for Drew Aller, he does get to rely on an elite run game that are 2 of the best running backs in college football, paired with what I think, little bit of bias here, as that is a room that I helped build, but the best offensive line in college football as well. So he's got, it's a great situation. The excuses are not there for Drew Aller and James Franklin this year.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, I would say scale of 1 to 10, Landon. That was like a 4 on the crude factor for this show. We've definitely heard worse, but that was a great spot. Follow him on X at Landon Tengwall, the Landon Tengwall College Football Show. Get to know his name. He is going to be a player across Big Ten and college football content going forward. We'll come back, wrap up the show. 1 hour left to go here on You Better You Bet on a Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I really think the Browns could win like 3 or 4 games this season. So under 5.5 wins for the Browns is minus 150 for a reason. It's juice quite heavy. I would just take the fewest wins in the league at plus 450. Last year, everybody thought the New England Patriots would be the worst team in football. That's what everybody thought, and they ended up being the 3rd worst team in football. This year, everybody thinks the Saints are going to be the worst team in football, and I kind of tend to think the Saints are probably going to be like the 3rd or 4th worst team. I think the Browns are going to be the worst at plus 450. There's really not a lot to like about this team. Their defense is pretty good, but again, how many games are the Browns going to be up to let Myles Garrett pin his ears back, get after the quarterback, to let Mason Graham get after the quarterback? Like, they do have some nice pieces on the defense, but they'd be a lot better if they were playing with the lead. I don't know if that's going to happen very much this season. Now, Burrow has obviously struggled against the Browns in his career, and Joe Flacco could be making a potential return to Baltimore if he is the starter in week 2. So that could be something to look at for the Browns. Maybe they do win one of those games. Maybe they do get off to a better start than I'm imagining. But, I mean, I think it's realistic to say there's a chance the Browns start the season 1-5, potentially 0-6 to start the year. And if that happens, you guys, things could get real ugly real fast for the Cleveland Browns. I could see them making a change at quarterback and just seeing if they finally can find a franchise quarterback. That's really what this season is about. They're starting Flacco, but they're not going to end this season with Flacco. It's going to be Shador. It's going to be Pickett. Maybe Dylan Gabriel gets in there, whatever it ends up being. The Browns are just hoping that they can finally find a franchise quarterback. To me, that's what this season's about. It might start with wins and losses, but it's going to end up being about who their quarterback is. Browns fewest wins plus 450. That is the bet I would take.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, Jake, crank it up, baby. All right, it is time. Final hour of the show on a Friday. Power Hour is back. Awesome show today, guys. Great stuff behind the scenes. Bill Zimmerman booking a great show. Bob Nightingale, Christian Kirby, Jen Piacenti, Mike Yam. We just heard from Landon Tengwall. We'll get Anthony Herron on coming up in 20 minutes as we land the plane here. Another week of You Better You Bet. Almost in the books. Bear with us for another hour. We got some good stuff here coming up in this final hour. I want to hit on something that Landon Tengwall, former Penn State offensive lineman, does a great job covering the Big Ten and Penn State, just hit on in our last segment, and that is the intestinal fortitude of Penn State's starting quarterback this year. I think, and Drew, I hope you're not watching. If I were you, I wouldn't watch any content about you because I think all of it has been very consistent, Jake. This kid has every talent dripping from his eyeballs, his earlobes. I mean, the talent on this kid, arm talent, leg talent, whatever kind of talent he has, he has it. But the heart, right? The hustle. And I'm a Penn State fan who has seen Trace McSorley, who has seen Sean Clifford, who has seen Michael Robinson go from not a lot of quarterback talent to, high heights, New Year's Day bowl games, playing way above what the expectation is for the amount of talent you have at the most important position. Where Drew Aller's kind of been the opposite, and we just confirmed it with a guy who played with him, who knows him, that there is just something missing between the ears, that when the going gets tough, he does not get going. And that is a big problem for Penn State because the expectations are sky high this year.
I mean, Jared, don't even get me started on living through horrible quarterback years. You are talking to somebody who lived through Wes Lunt, Chase Crouch, Jeff George Jr., and Brandon Peters. Like, I've lived through some horrible, horrible times with quarterbacks at the University of Illinois. But I think you're right. It's just, and it kind of is why Drew Aller and James Franklin almost marry so perfectly together, because it's called Big Game James for a reason. And then Drew Aller does stuff like he did at the end of the Notre Dame game and the college football playoff last year, where you just lose. So I get the hype, I get the talent, I get why people want to bet them this year. For me, I'm way good. I'm willing to lose a little bit of hashtag value by watching a couple games of this team first and just seeing if they can take care of and beat the teams they're supposed to by a big margin when they're going to be huge favorites. And then when they play better competition, stiffer competition, if they rise to the challenge or if they crumble. And I'm willing to wait and see what happens first before I put my money there, because more money is more fun than less money.
I agree. And even as the staunchest of Penn State fans, I can't bring myself to bet on them in the futures market. Am I going to bet on them as a favorite this year to cover a bunch of games? Probably. That's exactly what James loves to do. That's exactly what Penn State loves to do. This team is loaded. Make no mistake about it. This team is absolutely loaded. Landon was being, I would say he was being kind to the offensive line. Like, this is or I would say maybe a little bit, modest, I think is really the word. The offensive line is going to be the strength of the team. It is an elite offensive line. The defensive line is always good. I think the scheme might take some time, but Knowles is a wizard. The receivers they brought in, Pena and Hudson, the kid from USC, I mean, these guys are rock stars. And then, of course, I don't even need to mention the running game. You have two potential All-Americans, two guys that have been with the program now for 4 years. I think it's really all on Drew. And I don't even I always push back on people when they say, oh, well, James Franklin's never won the big game. Yeah, but he's always had the worst team. He's always had the worst roster in those games. So you give him a pass. Now, to be fair, great coaches can elevate average talent and achieve above average things. That's not James Franklin. He is going to coach to the ceiling of his talent. But this year, that ceiling is higher than it's ever been before, which means the expectations are higher, but I'm still not buying the Drew Aller hype. In fact, the last film study I'm going to do before the college football season starts in earnest next week, reluctantly, I've been waiting till the very end because I knew it was going to pain me.
You've been pushing it off.
was to dig back into the Notre Dame game. I was there. I was there for that chaos. And it was an absolute, I mean, it was an arrow in the heart to battle Notre Dame tooth and nail. And I play this scenario out in my head, Jake, every week. They would have had a second chance to play Ohio State. And that game was close. I know it was in Happy Valley, but that game was close. The first run around, I think it was like 2 months prior to when the national championship would have been. I rack my head around what would have happened if Penn State had that set. Now, they probably would have lost, but I wanted to see it happen. And maybe they get back to that point this year. Maybe not. Who knows? The ball is oddly shaped. It bounces in funny ways. I want to follow up with you on one question about Illinois, because you mentioned the quarterback woes that you guys have had.
Ugh.
What situation would you rather? You're right. What situation would you rather be in? Would you rather have the top tier 5-star blue chip quarterback that is a pushover, or would you rather have the 3-star gritty, gutty quarterback that doesn't have the talent, but he will run through a brick wall for your team and inspire your teammates to run through a brick wall? What's the situation you'd rather be in?
I mean, this isn't a debate to me, Jared. The wins. I'd rather have the wins. What are we talking about here? I get it. Like, you get the fan favorites. You get the guys that everybody likes to rally around and the fans love. And they're like, oh, but he wears it on his sleeve. Okay. You know what else he does? Sucks. Like, I'd much rather have the wins. If anybody's out there, if there's an Illinois fan out there saying, bring back Wes Lund, bring back Chase Crouch, hit my line at Jake_Hassan, because I will fight you tooth and nail on that. Like, that's an insane take. Winning is much better than losing. And as Illinois fans this year, you're lucky because Luke Altmaier loves the program. He is on both ends of the spectrum. Like, he wants to lay his life on the line for this team, and he loves this team. But yeah, the wins, Jared. Obviously, we're taking the wins.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of wins, some college football win totals that I have recently bet that I think are still bettable for you. And we're going to stay in the Big Ten. USC, I think, is an intriguing bet to the over. So I gave you Washington a couple hours ago at 7.5. I think USC at 7.5 is a good bet to the over here. Here's the start to their season: Missouri State, Georgia Southern, at Purdue, Michigan State. Oh, boy. If you lose one of those games, Lincoln Riley, we have problems, my friend. Then you get,
if he loses to Purdue, that's like, leave him on the tarmac.
Yeah. And the irony is that game is in West Lafayette, so I would make him walk home all the way back to La La Land. Then you go to Illinois at the end of September, and listen, I know everything is hunky dory right now in Illini land, but there is a narrative that maybe they're a little bit overvalued. And let's say they are overvalued. Like, let's live in that world for a minute. The Illini hype is a little bit overcooked. And
Jared,
just
I've been preparing to. Jared, I've been living in that world for the last 3 months. I've been trying to reverse jinx myself and get ready for failure and get ready for disappointment.
And then that's the case. And let's say USC wins that game, then you're home against Michigan. You're going to be favored in that game against Michigan. You're probably going to be a dog at Notre Dame. No, you're definitely going to be a dog at Notre Dame. You're probably going to be a slight dog at Nebraska, but I'll be honest, we'll see. I could see that game being a pick'em. I like the fact that game's November 1st and not the end of November, although Lincoln in November probably is going to be cold no matter what part of the month it's in, but maybe not as cold as it would be if you're playing that game after Thanksgiving. Then it's Northwestern Iowa at home. Important. You don't have to go to Chicago or Iowa City in the middle of November. Then you go to Oregon, tough game at the end of the year, and then you get the rivalry game against UCLA. I've got them favored in 8 games, and I've got some toss-ups at Illinois, home against Michigan, at Nebraska. I feel like 8 wins after 6-6 last year. You can't go 6-6 again with that kind of recruiting class and with the expectations usually that are in LA for USC. I think USC over 7.5 wins feels like a pretty decent bet. What do you think?
I do too. I like that. And a lot of people, even on this network, have given that out too. And I see the path for sure. I think you brought this up with Washington too, which I think does make a lot of sense. It's a year removed from all of the cross-country flights, all of the crazy travel that a lot of these teams had to deal with, especially those West Coast teams. And now you're adjusted to a little bit. Not saying it's going to be easy by any means, but it's not as devastating mentally, emotionally. Like you're at least more prepared for what is going to happen. You have an idea of what it looks like now. So not saying that that's worth a win or anything, but these are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. Like they're more adjusted. They're on a schedule now. It makes more sense for them. And you have Jaden Maeva, who now comes in knowing he's the starter. He's the guy. I think that also helps you a little bit. So let's take the travel adjustment and the quarterback knowing he's the guy coming in and mash those together. Maybe you get a full win out of that. So you're already at 7 wins.
Yeah.
And the ball bounces your way in a couple of those games, whether that be Nebraska, whether that be Illinois, which I think that Illinois game would be just such an upset spot for Illinois. Like that would make so much sense that they would just lose that game. And I just looked it up fast while you're talking about it. The weather in Nebraska at the beginning of November, it's floating around 50, 55. So that's way doable. So as opposed to the end of November and beginning of December where it's going to be 30 or worse. So I think USC, you're talking me into them. I think maybe even a flyer down the board. I mean, to win the Big Ten, I don't know if I want to go that far, but at 20-1 could be worth a ticket for sure. Especially it's a hype conversation, right? It's a what is the word? Like a talent conversation, right? Like what's the ceiling? Like, can they crash through that glass ceiling? And I think we both think, and a lot of people think that they can. Potential. That's the word I was looking for. There we go.
Yeah, I think the ceiling's 10. I do. I think Notre Dame and Oregon on the road are losses. I think the other 10 games on their schedule are very winnable. And you mentioned the road trips, right? They play 4 Big Ten road trips that are tough. At Illinois, at Nebraska, actually, 3 that are tough, and then the Notre Dame one, which is kind of sandwiched in the middle there. At Illinois, then you get a bye week. Then you play Michigan. Then you're at Notre Dame. Then you get a bye week. Then you go to Nebraska. Then you're home pretty much the entire month of November. You don't leave the Pacific time zone the entire month of November, and you don't have to go to the Eastern time zone because Purdue, Illinois, Nebraska, Notre Dame are Central time zone opponents. I think the schedule this year for USC is considerably more favorable than last year. And I also think the defense, we've never talked about USC's defense, but Danton Lynn's done a really good job. I mean, Alex Grinch was awful.
Yeah.
And he still has a job as a defensive coordinator, ironically enough. I think with UCF, I'm not sure. I might be wrong on that. Fact check me on that, Jake. But I'm pretty sure Alex Grinch he's still employed as a defensive coordinator, which is wild. Nice. Danton Lynn's done a really good job with this defense. So Maeva and the offense, I mean, they recruit really well at USC. We know that.
Yeah.
The defense actually is a story. And I think that's an interesting story. I think over 7.5 wins for USC is a stone cold bet for me. I'll give you Miami over 9. You might be able to find an 8.5 out there. I'm concerned about Carson Beck's injury. This could derail the entire thing. But let's be honest here with the ACC. Listen to this schedule. Tough game at Notre Dame to start. They're going to be a dog in that game. Then it's Bethune-Cookman, USF, Florida, tough game. Florida State, Louisville, Stanford, at SMU, who I think is a little bit overrated this year. They lose a ton on defense. Syracuse, NC State, Virginia Tech, Pittsburgh. You avoid Clemson. You get Florida State in the rivalry game, which, that game's always heated, but I think that's winnable. I don't see a guaranteed loss on this schedule. I think you can, Notre Dame, that's a pick 'em right now in the market. You're at home. I know Notre Dame's good, but they lost a lot too. How does Miami not win 10 games? Like, other than Mario Cristobal sticking his, finger up his nose in a big game, how do they not win 10? Like, to me, Miami feels like a stone cold bet, especially if you can get an 8.5.
Well, that's the problem, right? It's the Mario of it all. Like, you have to ask yourself, how is he going to torpedo this thing? That's what scares me, just because we do this time after time. Like, we ask this question every year. Is Mario going to have his head on straight at the end of games? And usually the answer is no. So I just don't know if I want to sign up for that. And the Carson Beck of it all too, like if he's healthy, okay, I can see this working out for sure. And honestly, I could even see him winning the Heisman possibly because this was a guy that people wanted to bet on the Heisman at Georgia too. Now, maybe his teammates didn't want to vote for him, but they didn't have votes, so who cares? So if he is healthy and everything's working out at Miami, honestly, if we think they can win 10, 11 games, it might just be better to put the ticket on Carson Beck, Heisman, because the two seem like they have to be married.
Very good point. Very good
Thank you.
point. That's why Jake Hassan is on this show, because he makes really good points. If you like Miami to win 10 games this year, we're going to just cross out the BetMGM network and that little banner behind you and just put the Jake Hassan network.
I'm just going to paint over
If
it.
you think Miami can win 10 or 11, absolutely, you should have a slice of Carson Beck to win the Heisman. Here's another reason. This is another reason why I would not bet on Aller or Arch Manning to win Heisman. Those defenses for Texas and Penn State are elite. Miami's defense, Swiss frickin' cheese. They're going to have to drop 40 points if they're going to want to win a lot of these games, whereas Penn State, Texas, they can win 21-17 and everything's hunky-dory. All right, when we come back, we will continue our NFL talk. Anthony Herron from Big Ten Network joins us. That's next. You better you bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think listening to that soundbite spoke to me about how baseball and other sports need to be proactive here. Like, if you're the commissioner of the sport, how are you taken aback by the idea that this may be a serious problem? Because we hear stories like this. Think about the countless stories we don't hear, because this happens daily, by the way. It's not like a one-off. It's just the ones we hear about. Lucas Giolito has not been in the headlines for this until just now, but he's saying, look, it gets worse every single day. And by the way, these players can't win because from a betting perspective, look, for every guy that is betting for you, there's probably someone fading you. So no matter how you perform, guess what? You lose. Like, if you're an athlete, you lose. And Rob Manfred and other commissioners, they need to be really proactive here as far as their cybersecurity in going after people who are guilty of this and putting something really punitive in place, because as Lucas was saying, you can't wait until someone gets hurt to do something, because as empty as some of these threats may be, there are some crazy people out there, and we don't need someone finally stepping over the line and hurting an athlete before we say, oh, I guess we need to take this seriously. It's already a problem. It's been a problem for a long time now. So it's time for these leagues to step up. And I don't know how much more they can do, but whatever they can do to increase the number of people really honing in and punishing the fans, taking them to court, putting them in jail, doing whatever they need to do to slow down these threats or at least mitigate them a little bit, it needs to be done.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Final hour of the show, the Power Hour here on You Better You Bet. Jared, Jake in for Nick and Femi today. They will be back on Monday. Hope you enjoyed the show. It's been really stacked. A lot of ball, a little bit of baseball sprinkled in, but mostly ball. And when I say ball, I mean football, the ball. And we're going to hopefully get Ant Herron from Big Ten Network and 670 The Score on the line soon to talk a little more ball. But before we do that, I wanted to mention one more win total bet, Jake, that really caught my eye, and it is an under. I've given you some over so far today. Give me over 7.5 with Washington, gave you over 7.5 with USC, gave you over 8.5. I would prefer 8.5 to the 9 with Miami. I think to Jake's point from our last segment, if it's only 9s out there and 10 is the required number for you to win, I think you might be better off placing some futures action on Carson Beck, because I think those two things are obviously tied at the hip. Now let's go under. Let's go a team that met and exceeded expectations to the 10th degree last year that might have lost a little bit too much meat on the bone to contend this year, and that is the SMU Mustangs, currently priced at 8.5 wins, plus money to the under. And they had a fantastic ACC year, 8-0 in the conference, Jake, but now they bring back their quarterback, which is great. That's usually step one to being over. But how about under because of who they lost elsewhere? How about this? They lost both all-conference offensive linemen. They lost 3 of their top 4 receivers. They lost their school record-breaking running back. And this is really the kicker. 7 all-conference defenders. You can only play 11 guys on defense. They lost 7 all-conference defensive players. That, to me, is an absolute stone-cold under. So when I look at their schedule, they're going to get a win week 1. They face East Texas A&M, which is an FCS team. Then they play Baylor. I think Baylor, to me, is one of the more underrated teams in the Big 12. In fact, I think Baylor over their win total is a good bet in itself. I've got them as a dog in that game against Baylor. In-state rivalry. Obviously, SMU is home in that game. They will have the home crowd, but I'm sure Baylor will bring plenty of people down from Waco up to Dallas for that in-state rivalry game against Baylor. Then you go to Missouri State. They're going to win that game, double-digit favorite. Then things get a little tricky. You go to TCU. They're going to be an underdog in that game. TCU is not bad this year. Syracuse, Stanford, I think you win those games. Then it's Clemson, Wake, Miami, BC, Louisville, Cal. I've got them dogs in 4 out of their 12 games this year. So I think just that alone is good reason to bet plus money to the under 8.5 wins. All right, let's transition back to the NFL. We will touch on a little bit of Big Ten as well here. Ant Herron from the Big Ten Network, 670 The Score. Follow him on X at Big Ant Herron. And I guess the big place to start today is what we saw breaking news with Michigan's situation. Finally, after 22 long months, the resolution to the Connor Stallion scandal. To me, this is a slap on the wrist. As a Penn State guy, I would gladly have my program pay $20 million to win a national title. What is your take on the sanctions that came down today against the University of Michigan?
So I think the way that this has just played out over the course of years, I do think it's been largely a negative in perception for Michigan as a program. What obviously enhances the ability for them to move on from it, for their fan base to still feel fulfilled in the midst of it, is the fact that they've won a national championship while this has all been revolving around the program over the course of the last few years. And we got to remember, there's really been sort of multiple sanctions that have been pending and investigations that have been ongoing as it relates to Michigan football. Part of it when Jim Harbaugh was there was the whole recruiting issue that was going on around COVID, and we got some sanctions for that. And then now, of course, Connor Stallions and the sanctions coming from this. And this feels like Sharon Moore has maybe gotten sanctioned 2 different times, but it's because there's been multiple sanctions with the program. But the fact that they were in that run of 3 consecutive Big Ten championships and then won the national title 2 seasons ago, I'd say that probably enhances the feeling of it being a slap on the wrist. And it's hard to know behind the scenes how much from an investigative perspective the NCAA came up with related to which other football programs, maybe had some similar practices in place. I'm confident that's something Michigan was attempting to present as it relates to this, but if they hadn't been winning at such a high level, this would probably feel like it's a bigger deal as a sanction. But the amount of success that we saw Michigan having over that 3-year run, that it does feel a little bit, I think that probably enhances the feeling that, maybe Michigan hasn't lost as much in the midst of this.
Well, and let's spin it forward to this year and how this, if at all, impacts the season for Michigan. Some people are pretty high on Michigan, thinking they could be a contender in the Big Ten. Bryce Underwood obviously comes in, and Michigan fans are excited to have an actual quarterback, it sounds like. But where are you at on Michigan this year? What do you think their potential is?
My biggest curiosity for Michigan is whether or not they end up trying to go a similar route that we saw their arch rival go, whatever it's been now, I guess almost a decade ago at this point, when Ryan Day first came in under Urban Meyer as his offensive coordinator, and we saw a version of Ohio State football that was enhanced from a passing perspective. Ohio State's always been a dominant program throughout all of our entire lifetimes here, but the quarterback position, the passing production as a whole was never what it's become since Ryan Day became the play caller and then the head coach. So that was a really drastic flip that Ohio State had in their offensive approach. I do wonder, in a similar vein, does Michigan, even in the face of the winning they've done here as of late, but now their OC, who helped enhance what they did offensively and helped lead them to championship level play, do they now try to flip what they do offensively on its head? Now, of course, you can't have the passing attack get any worse than it was last season for the Maize and Blue. But now that they've got another 5-star quarterback, but one with an even bigger degree of acclaim and ballyhoo over what J.J. McCarthy had when he came in. And there's plenty of excitement about McCarthy as he joined the program. But does Bryce Underwood, in some ways, almost force Michigan to see what they're truly capable of as a passing offense? Or do we see Michigan take a similar approach to what we've seen in recent years as Chip Lindsey steps in as the offensive coordinator and try to lead with the ground attack and ease their quarterback, whether it's Bryce Underwood or Mikey Keene or others, but do they ease the quarterback position into having a bigger role in this offense?
And I'm curious, with Ohio State's offense, I mean, talk about a team that went through some turnover. You lose both coordinators, both defense and offense, but the offensive coordinator spot for the Buckeyes is really where I want to focus here. I love Brian Hartline. I'm sure a lot of Ohio State fans love Brian Hartline. If things don't start well, can you see that relationship between Hartline and Ryan Day deteriorating fast? And can you see Day maybe taking the reins on some of those play calling duties as Ohio State tries to, again, kind of rebound from what is always tough? It is not easy to lose both your coordinators, especially when you get one as talented as Chip Kelly. But that dynamic between Hartline and Day really fascinates me heading into this year.
The good thing is, and I was talking to Ryan Day about this a couple of weeks ago in Las Vegas at Big Ten Media Days, he and Brian Hartline have had a working relationship for years at this point. And he's been grooming Brian Hartline for this for years now. He's had the co-offensive coordinator title, but Ryan Day was, of course, calling the plays initially, and Chip Kelly's called the plays last season. And so Hartline has been able to get abreast of not only just how you sort of manage things in game, but the organization that takes place the other 6 days of the week that set up the game plan for Saturday. And that's as big a deal as anything for the OC, because you do have to structurally have the offense prepared for everything that's going to face them on a given Saturday. And, it's nice to have an offensive play caller as talented as Ryan Day as the head coach, because if there is a situation that comes up where he's not really feeling like Brian Hartline is getting done what he really wants him to get done offensively, then you can always take the reins back, even if it's just situationally. What I'm really looking forward to is seeing how Matt Patricia operates with the Buckeye defense, because that is one of the factors that will allow, where the program's at right now. Because coming off a national championship, they're in a different position than they've ever been since Ryan Day has been with this program, where Ohio State fans are still going to be rabid and fanatical, and they're going to have as high of expectations as anyone in the country. But they're not going to be trying to run Ryan Day out of town. They're not going to be trying to run Brian Hartline out of town if there are some early season struggles in the same way that they were over the last couple of years, if things didn't look exactly like the fan base expected. Yeah, they haven't beaten Michigan in a few years, but they do at least have the national championship that Buckeye fans desire so much. So I do think, you know, if patience is a word that can ever be associated with the Buckeye fan base, they're in a stronger position right now, as I've seen them in years, to at least, you know, if there's a stumbling block here or there early for Brian Hartline, then I do think the fan base will work through him, you know, will work through that with him and with Ryan Day. And especially if Matt Patricia's defense is able to be salty, keep them in games, give some headaches to Arch Manning early on, then I think they're going to be fine. As long as they're winning games and looking impressive in other phases, then they may accept with the youth they're going to have at quarterback and inexperience on the offensive line and in the backfield, they'll probably be willing to accept some of the growing pains that may face them early.
I have to ask you about the Buzzy team that everybody is really high on this year, especially here in Chicago. And it is Illinois. It's the Fighting Illini. Everybody loves their win total over. Everybody wants to bet on them. Is the hype warranted? Like, is this going to be a big year for this team?
So I'm bullish on Brett Bielema as a head coach, and I love the fact that the Illini are now in this position where there does seem to be an increased appreciation for what Brett Bielema has been able to do, not only back in his time at Wisconsin and the Big Ten championships he won there, but that did always seem to me to be, there was a perception that, you know, he just sort of got handed this sports car by Barry Alvarez and he just kind of kept it on the road. Now he was able to, he's in the process of building Illini football from the dust and now has as a top 12 program in the preseason and had such an amazing finish to the 2024 season. And now, you know, we're able to appreciate Brett Bielema as a coach in a different way. He's not just this guy who's a great recruiter and a fun personality. He is a top flight football coach. So much talent returns from last season. But what we got to remember about last season, this wasn't an Illini juggernaut. This wasn't a version of the Illini offense that was blowing the doors off the opposing defense. So we do need to assume a certain degree of development if we're going to think that Luke Altmaier and the running back position, that Josh Kreutz and this offensive line, that this is going to be an Illini offense that will find a way to put a bunch of points up on the opposing team, because we're still uncertain about how special they can maybe be on the outside with their skill position talent. So if the Illini aren't necessarily blowing people out, they're going to definitively have to win a lot of games, and they're likely going to have to win the majority of them in close fashion, which I think they're capable of. But I feel like this is going to look different, even in another big season. And this could be the first time in the history of the program that Illinois would win double-digit games in back-to-back seasons. They've never done that before. But if it happens, I do think it's going to look different than what we saw from the Indiana Hoosiers last year. I don't know that I project this Illini offense to be one that's going to put up 40 and 50 points consistently throughout the year.
And last minute here, I think Oregon's going to be fine. You know, I know they lost a lot. You know, Dante Moore looks to be the part. I know we haven't seen a lot of them. Dylan Gabriel was a rock star, and that roster is just loaded. Dan Lanning's a great coach. What's the seal? Like, can they win the national championship, Oregon, this year, or are they maybe a step beneath the other contenders?
Yes, they can win the national title. Dante Moore is one of the quarterbacks I'm most excited about watching and sort of introducing himself to the nation this coming season. I call the All-American Bowl every year for NBC, and he was one of the quarterbacks in that game years ago. And we've had Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy. We've had all the top signal callers in the country. They've come through that game, and to be able to look at a player like Dante Moore and compare him with some of those other guys, not only the passing acumen, the maturity of the way he throws the ball, but there's a maturity of how he carries himself, his demeanor. And you think back to last season, the willingness to go and definitively be a backup to Dylan Gabriel, wait his turn. Now he should be extremely comfortable in Will Stein's offense. I do think it'll look a little bit different versus what we've seen with all the veterans, the 30-year-old QBs they've had the last couple of years. There'll be probably more big plays, more chunk plays, perhaps a few more turnovers as well. But this may be a more fun version, a more highlight-ridden version of Oregon's offense that can definitively, to me, be right there in the national championship hunt.
Great stuff. Ant Heron does great work for Big Ten Network, 670 The Score. Follow him on X at Big Ant Heron. We appreciate the time, pal. Good luck this season.
All right. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Awesome stuff. There he goes, Ant Heron. Oregon scares me. That game between Penn State and Oregon early in the year, that game scares me.
You're hiding it very well.
Yeah. I know that Oregon shouldn't be able to reload as quickly as they do at quarterback, but I think Moore might be better. He might be better than Dylan Gabriel, honestly, and that's really scary considering the rest of that roster.
Ask the Browns what they think.
Yeah. I don't even know where I'm going to go with that, but we'll have Brad Evans on the show next. We'll wrap things up. We'll give you out some bets and say farewell on a Friday. Jared and Jake here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
All right. 44 days, 17 hours, 32 minutes, and 56 seconds. That's when week 0 of the college football season officially kicks off. And usually, if I'm betting conference futures, I'm looking for better prices than plus 225. And I usually try to avoid the trendy teams, but I'm not going to do that this year in the SEC. I'm going to roll with Texas. As you guys know, I'm a Sark guy. 8 returning starters, 3 on offense, 5 on defense. Arch Manning's the guy now full-time. No more Quinn Ewers. I think he's the better fit for the Sark offense, more of a dual threat. Offense loses 8 starters from a team that averaged 33 points per game, but I think they're going to be even better, man. They got the Stanford wide receiver, Emmett Mosley. They got DeAndre Moore Jr. back at wide receiver, Ryan Wingo. The offensive line is going to be good, but they do have to replace 4 starters, which is kind of concerning, including Kelvin Banks Jr., who's now in the league. Running back depth might be a question mark. Like, that was the issue last year. They had 3 losses. In all 3 losses, or in those 3 losses, they only averaged 1.4 yards per carry with no rushing touchdowns. This year, they're going to have to get the ground game going. Defense, 5 starters are back. Watching the spring game back, Sark calls the defensive backs the best unit on the team. Anthony Hill Jr. had 113 tackles last season at the linebacker position. They're looking for ways to get Colin Simmons on the field more. Last year as a freshman, 9 sacks, 14 tackles for loss. Tough opener week 1, but I already bet them against Ohio State as 3.5-point dogs. I do think Arch is the real deal, man. I don't know that he's going to be the number 1 overall pick because I don't know that he comes out. But I'm pretty high on Texas, and I did take a shot with them, plus 225 to win the SEC.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're wrapping up the show. Jared and Jake on a Friday. You Better You Bet. Nick and Femi will be back on Monday. Thank you to our guests. What an awesome show today. Bob Nightingale, Christian Kirby, Jen Piacenti, Mike Yam, Landon Tengwall, Ant Heron. Absolutely loaded Friday of ball. And, of course, our crew behind the scenes holding it down, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Hall, and Jake Hassan. The Sean Figgins, the Ben Zobrist of BetMGM Network, pulling double duty today, doing a great job. If you missed anything, you can hear it all on the YB podcast. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. Coming up next on the network, BetMGM Tonight, Brad Evans, Ryan Horvat. Before we get to that, though, we have to bring in the man himself, Brad Evans, to serenade us with what is happening in the sports betting universe tonight.
Hola, amigos! Thank goodness we have craptastic, meaningless NFL pro tackle football, because I'm tired of betting on baseball, especially a certain team on the north side, finding spectacular ways to lose baseball games. Gentlemen?
Jared, you have to introduce Brad by his proper
that.
title. You haven't been on the show, but what's up, you bald freak? What's going on?
Oh, yeah, we're getting freaky deaky. Yeah, that is a thing. That is officially a thing. I saw my barber today, so the bone polish is shinier than usual. And Jake, I am still waiting for the T-shirt with this ugly mug emblazoned on a chest because for some sick to minimum reason, my wife wants to wear one.
Listen, I'll get in the lab. That's a Bill Zimmerman special. I'm going to push that off to somebody who isn't me.
That's amazing. It's looking very aerodynamic tonight, Brad. It's almost like it's coming to it's like, you got a little triangle point going on there. Have you been doing any neck lifts to get that thing nice and smooth up there?
Oh, yeah. I'm doing like the Derrick Henry all-season workouts, freakish things, like the 150-pound chain around my neck and just lifting it slowly up and down. Sadly, though, if I were trying to seal a base in a baseball game, I'd probably overslide second as well.
Oh,
I was going to say, it's nice and smooth, right? You put your head down, it would be like very, frictionless, very aerodynamic there across second base.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate downside of having such an aerodynamic dome.
Oh, all right. Well, NFL preseason tonight. I know the first half catching your eye, right? We kind of know who's playing tonight for Atlanta and Tennessee. Same thing for Seattle and Kansas City.
Yeah, let's start things off in the first game with the Atlanta Falcons and Tennessee Titans, Ridley and Tyler Lockett. So those two stars are going to be out of action for Tennessee. I doubt you're going to see Pollard as well, especially with Tyjae Spears out with a high ankle sprain. They're going to play really cautious and try to go in this season healthy in that backfield. But Cam Ward is going to see a ton of snaps. I wouldn't be shocked if he played the majority of the first half. I don't have any inside information or anything. That's a gut read. So the way I'm playing it, I took Tennessee this morning, -1.5 on the first half line. I'm hoping that Cam Ward's going to come out of firing, though the Titans defense, even the first stringers that they played a series or two, are going to be woeful. But still, you're playing a bunch of backups in Atlanta. I mean, it's a crapshoot, guys. It's the preseason. But if I had a lane, and yes, I honestly did play it, I took Tennessee -1.5 in the first half because I'm a full-blown degenerate.
Love it. I'm a degenerate too. I bet some preseason as well. What about this Chiefs-Seahawks game? I mean, I feel like the line has moved us a little bit too much towards Seattle. I know they're going to play their starters, but we're still going to get Jalen Milroe for most of the second half.
Yeah, correct. So again, I'm playing it the same way I did with the Tennessee Titans. I took Seattle, Bradman -1.5 of the first half line. The buck crack of dawn this morning. We've already seen some shift in that line. I may buy back in. You had a very convincing argument off air before I joined the broadcast that you're liking Kansas City to score the cover because the line has gotten so out of control and its overall movement. So what I'm probably going to do is hopefully pray to the gambling god, sacrifice some beers and chicken wings, and hope my first half bet comes through. That I may buy back in on the belief that you laid out so eloquently and brilliantly that Kansas City could score that cover in the full game overall. So I think that is a smart way to play some of the action tonight.
I think it's a good idea. Just don't be mad at me if Seattle wins by 3 scores. That's all I ask.
I'm never mad. Never mad.
That's true. It's true. You are the happiest man in show business. Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight, coming up on the other side. We appreciate the time, pal. Good luck.
Blaze Alexander over 1.5 total bases. I'm out.
I love it. I always get something from Brad. I always learn something or I laugh. One of those two things always happens, usually both, every time I have a conversation with Brad. All right, let's pay some bills. Drop the dope ass beat. The king of the big swing, making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included. Listen up on them parlays. Minimum $10 on a player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, you win your share of $50K in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every Friday. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. And of course, most important part, please gamble responsibly. All right, I will let you go first. Feel free. Dealer's choice. Football, baseball, cricket, WNBA. Like I don't know what you're betting on these days, Jake, but I know you've got something in the tank for tonight, pal.
Yeah, it's going to be all baseball for me today. Obviously, we talked about the Tennessee first quarter number. If you can find it, I am still searching, so I will. Obviously, I'm hosting a show, so I don't have a lot of time to go search everywhere for that. I will in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes-ish, give or take. I digress. But as far as the baseball bets go, I refuse to live in a world where Lucas Giolito is a minus 166 favorite. Does that sound correct to anybody? No? Okay, good. I'm glad we're all on the same plane of existence here. I know he's pitched well. I know the Red Sox are playing well, but the Marlins are kind of plucky. They're actually not a bad team. I kind of like them, so I'll bet on Sandy Alcantara. He obviously ended up staying in Miami post-trade deadline. I know it hasn't been the greatest season for him, but we've seen spurts of greatness from him at certain points this season. And again, this is mostly just a price play, and it's Lucas Giolito. What are we talking about here? So I'll take the Marlins on the money line, honestly, and that Boston bullpen, even if Giolito plays well, that Boston bullpen can melt down. The other one I like, everybody wants to bet on Chris Bassett today. The Rangers opened at minus 120. It's about 10 cents a movement. They're at minus 110 now, certain places. So it's DeGrom on the mound. It's basically a pick. I'll take the Rangers. They've been frustrating me all year long, and quite frankly, they've been just making me incredibly angry. But I'll bet them tonight. I'll back DeGrom, go against Bassett. I mean, even when we talked to Bob Nightingale, he was saying, I don't know how this Blue Jays team is doing this. This rotation isn't that good. And I agree with them. So I will be on the Rangers tonight. I am also going to be on the over 9 and Cardinals and Yankees. Am I betting with my emotions in this one? A little bit, because it's Luis Gil, and I hate him, famously. Also, the Cardinals are a terrible team. Andre Payante, he's a dude of all time, for sure. So I'll go against him, the over 9 in that St. Louis and New York game. I haven't decided who, but I want to fade Brandon Young, the Orioles pitcher. He's, okay, again, a guy of all time, for sure. I'm probably going to be on a Correa home run. I don't know if you've seen his numbers since he went back to Houston, Jared. He's got like a 970 OPS since he got to Houston. It's insane. They fixed him. God, who could have seen that coming? It's why I like them a lot and think they can win the World Series. But I'll be on a Correa home run today, too.
I agree with the Houston take. The American League is just wide open. Anyone who makes the playoffs in the American League, I think, can get hot in early October and just make a run right through that postseason. I think the NL is really a 2.5 team race. Philly, Dodgers, and maybe the half to the Padres. But I feel like Houston's very live. And the Marlins are super plucky. I bet over 69.5 wins at the All-Star break for the Marlins. They've got 58 wins, and there's a whole month and a half left in the year. If I lose
there's like 2 months almost.
If I lose that bet, I am not going to be happy. I think I'm going to win that bet because they have to go like 11-30 down the stretch for me to lose it. But I am very confident that bet's going to hit over 69.5 wins on the Marlins. Really good look. They've been unbelievable in the second half of the year. All right, I told you the Chiefs. I got to take 4. You can get 4.5 right now. That's crazy. I bet 4 before the show. This line's moved a full touchdown. The total's 38. I mean, if Jalen Milroe beats me in the second half, I will live with that outcome. But when the line moves at least 6 points in the preseason, if you just fade the steam, you've won 9 consecutive bets, 16, 8-1 since 2004. I love fading the steam in the preseason. To that end, we're also going to bet the Jets plus 3.5 tomorrow. Same handicap. Giants were a favorite, or excuse me, Giants were a dog. Now they're a favorite. Lines moved way too much. Some props tonight. Sean Manaea over 15.5 outs. He's got knocked around in his last 2 starts, but he had a pretty decent start against the Guardians. He went over this prop. And the Mariners, weird day yesterday, right? On the East Coast, rain delay. Then you got to go back and play. Now you're going to New York. I think Manaea, who's been okay since coming back from injury, now up to about 90, 95 pitches, I think gets over 15.5 outs. And I'll give you 2 nerfies. I'll give you that Mariners-Mets nerfie, Castillo-Manaea. Castillo actually had a really good nerfie streak going until recently. He had a yerfie in his last start, 78% since the start of 24. Manaea, how about this? 81% nerfie rate for Sean Manaea over the last season plus. He's been really good in the first inning. And I got to do nerfie, go nerfie in that Rangers-Blue Jays game. I get DeGrom against Bassett. Bassett's been a nerfie rock star, 7 straight, 75% nerfie rate, well above league average. And DeGrom, 81% career nerfie rate. I mean, the dude just absolutely rakes in the first inning. Luis Hill strikeout prop intrigued me, but I feel like at 5.5 at plus money, it's a no-go. 4.5, if you can find it, maybe. The Astros struck out a lot in his last outing. I don't know. Cardinals, you like the over tonight. Stay off the heel prop, right? You hate Luis Hill, so I feel like I'll
hate
to you there.
That guy. Definitely wasn't my fault that he won AL Rookie of the Year. There's no way. Who could have possibly seen that coming?
Yeah, stay away from that. I think, again, when you go from 4.5 to 5.5, I don't think he's getting a 6. I think 4.5 was a bet. I think 5.5's a layoff. I like the Manaea outs prop a lot. Rogers and Springs just went 6+ innings against this Mariners team in the last 2 weeks. They have really struggled. What is it with the Mariners against lefties? Like, why is that a thing? They just cannot hit lefties. I don't get it.
They are a very one-sided team, and it's partially why I don't like them in the postseason.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, that's probably my favorite baseball bet of the night. Sean Manaea, over 15.5 outs, and we got to take 4 with the Chiefs against the Seahawks. Those are my 2 favorite wagers tonight. This has been awesome. Jake, you do a fantastic job behind the scenes. You're pretty damn good on air, too, and you absolutely rocked it today, pal.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. It was a good time. I will be back tomorrow on Bet for the Cycle, so see you in like 15 hours.
And I actually just got a call from our fearless leader, Andrew, that I'll be filling in for Cam Smith tomorrow on Better Angle with Kate Constable. So I also will be back tomorrow. We are working the weekends, baby. Love you all. I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
There are a couple that I was willing to eliminate right away that I'm not completely buying into. I have questions about. Not saying they're going to have a bad year, but I have questions about Detroit and Philadelphia for me. Those are the 2 teams that I do have some questions about. The depth of the Eagles and then the Lions losing both of their coordinators. Let's see how they rebound from that. And I think most wins with their schedule, their road schedule, you're asking a lot. So those are teams that I wasn't really interested in. And then the rest, it's Buffalo Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco. My first reaction was, oh, yeah, Bills. I like the Bills. I like the Bills to have the most wins. And then I look at it, oh, they're the favorite at plus 350. And then I, like you, uninterested suddenly in this market with them as a favorite and only plus 350. San Francisco. Everything went wrong injury-wise last year. Everything. And I know there are some new pieces and you don't have certain guys, like you don't have Debo anymore, but I think they could be okay. They could be just fine with that. They add to the depth on that defense, but the biggest thing is that soft schedule. By far the easiest schedule in the NFL. That's why the win total is so high. Like, there are questions. What version of CMC are you going to get now? How does he look coming back from the injury? Same thing with Brandon Ayuk. Like, I understand all of that, but they still have the talent. They still have the all-world left tackle on that offensive line. And you bring in Robert Saleh back to run that defense, and we know how successful he was as defensive coordinator before moving on to head coach of the Jets. So at 13-1, I'm with you. I think that's very doable for the 49ers in a bounce-back year where they could be in the mix for most wins in the league.
Chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No! You never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise, another ballistic edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans alongside my main man, Ryan Horvat, on this Freaky Friday edition of the program. We got an action-packed program for you tonight. Of course, going to be breaking down our top three bets on our cards here momentarily, including some action in preseason week 2 of the NFL. We got a pair of matchups going down this evening, and then we're going to have an interview straight away because it's of top and utmost importance why a lot of you have fantasy football drafts this weekend. So we got to give you all the inside scoop on the Cleveland Browns. So Chris Easterling is going to be stopping by from the Akron Beacon Journal, talking about the Quinshon Judkins possible return if and when that does occur. And when exactly is he going to maybe see the full opportunity share there along Lake Erie. We're going to break down Joe Flacco, the quarterback situation, the wide receivers, David Njoku, and the tight ends as well. So you don't want to miss that interview coming up here in Seg 2. Then Parlay Pete is going to move mosey on over and get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at plus money and working some bonus time bets as well. Then Tim Grunhard is going to be talking Kansas City Chiefs with us. Of course, he played for that terrific organization. Rashee Rice, when is suspension possibly going to occur? Is it going to be mid-season? Is it even going to occur this year? What are the latest rumblings that he is hearing right now from the Chiefs organization? And as well, we're going to talk fantasy implications among some of the running backs. The certain someone that is Mr. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, can get back to 30 touchdown level? And the other wide receivers, how they going to fill the void if and when Rice does miss time with an inevitable suspension. Of course, a disciplinary hearing coming in late September. So can't wait to talk to Tim Grunhard coming up in Seg 4. Then another edition of Better Up. We got 3 games out on the left coast, and we're going to work in bets in every single one of those matches, including our Crew to Cash hot-ahead parlay of the night, another 5-legger, and it's a juicy one as well. So hopefully we're going to finish the week on a high note in Major League Baseball betting. Then college cash. We got 4 more American athletic teams to break down the over-unders on. East Carolina, Florida Atlantic, Navy, and Army as well. I already know the answer to one of those for Ryan Horvath, because one of those military institutions he's been talking up endlessly so far before the college football season gets underway. Then we got a brand new segment called Percentage Play, looking at some of the props that are out there and attaching percentage chance odds. I got a meteorology degree, so I'm going to kind of work my inner Jim Cantori, Al Roker on that one. And so will Ryan Horvath. So we're looking forward to introducing that to the masses, followed by an edition of You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round 10, part 2. Breakdown of fantasy football ADPs. Again, trying to get you prepped in your fantasy football drafts. And also, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, or maybe some spicy hot takes in that hobby, or you want to talk sports betting in the futures market of college football, the NFL, you want to talk MLB betting, you want to talk WNBA betting, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this: what round would you feel most comfortable targeting wide receiver Rashee Rice in 12-team half-point PPR fantasy football drafts? Your options are round 4, round 5, round 6 or later, or nah, bro, I ain't touching that dude. So those are your options. Right now, over 160 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop in your 2 cents, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my smoking hot colleague. Hopefully that's going to be the case tonight with some of your picks.
Hope.
In the world of sports betting. Yeah, we can only hope and pray, because the Cubs are ruining our lives. They're peeing in our Cheerios right now, and they're utterly ticking me off the process. PCA, grab the bag. You slid over it by like 10 feet. Utterly ridiculous how they're just coming up with creative ways and losing baseball games. Anyway, the big news today that impacts some of the fantasy circles, especially you Superflex fans, which is essentially a 2-quarterback league. Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, came out today and said it's going to be sooner rather than later. He is going to announce a starter for this organization under center, adding a little bit of color, but he doesn't have an exact timetable. That's what he said. I don't have an exact timetable, but it's going to be sooner rather than later. So let's handicap it. And I got that information from Colts.com, but let's handicap it for a minute. Give me the plus or minus odds on Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson being under center week 1 for the My Little Ponies?
I'll make Daniel Jones a slight favorite, maybe minus 125. I don't want to go any higher. I think he should be the starter, right? I'm not saying Daniel Jones is Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen or an MVP candidate, but we have seen him quarterback a team to the playoffs. Granted, it was a great defense, not a good defense that they had that year, decent defense. They had Saquon Barkley. But Anthony Richardson has all the physical gifts. He's got a rocket for an arm, but he's not accurate. He can't make the throws, man. And I don't know. I still can't get over the fact that he took himself out of a game because he was tired last year. Granted, he was running around a lot, but I think Daniel Jones ultimately wins that job. But it's Shane Steichen. He could be coaching for his life this year, and let's be honest, Anthony Richardson has the higher ceiling. Daniel Jones, we kind of know what he is, but if you want to win football games, man, and I think they have to win football games, and it's not that tough a division, I think that Daniel Jones is the better option. So I'm going to make him the slight favorite, but I could see them going with Anthony Richardson just because he has the higher upside.
Sort of. I mean, Anthony Richardson absolutely stinks. He's the most inaccurate quarterback in the NFL. At least he was last season. He was dead last in adjusted completion percentage among qualifying quarterbacks, and that was at quarterback 45. Where did Daniel Jones rank in that category? He was quarterback 14. So definitely somebody that's respectable, threading the needle to some of the receivers out there. So if you're looking at a potential victory in week 1, which I think it is, because that is kind of a basement bowl game of sorts between the Colts and the Miami Dolphins. They're at home. You want to start the season off on the right foot. Then you fall in week 2 against the frightening secondary of the Denver Broncos, which might be the best in the NFL with Patrick Surtain, though that one is being played as well in the Circle City. You have a chance to go 1-1. Maybe you have a far-fetched chance of going 2-0. I think the guys give you the best chance to get there would be Daniel Jones. I'm going to say it right now. I think it's minus 140 that Jones will be the starter week 1. So if you have a super flex fantasy football draft this weekend, go the extra buck if you're a salary cap or auction. Maybe go a little bit earlier around. I mean, maybe we get him in round 12 or 11 in that format anyway. Go in, round 10 or round 11. Yeah. If he's going on average around 12 or 13. So I think Jones is going to start at least a handful of the games, at least initially, to start the season for the Colts. I'm not saying he's going to have a death grip on that, but he's got a little bit more early season upside. All right, let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the day, the world of sports betting. Numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What you got?
All right, so let's go to NFL preseason action. We got one game going down right now, Atlanta, Tennessee. And it was a nice little run for overs, week 1 of the preseason. Overs went 14-2, so we saw a bunch of line movement as far as the totals. This one went from 35.5, where I thought it should have closed, all the way up to 37.5. Not a huge edge. It's the preseason, but I went under. Atlanta not playing Michael Penix. Cam Ward is going to play probably maybe the first half, man. And I mean, we might see him longer than that because the defense last week couldn't get off the field, missing tackles all over the place. So, and they gave up 178 rushing yards, by the way, too. I'm just looking at it right now. So I'm going to go under in this game, 37.5. We had a good run at overs. Now I think we get a little bit of a run of unders here in the preseason. So Tennessee, Atlanta, 11:20 to go in the first quarter. Let's go under 37.5. You could still get it right now.
Hopefully the punters are going to be busy. Numero uno on my card. I'm going to go the same game, and you can still get this right now at the same number. Tennessee Titans, I grabbed a -1.5 on the first half line against the ATL, and I got a standard juice at a -110. No Calvin Ridley, no Tyler Lockett. I doubt we're going to see Tony Pollard either tonight, but Cam Ward, he may see the majority of the snaps in the first half. Now, this is a bit of a dice roll because the Tennessee Titans defense couldn't corral a toddler, to say the least. So I don't have a whole lot of faith that they're going to be able to mitigate and stop the ATL and their backups. But here's to hoping that this one comes through. Give me the Tennessee Titans -1.5 on that first half line. Numero dos on your card. Horvey, what else do you have?
All right, I'm going to the diamond. This is a late ad. This is a little audible. And we are going to go with a gross one tonight, though. Give me the New York Mets. Right now, minus 129 is the best price you could get with Minaya on the mound. 1-1 this season with a 4.43 ERA. They're cold as cold could be. Right now, the Mets are. Meanwhile, Seattle's hot, and they got Castillo going tonight. 8-6 on the year with a 3.19 ERA. And Seattle's plus 118. Something's fishy. I think the Mets get themselves right tonight. Something the Cubs couldn't do earlier today. I'm taking them as minus 129 favorites. I'm probably going to be kicking myself a little bit later, but I think the Mets get one tonight.
All right, numero dos on my card. I'm going to go with a guy whose first name I wish I had. Blaze Alexander. That's kind of a porntastic name, not going to lie there. Give me the over on 1.5 total bags in Colorado, taking on those Pebbles. That one is at a minus 120 juice, a little bit heavier juice, but I'm willing to pay it. He has done this in all 4 games against the Rockies this season, where he is 7 for 13 from the dish with a pair of doubles and a bomb. That's a 538 average and nearly a 1,600 OPS. He's going against Champaign, Illinois, David. This is true. Tanner Gordon went to my wife's high school, Champaign Central. He's been terrible. 12.67 ERA in his last 4. Right-handed hitters batting .443 against them this season. So Blaze Alexander. It's just cool when it rolls off the tongue. I'm taking the over 1.5 total bags. Again, at a minus 120 juice. Numero trace on your card. Horvey, bring it home.
All right, I like Seattle tonight in the second game. That one kicks off 10 p.m. on the NFL Network, of course. And Seattle bumped all the way up to 4.5. You could still find a 3. It's juiced. I also like the under in the game, so I'm going to parlay these together, actually. Give me Seattle on the money line. We're going to see Sam Darnold and some of the starters tonight. The Chiefs have actual things to play for this season, so we're not going to see Pat Mahomes. Although Andy Reid hasn't really come out and said that. He said, we're going to sit some starters. He's not giving you anything. But I think it's going to be a good run of unders this weekend. Give me under 39.5. And then let's go money line, minus 158 on Seattle. Still those in a little parlay, and you can get plus 211 odds. So I'm going to go Seahawks money line and under in the game, 39.5, plus 211 on the parlay.
Oh, I love that one quite a bit. Little parlay action in the preseason. Yeah. Numero trace for me. Let's get some plus money on the board. Yes, Framber Valdez. I'll take the over on 18.5 ounce going against the Baltimore Orioles. It's plus 120, which I think is an absurd value, and it sucked me in. Why? Look at Framber Valdez. And Addy, this is for you. You're the diehard Astros fan at home. He has been masterful. 1.65 ERA this season, only given up a 202 on base percentage allowed in 11 games started. He's only gone over this prop at 9 of 23 starts. But if he can keep the walks down, because at home he's got a 3.04 walks per 9 mark, this one should hit. Baltimore, over the last 2 weeks, dead last in Major League Baseball and WRC+. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're getting down with the Cleveland Browns and Chris Easterling, breaking everything down with that franchise who's been in the news the last 24 hours. This one's for you, fantasy fans. Don't go anywhere, fools. We're just getting started here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal here momentarily, bringing everything down. Cleveland Browns. Certainly in the news here last 24 hours with Quinshon Judkins. When is he going to return? When could he be elevated up the depth chart? We're going to ask those questions and a whole lot more. Is Joe Flacco going to start the majority of the season? Chris is going to give us all of the inside scoop on this franchise, getting prepared for your fantasy football drafts, and maybe got one this weekend. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk football futures in college or the NFL, you want to talk MLB bets or WNBA wagers, you certainly can. Easy way to contact Horvat and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also rifle off your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to Chris Easterling, who covers the Cleveland Browns, again, for the Akron Beacon Journal. Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at C Easterling ABJ. Again, on X, at C Easterling ABJ. Chris, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, let's go ahead and dive in on the big story that's transpired here over the last 24 or so hours. We got unexpected news that dropped yesterday regarding the still unsigned rookie running back Quinshon Judkins out of the Ohio State. No formal charges were filed stemming from a domestic incident this offseason. So he's looking like he's going to show up. He's going to sign on the dotted line. How quickly do you feel he's going to apply pen to paper? When do you believe he's going to make his Browns season debut? How long before he overtakes lead duties in that backfield over Dylan Sampson and Jerome Ford? And finally, and I know I'm throwing a lot at you, handicap the backfield touches week 1 for this team against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Well, thanks for having me. I will start with I would guess first part of next week, maybe they'll get Quinshon signed. It sounded like when we talked to Andrew Berry at the beginning of training camp, it sounded like they've got the basic parameters of a deal done. But it was always contingent on the legal process. Well, the legal process has played out. Obviously, there's NFL discipline that I fully expect. So that's sort of the wrinkle in it. But I would expect the first part of next week. They play tomorrow in Philly. They have an off day on Sunday. They don't have a practice on Monday. They kind of go into game week mode on Tuesday. So I would expect I'm thinking if I had to guess Tuesday, they'll get him signed. But as far as we see him on the field, that's the thing. That's where I keep going. I go back to the NFL discipline, and I don't know, does he end up on the commissioner's exempt list while they do their own investigation? I expect him to miss some games. Now, how many? I would put in the 2 to 4 range, but it's hard to say. I mean, it could be anything, but I do not expect him on the field against Cincinnati. To me, it will be Jerome Ford, Dylan Sampson with maybe a touch of Pierre Strong, but I think it'll primarily be Dylan Sampson and Jerome Ford that first game as they get Quinshon up to speed and, hopefully have him available, I would guess, by October.
Chris, one guy we expect on the field is Jerry Jeudy, and he really hit his stride last season, his first year with Cleveland. So he's entering year 2 after a couple, struggling seasons, challenging seasons, I should say, with Denver. But he finished the year with over 1,000 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns, 90 receptions, his first Pro Bowl selection. Are you expecting him to run back that success this year? Even with maybe some shaky quarterback play, are you expecting another big year from Jerry Jeudy this year?
I think it's certainly in there for Jerry. I mean, especially, I'm curious to see how things evolve once they finally put this quarterback business to bed and just name Joe Flacco the starter, which, it's the way it's looked for 2 weeks now. I'm not quite sure why Kevin Stefanski has prolonged it this long when it's this obvious to everybody. But I think once Joe is fully entrenched as the number one, that allowed them to really, I think, take off, especially continue to build that rapport with Jerry, who he had neither of them really knew each other until Joe signed with Cleveland. They got on the field this offseason together. So I would expect him to have a big season. I could see him taking advantage of Joe's big arm and hitting some of those big explosive plays that I think is what is the big reason why they wanted the Browns have coveted him since he was at Alabama. So I definitely think a big season could be in the cards for him. Again, it's all about there's obviously other things that go into it, but if you're just telling me that he has Joe Flacco as his quarterback for the full season and he stays healthy, I think Jerry Jeudy's going to have another big year.
I know a lot of fantasy people and people just following the team are getting really excited about what they're hearing about Harold Fannin Jr., but you have old reliable David Njoku Jr., and especially if it is Joe getting the start, for the first couple weeks of the season. How do you think that usage looks for Harold Fannin Jr.? Are they going to find ways to get him on the field, more 12 personnel sets, 2 tight end sets, or do you think it's just going to be a lot of Njoku early on?
No, they had a joint practice with the Eagles the last 2 days, and Harold Fannin was kind of the star, to be perfectly blunt. And they got him involved in a lot of different ways. They involved him in trick plays. Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees, who's the offensive coordinator, are both big fans of multiple tight end sets. So I expect a lot of, especially with the receiving core kind of being shaky beyond Jerry Jeudy, I expect a lot of multiple tight end sets. I expect Harold Fannin and David Njoku both to be utilized as almost like wide receivers, especially Harold, because that sort of fits his skill set, sort of the way he was. It's the way they kind of viewed him coming out of Bowling Green. So I absolutely think that Harold Fannin Jr. has a chance to have a really good rookie season. I mean, everything you hear from his teammates is just quiet kid, puts his head down, goes to work, gets better every day. And he really performed well against the Eagles these two joint practices. So I'm kind of curious to see how that he kind of builds on that, and excited to see him when they get out there and really take the training wheels off and get into the regular season.
We're talking to Chris Easterling right now, covers the Cleveland Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at C Easterling ABJ. Again, on X, at C Easterling ABJ. Chris, play over or under with us for a minute. If I said Joe Flacco over or under 9.5 starts this season, what would you say? And I will also throw one more out at you. Shedeur Sanders, over or under a half of a regular season start, what would your answer be?
Let's start with the Joe one, because I love the number you put that at, because I see him play. I see him playing through the first 9 games, being the starter through the first 9 games, and then they have that week 10 bye week, which is where I could see, depending on how those first 9 games go, them making the decision to go to the young kids. Saying, look, we're 1-8, 2-7. This 40-year-old starting quarterback doesn't make sense. We need to know what we have with Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. So I'll go over, but slightly, because I think they find a way to keep it somewhat interesting up till the bye, so he gets beyond the bye, gets into November. But I think in late November, December, wheels sort of come off, and this team and this team sort of has to move to pivot to, backup quarterback, third string quarterback, which I think Shedeur Sanders gets a start at some point. It'll probably be late in the season. That's just the way it is with Cleveland Browns quarterbacks, regardless. They never just go through one. They never just go through two. I mean, they've played like 9 the last 2 seasons. So I would say over a half a start for Shedeur Sanders and slightly over 9.5 starts for Joe.
Fantastic. And we'll get you out of here on this, my man. Chris has a Cedric Tillman roster in a 14-team fantasy league. What are your expectations for him this fall? Right now at BetMGM, his yardage prop is set at just 625.5 for this season. What do you think his final stat line looks like? And I am praying he's going to be serviceable at wide receiver 3.
You tell me he's healthy, and I think he can get around that number. But the problem is he's staying healthy, and the problem is drops, quite frankly. And he's got to show to me that he could, he can clean both of those up. But I think he knows this is a big year. I think they're going to work hard to get him the ball. And so, but that number is right around where I would think, especially since I think they consider almost David Njoku and Harold Fannin right there in that 2-3. If you just put all of the pass catchers together in terms of target options, so he's almost like 3 or 4 if you go in that regard. So, but I can see 600 plus yards for him, especially if he can stay healthy and.
Yeah, I'll take it all day long. I mean, if he gets over 600 yards, a handful of touchdowns, 55, 60 receptions, that will be serviceable. Chris Easterling, we appreciate the time. Again, read Chris's awesome inside scoop on the Cleveland Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal and follow him on X, would you kindly, at C Easterling ABJ. Again, on X, at C Easterling ABJ. Again, Chris, thanks for the time. I would say enjoy the season, but it's Cleveland. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bye. It's just facts. They're definitely going to be in the running to have the worst record in the NFL. Alongside the New Orleans Saints, maybe a couple other teams in there. But some really interesting information. Let me recap what he said about Quinshon Judkins. He says next week is his expectation that he's got to sign a contract and join the team. That doesn't mean it's going to be all systems go immediately. Remember, folks, he hasn't been at training camp at all, hasn't taken a single snap in camp or the preseason. He's got to learn the system, get up to speed physically. We don't know what kind of condition he's in. But the other key here is this. He could still face NFL disciplinary action. And according to Chris, he believes he could maybe fall, and it's no guarantee, but he could possibly fall on the commissioner's exempt list. And ultimately, there could be some punishment that's doled out. And Chris says it could be 2 to 4 games. I think that's entirely on the table and very realistic. So let me ask you this. I just updated my ranks at thegamingjuice.com. You go there, folks. Check out all my fantasy football ranks that I'm updating throughout the entire day, every single day this time of year. I moved Judkins up to RB37. So RB36, just give you a little perspective, is Braylon Allen. RB38 is Javonte Williams. Do you think that is a fair ranking for Judkins, knowing some of the questions that are still unanswered and really the uncertainties of him maybe missing 2 to 4 games as a possibility of repercussions to come? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the concern, right? Is how many games does he miss? Does the league step in? It's a really tricky situation. I can tell you on the field, I love the player. Not quite as much as I liked his teammate at Ohio State, Henderson, but obviously they saw something that they really liked because they used draft capital on him, right? And the only concern, man, is learning the Stefanski offense. The Browns also might have a league's bottom 5 scoring offense this year. And Kevin Stefanski, now that Nick Chubb's gone, I worry a little bit about going with the hot hand, running back by committee, because I think Dylan Sampson could be a player too. Not as good as Judkins, but before this all went down, I was looking at betting his season-long rushing prop at 750. So that tells you what I think about the player. I think, year one, even on a bad offense, on a bad football team, he could go off for 800 to 1,000 yards. I think he's going to be a hell of a player. But I just worry a little bit, man, because he's missed so much time, right? And if the league doesn't step in, do the Browns do anything about this situation? Maybe not, but I mean, do they want more bad press and PR after the whole Deshaun Watson situation? I'm not quite sure, but that's the only thing that I'm worried about is all the off-the-field junk.
Yeah, definitely. Still more to come on the Quinshon Judkins situation. All right, we got to take a little CSE here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, more bets. Parlay Pete going to drop on by, and we're going to break out the sledgehammers. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. We're going to get more bets on board. Parlay Pete's going to start on over here. Get his parlay of the day locked and loaded. We're going to say hello to our little friend. Roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time bets as well. 6-0 right now. In the preseason matchup, the first one of week 2 between Tennessee Titans and Atlanta Falcons, we had a pick 6 in the game, and the extra point was missed by Joey Sly. So doing our friend and buddy Ryan Horvath an absolute solid on that because he is on the under. Again, I am riding the Tennessee Titans -1.5 on the first half line. Cam Ward's numbers could be better. His wide receivers dropping passes has looked pretty much on point. He had one lousy throw behind the line of scrimmage, believe it or not, but the missiles that he's been chucking down the field have been on the money and impressive. And again, no Calvin Ridley, no Tyler Lockett, no Tony Pollard in the lineup for tonight for the Tennessee Titans. We'll keep you up to date and all of that. A friendly reminder, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day posted right now on the X or the Twitter, and it's asking you this. What round would you feel most comfortable targeting wide receiver Rashee Rice in 12-team half-point PPR fantasy football drafts? Your options are round 4, round 5, round 6 or later. Nah, bro, I'm not touching him. So far, over 165 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of the king of sportsbooks, the king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays down included, minimum $10 on player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, you win a share of $50,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped in your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every Friday only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. And all right, with that business put aside, pardon me for a second. I got to yell at this dummy at the bar. Hey, guy with the peg leg, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is itching to get some action, and he is going to the WNBA, and he is focused on one player and one player only. In this same game parlay, Parlay P is going with Alicia Gray, 12 or more points. And leg numero dos, Alicia Gray, 6 or more rebounds, taking on the Seattle Storm. Before we give you the juice, straight from the cold, dead hand, one Parlay Pete. I got the reasoning right here. Again, leg numero uno on the same game, Alicia Gray, 12 or more points. Against Seattle, and I'll just go ahead and lump in the 6+ rebounds as well, leg numero dos. And the 3 games she has faced the Storm this season, she's gone 28-4. So obviously hit the points, but not the rebounds. But in the follow-ups, 12-11, 22-11. She has been tearing down the action on the glass, cashing over 2 of the last 3 in this season series against the Seattle Storm. And meanwhile, you look at Seattle, their last 10, they've allowed the second most opponent rebounds per game at 37.1, the 7th most opponent points per game at 84.4, giving up 1.017 points per possession. You look at Gray on the season, she's averaging 19 points per game, so I'm not at all really concerned about that. It's going to come down to the rebounds. She's averaging 5.6 boards per game, but if she's anything close to what she was in the last 2 matchups against Seattle, Parlay Pete is going to be buying that top shelf rum at the bar this evening. So to recap, Shiver me timbers. Parlay Pete on the same game. We're rolling with Alicia Gray, 12 or more points. And Alicia Gray, 6 or more rebounds against the Seattle Storm. That shakes out to a cool plus 138. And the king of sportsbook, that, of course, being BetMGM. It's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. There it is.
Ooh, yeah.
We're actually going to go to the diamond. I found a price that I really like on a player prop. So let's bet this live right now. Game hasn't started yet. 8-10 first pitch. The Orioles have been a disaster this year. 55-66 on the season. Adley Rutschman this year, not all that great. 232 batting average, 27 RBI, 9 homers. But his career against Framber Valdez, he is 6 for 13 with a homer, 2 RBI, a 262 batting average. And right now you could get over 1.5 total bases, plus 125. Valdez this season, 11-5 with a 2.97 ERA. I think Houston wins tonight. They're minus 210 favorites. I'm not betting that, but I will take the over 1.5 total bases on Adley Rutschman tonight. Again, in his career against Valdez, batting .462. Not the biggest sample size, but he's 6 for 13 with a homer and 2 RBI. So we'll go with that at plus 125.
Yeah, I pray he's the only one does any kind of damage against Framber tonight, because, again, I got that over on 18.5 outs, also at plus money. Sticking with Major League Baseball. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Ooh, yeah, baby. I like Noah Cameron of the Kansas City Royals. Give me the over on 17.5 ounce against the Southsiders of Chicago, that being the White Sox. I don't say White Sucks anymore, because sucks only applies to the team on the north side, because, again, they're killing my soul. Noah Cameron on that prop for him to get through 6 innings. It's minus 120. And I ain't scared by that heavier juice. You look at Cameron, he's done this in 4 of his last 6 turns of the rotation. He's got an outstanding 2.93 ERA at Kauffman Stadium, where his home games are played, a 3.13 ERA in his last 4 starts. What I like about him, the K per 9's not all that high. It's only at 7.35. Walks per 9, a respectable 2.52, so he can suppress those pitch counts and operate efficiently. And you look at the White Sox, they're just number 21 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. So put it all together. Noah Cameron over 17.5 ounce against the Chicago White Sox at a minus 120. Feeling confident that's got to come through. It's why it's my sledgehammer special of the night. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, yeah. Give me a healthy pour there, bartender. Thank you very much. As always, it's a Friday. We are down a party. Let's slug back some shots, my man. Catch a buzz. What do you like at plus money tonight, or maybe in the future?
Yeah, we're going to go to the future, because I was going to wait to give this one out, but the game's coming up Thursday, August 28th, and it's Boise State and South Florida, but somebody hit this pretty hard. South Florida opened as an 8.5-point dog. I bet that. Right now, they're down to 6.5, so I still like the 6.5 with South Florida at home against Boise State at Raymond James Stadium, but I like the money line. Right now, BetMGM has the best price, plus 200. We talked about them last night, man. I like Alex Golish, the head coach. But they need a signature win. You know, they have 14 wins in these 2 years, but only one, San Jose State, was against a team with a winning record. But they bring back their starting quarterback, Byron Brown. Broke his leg in the middle of last year. When he's healthy, he's one of the more dangerous all-around playmakers in the conference. Dual threat quarterback. Keyshawn Singleton's back. The offensive line has to be way better in pass protection, but I think they're going to be able to run the football against Boise. I think they have a chance to upset them. They have to improve on the defensive side of the ball. Last year, 118th in the country in total defense, gave up almost 30 points per game. I think this one might be a shootout, though. So give me South Florida on the money line, plus 200 to pull off the upset against Boise, who then probably goes on a run and doesn't lose the rest of the year.
All right, my seduced by the juice selection tonight. Let's go ahead and slug back a few blue moons there in the Mile High City at Coors Field. Brandon Pfaadt, give me the over on 3.5 earned runs against the Colorado Pebbles at a plus 110. You look at Pfaadt. He's only had one career game at Coors, gave up 4 earned runs in 5 innings pitch. He's got a 6.55 ERA on the road this year. Stanky. He's gone over this prop 8 times this season. And look at the Rockies. They've been decent offensively. Number 13 WRC plus the last couple of weeks. So Brandon Pfaadt of Arizona, give me the over 3.5 earned runs in Colorado at plus 110. All right, it's bonus time. Bonus time. Maybe you're looking at Major League Baseball, looking ahead in the NFL, maybe some action tonight. In the second preseason game, all I ask is to give me another bet. So, Harvey, give it to me.
All right, we got both preseason games under. Looking all right so far. 6-0 here in Atlanta. And then we also have the money line tonight in a little parlay with the Seattle Seahawks. So this is just a pizza money bet. It's Friday night. Who doesn't like pizza? Plus 330, Sam Darnold on the first drive to throw a touchdown. He's going to be out there with the first team offense. Like I said, Kansas City doesn't have a whole lot to play for in the preseason, obviously. They're a lock probably to go back to the AFC Championship game. So let's take a shot with Darnold in the first team offense to get in the end zone. It's plus 330. Pizza money bet. Sam Darnold touchdown pass on the opening drive tonight. 10 p.m. kickoff.
And I hope that comes through because it's going to lean to my bet. My bonus time wager, I'll just take the Seahawks, a -1.5 of the first half line against KC at a -110 juice. Mike McDonald's already come out and said the starter is going to play at least a series or 2 in this one, so you might see him for the entire first quarter. Maybe they'll bleed over in the second quarter. I think the Hawks are going to fly high against nothing but backups of Kansas City in this game. So hopefully they'll go in at halftime with the lead, and hopefully Captain Hook is not going to be involved, and it's a lead of at least 2 or greater points. And if that is the case, I cash in at a -110. By the way, significant line movement in this game. That line has been all over the place, not only the total, but also the spread. So check out the latest at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta. Speaking of Seahawks and KC, we're going to talk to Tim Grunhard when we come back. All Chiefs all the time. We'll get the latest on Rashee Rice. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yes, we are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Tim Grunhard here momentarily about the Kansas City Chiefs. Excellent timing given the latest news on Rashee Rice. And Tim was breaking some news to us off air that he's going to share with you on air here momentarily. If you're thinking about drafting Rashee Rice in your fantasy football leagues this weekend, you don't want to miss what Tim is about to say. Also as well, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting, maybe you're looking at NFL futures, college football futures, MLB bets tonight, or the WNBA action, simple way to contact Tori and I here on the show. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can fire your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter as well. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on Tim Grunhard, a man that played for the Kansas City Chiefs, a center for a number of years. You can hear him on 810 WHB Radio, where he is a host, and follow him on X as well. Excellent content there, as always, at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's go ahead and cut to the chase, my man. We got news on Rashee Rice. It finally dropped yesterday, stemming from the off-the-field drag racing incident, of course, very scary and serious allegations and really crimes that were committed in regards to that. But the disciplinary hearing is going to be set for September. We don't ultimately know the outcome of how many games he's going to miss, but the rumblings are, the expectations, he's going to be available weeks 1 through 4 for this franchise. We obviously also can't read on what the NFL front office is going to do, but let me ask you this as well. Do you think there's a possibility he misses 0 games this season, with the punishment being pushed back to 2026? So ultimately, what do you think the verdict's going to be, and what is the breaking news that you have that you shared with us?
Well, the first thing is that there were some questions whether he was going to be allowed to go to Brazil for the first game of the year. I guess there's some different rules and regulations to travel into the country of Brazil. And that was brought up in a couple different avenues. And he is going to be able to. He's been okay to go to Brazil with the team to represent the Kansas City Chiefs in the first game of the year. So that's number one. I never even thought about it. And then I saw an article today that said that he was okay to go to Brazil to be a part of the game with the team. So that's number one. Number two, so the circles that I've kind of talked with, the NFL was looking at between 8 and 10 games of suspension. And this is all speculation because nobody really knows what's going on except for the commissioner, and probably that's it. Probably the commissioner. And the NFLPA, who represents the player, and of course his agent, or not his agent, but his lawyer, they were hoping maybe 4 to 6 games would be the suspension, or 0, but obviously 4 to 6 games is kind of would be their happy zone. They couldn't come to agreement, so then they had to go to the judge, Susan Robinson, who was involved with a couple other different situations. I think the Watson situation or maybe the Tucker situation. And she's always ruled kind of heavy-handed. So kind of the funny thing is, it's not funny, but it's kind of sad. But the reality is that you got to wait till September 30th, which in this day and age, Susan Robinson can't find a couple of days here in the next week or two to find some room to fit in an NFL player with the NFL and billions of dollars at stake. They got to wait till September 30th to figure it out. What's our judicial system up to where you can't even get a hearing for a couple hours to figure out what they're going to do? So it kind of puts Rashid Rice and the NFL and the Kansas City Chiefs in a kind of a state of limbo because you played 4 games.
Yeah.
And with that 4 games, now you have to decide, guys, do you keep a guy? Do you cut a guy? It happened. The roster is going to have some issues too. Sky Moore, do they keep Sky Moore? Do they cut Sky Moore, who's on the bubble? All this kind of is predicated around what happens to Rashid Rice, and they don't know now until the 30th. So it's kind of a crap show. I could use a different word, but it's kind of a crap show right now.
Yeah.
I really like what I saw. I think everybody did from Xavier Worthy to close out the season, man. Really was a different player, I would say, like week 10 on. And then Hollywood Brown, I was excited for him last year, but we never really got to see him at full strength. Out of those 2 guys, who do you think finishes with more targets, more receptions? Who has a bigger role in the offense, especially if and when Rashid Rice misses time?
Yeah, I think Xavier Worthy. I think you're onto something. And I think we talked about it last time I was on the show. Xavier Worthy even mentioned the first 4 or 5 games of the year, he wasn't quite sure what he was doing in the offense, wasn't on the same page as Patrick Mahomes, and then kind of got a good feel and really put up some good numbers in the second half of the season because he started to figure out Andy Reid's offense. And I think he starts at that point and builds there that he'll understand the offense. He'll be a part of the schemes, and him and Patrick Mahomes, I think, have a pretty good relationship. And there's a chemistry there. Hollywood Brown's hurt all the time. He's hurt again. You know, he didn't play in the last preseason game. I think he had some lower body injury, so he's out. So, you know, the arrow isn't pointing up on Hollywood Brown right now at all in Kansas City. I mean, he just seems to be hurt all the time. He was out for most of the season last year, and now he's on the IR again. So not a good sign, but hopefully he can kind of get himself healthy and get ready for the first game. But you can't make the team in the tub, guys, and he's got to find a way to stay healthy.
Tim, I don't think this is a hot take, but I think Pat Mahomes is going to have a really big year. I bet him to win the MVP. And then we talked about this last night, Brad and I, his touchdown passes. For him to throw 30 is plus 110. You're getting plus money. Reason I like him is because, one, he's Pat Mahomes. The only concern I have is the offensive line, though, so that's where I wanted to go. Are they going to be able to protect him? But every time I turn on the TV, you know, the Chiefs dynasty is over. Mahomes is out of shape. I don't know why you would poke the bear. We did this with New England for so many years and Tom Brady.
Yeah.
We finally get rid of them. And now we're just giving you guys more bulletin board material over there. But, you know, so what kind of season do you expect from Pat? Can he be in the running for the MVP? And more importantly, can they protect him? Because they didn't look all that great in the Super Bowl.
Let's start with his bad body. He's got a dad body. What's wrong with that? You know, I mean, right. Come on, the guy, you know, not everybody's going to be chiseled up. You know, it's he can throw the ball down the field. You know, it's not how many abs we could see in his stomach. It's how far he could throw the ball. Oh, but no, I agree with you. I think he's going to. You know, I love the idea of him being MVP, but I do think he's going to have a big year, a lot better than last year. You want to talk about the offensive line. Josh Simmons has done a great job at the left tackle position. Just a pleasant surprise for the Kansas City Chiefs if you could be surprised by your first-round draft choice. Listen, they picked him 32, and he didn't finish the season at Ohio State last year because of injuries. And a lot of people passed him up because they weren't quite sure what they were going to get. This kid has been a world beater, man. What a great athlete. He's got to work on a little bit of his hand placement and some of his punch stuff, but you pass block with your feet. And he's got unbelievable feet. He gets out in space and can move. He's like a big dancing bear out at the left tackle position. So he does a really nice job. Kingsley Suamataia, who they got slated right now at the right left guard position, he struggled a little bit in the first preseason game, so he's got some things to prove. If it doesn't work out for him, I see Jalen Moore sliding into that position. Jalen Moore, I'm a big fan of Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore, every time he stepped on the field for the 49ers, competed. And I talked to some of the guys who played on the 49ers with him. And, he practiced all week with the team, and then Trey Williams used to just pop in and play the games, but all the practices were with Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore is a heck of a football player, and they're going to find a way to get the best 5 on the field. I think the offensive line is going to be a lot better this year than last year. So, and that's something that's got to happen if they're going to do the things they want to do, guys. We talked about it a little bit last time we were on. They're not talking about chunk plays. They're talking about big plays, throwing the ball down the field. This dink and dunk that happened the last couple of years, this is not something the Chiefs want to live in that world anymore. So I think you're right. I think his passing yards and touchdowns will be up. His percentage of completions may be down a little bit. I think you're going to see touchdowns, and you're going to see some big plays out of Patrick Mahomes again, like he did when he was first out there as his first, second, and third year.
We're talking to former Kansas City Chiefs center Tim Grunhard, also a voice on 810 WHB as a radio host. Follow him on X, which is kindly at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, GQ model, actor, and Taylor Swift lover boy, Travis Kelce is looking to put an exclamation point on his Hall of Fame career. Let's dig into his statistical potential this season. Right now at BetMGM, the over-under on touchdowns is set at just 4.5. On yards this year for Kelce, it's 700.5. Does he go out potentially with a bang this year?
I like the touchdown over. I like the under in yards. I think he's going to be more of a situational player. I think he's going to be more of a red zone player. Listen, they're always going to find a big situation, an opportunity for Travis Kelce to be on the field. But I don't think you see him in the offense every play like you used to. I think they're going to limit some of his stuff. They're going to try and keep him as fresh as they can to the end of the year. Last year, he got banged up and he just slowed down. I mean, listen, age catches us all. Getting old is not for the weak. And, here's a guy that has been out there battling and competing for a lot of years. So I think one of the things they're going to do is when they get in the red zone, you're going to see Travis Kelce out there maybe on the plus side of the field. But I don't think you're going to see him as much. So 700 yards, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I think maybe 500-600 yards. But I do think you're going to see him have 8 or 9 touchdowns. I think most of that would be because he's in the red zone. So, listen, Travis Kelce is always going to be a big part of the Kansas City Chiefs as a leader, as a guy that is a motivator, as a guy that can make some big plays when you need him. But he's getting a little bit older. I think you're going to see more of Noah Gray and some of the younger tight ends splash a little bit more towards the middle of the field or in the Chiefs' end zone, end of the field. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Tim. We got about a minute left. I'm going to squeeze this one in. How has Isaiah Pacheco looked this summer? Right now in fantasy drafts, going around pick number 70 overall, and the over-under on rush yards for him this year is set at 725.5. Does he look like the back we saw a couple of years ago?
I think he's going to get more carries, and I think Kareem Hunt last year got a bulk carries because Isaiah Pacheco got hurt. They kind of brought him in to be kind of that fill in while he got healthy. As long as he stays healthy, I think he's up 800-900 yards. The Chiefs just aren't going to run the ball. I mean, they just don't. I mean, Andy Reid likes to throw the ball around the field. But I do think that Isaiah Pacheco, who I think runs angry, when he's healthy, between the tackles, he runs as hard as anybody. He's not going to hit any home runs, but I'll tell you what, he's going to hit a bunch of doubles. He's a single and doubles hitter, and he's a consistent guy. He's going to get you 6, 7, 8 yards pretty consistently. Not a breakaway guy, but as long as he gets his carries, as long as he stays healthy, I think that's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, I have nicknamed him the Punisher because he is so violent downhill, man. Incredible watching that guy run. Outstanding stuff from Tim Grunhard. Played center for the Kansas City Chiefs. You can hear his awesome voice on 810 WHB Radio. And follow him on X as well, at Grunny61 on X, at Grunny61. Tim, we appreciate the time, all of the valuable insights, and we'll talk soon.
Love being out with you guys.
All right, thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Hey.
So one big thing that came out of what Tim just said, again, this is all speculative right now, but he's hearing that the NFL could dole out an 8 to 10 game suspension. I think the expectation for a lot of people with Rashee Rice is that maybe 6, 8, almost unfathomable. 10, certainly not even on the table. Folks, it's on the table. There's going to be negotiation. Maybe they reach a median where it's like 7 games, but he is going to miss a significant portion of the season once the disciplinary action is set forth. So, man, I would avoid him at all costs in fantasy drafts.
Same, man. And I was all excited about the player. Again, the player on the field. But, yeah, there's a good chance that he does miss 10 games, man, and that they really look to make an example of him in this situation. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm also staying away from Rice. Looking at Worthy, though. That's who I'd look for.
X going to give it to you, and we're going to give you some more bets as well. We're talking baseball next, and games haven't even started yet. So if you want some action, stick around right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Freaky Friday. We're going to step the dish, take some hacks, another edition of Butter Up here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to contact us with any of your fantasy football questions, maybe got a hot take in that hobby, or maybe you want to talk sports betting and college football features, NFL features, Major League Baseball, or the WNBA, you can. A simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875, or you can hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And we actually got a question right now on X, and it's coming from at Smooth P Butter. That's an outstanding handle. At Smooth P Butter on X, and he says this: would it be a good decision to draft both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins if the opportunity arose? Horvath, your immediate gut reaction?
I say yes, man. I think they could both legitimately be top 10, top 15 receivers, even on the same roster. And even with Chase Brown stealing away some targets and having a big year on the ground. Joe Burrow, if he just stays healthy, he could win the MVP. He could throw for over 4,000 yards like he did last season. And I'm not sold on the defense. So I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. There's going to be bracket coverage and double teams on Jamar Chase, and it's still not going to shut him down, but I do think that there's going to be big weeks for T. Higgins, obviously. Last year he had double-digit touchdowns, and he only played, 12 games? It just comes down to, can T. Higgins play 14, 15 games? If he can, yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah, I mean, the ADPs right now, Jamar Chase, you're going to have to spend either the first overall pick or second overall pick to get him in your draft. Period in the story. Now, T. Higgins going around pick 30.94 in August drafts. So that's a guy you're consistently getting in round 3. It'd be great if you could, sandwich in the meat of that sandwich being a top-tiered running back. But hell yeah, man. There's no issue at all with stacking guys and what I think is going to be the most explosive, the most dynamic offense in the NFL. Jamar Chase is going to be a stud du jour. And T. Higgins, as you mentioned, as long as the injury doesn't bite, he is going to surpass easily 1,000 yards and probably score 8 to 10 touchdowns, if not more. So having that dynamic duo, I think is going to be money in the bank this season. So good luck to you, Smooth P Butter, in your fantasy football drafts. All right, with that out of the way, let's step to it for another edition of Butter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Better Up on BetMGM tonight.
All right, let's go in and get after it. We got 3 games on the late night tip out west. We got the Angels and A's. We got the Padres and Dodgers. And we got the Rays and San Francisco Giants by the Bay. So those are the games that we're going to pick from in this segment. Ryan, of course, our consummate leadoff man, a guy with elite speed, always finds green grass, seemingly rounds the bases, and hopefully he's going to touch home with a winner to start us off. So he's going to give a bet. He's going to give the reasonings behind said bet. And when he is done, he is going to drop a little baseball phrase. Grant is working the board tonight for the show. And at that point, that's going to be the cue for Grant to drop a baseball reference. Maybe it's movies or a possible famous baseball call. That will then be my signal to pick it up from there, and we're going to do the same dang thing. We're going to squeeze in as many bets as we possibly can, and then we're going to do our crew to cash hot hit parlay. We've been over a little bit of a slump all week long, but hopefully we're going to knock one out of the park tonight on a 5-legger, and it is juicy, folks. And as I always say, fade or follow, that is up to you. So, Ryan, you're up. Step of the dish with your inaugural Better Up.
All right, let's go with a player prop, a name that probably nobody out there knows. Let's go with Brenton Doyle, over 1.5 total bases. This one's coming up in Diamondbacks Rockies, going against Brandon Pfaadt, who is 6-12 this season. with a 5.03 ERA, a 1.35 WHIP. In his career against Brandon Pfaadt, he's 6 for 12 in his career with a 500 batting average. This season, he's only batting 234 with 11 homers and 40 RBI. But like I said, Pfaadt has a 5.03 ERA this season. So we're going with Brenton Doyle, over 1.5 total bases. Again, in his career, 6 for 12, not the biggest sample size, but a 500 batting average. And we're getting a plus 125 price. So why not Brenton Doyle? Grant, give me a round tripper.
Oh, wow. All right. That was a quick sounder. I liked it a lot. All right. Let me go and dive in on my guy, Fernando Tatis Jr. Give me the over 1.5 total bases, taking on the Halos. That's an even Steven plus 100 juice right now at BetMGM. Actually, he's not playing the Halos, playing the Dodgers, excuse me. But I like Tatis quite a bit tonight because the history he's got against Clayton Kershaw, the future Hofer. He's set for 23 lifetime with 4 home runs against Kershaw. Again, at 23 at-bats. That's a 304 batting average, a 1,186 OPS. Over his last 15 games, a guy that's done some damage here of late. Actually, over his last 7, he's batting 360. He's been over this prop in 4 of his last 5 contests. Kershaw, decent 3.89 home ERA. But his best days are long behind him. So I think Tatis splits a gap or maybe even takes one over the fence. Heck, I'll take a pair of singles. Just get me 2 total bases, and we cash in at plus 100. Grant, give him the heater, Ricky.
351, 351, Rover, sit, hut, hut.
We got some interesting drops tonight. I'm going to go with, know what? The Dodgers are under minus 150 right now. I'm going to go with the Dodgers on the money line, minus 143. Big series against the Padres, obviously. Everybody thought the Dodgers would have like an 8-9 game lead in the division. They were minus 900 to win the division at one point this season. Peralta's going for the Padres, 5-1 this season with a 3.13. You just said it. Kershaw, obviously no longer 27, 28 years old, but he's gone 5 or more innings in 4 of his last 5 starts. He's been pretty good at home, a 2-0 record with a 2.57 ERA. Dodgers have won 4 of his last 5 starts. It's going to be a good game, man. I'm excited for this. I always love this series. So give me the Dodgers, though, right now, minus 146 on the money line against the Padres. Serve me up with a little grand slam. A little grand salami.
We got a new folder that we've opened here. This has been really interesting. I like Grant throwing the curveballs right now. All right, let's go with Shohei Ohtani and show me the money. I'm going to take the over on 2.5. HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as taking on the San Diego Padres, minus 125. Horvey, I don't know if he saw this. It's like plus 130 for him to go yard tonight. That's absurd.
Yeah.
I can't bet on that, but I can bet on this because he has done this in 7 of his last 8 games on the over 2.5 HRR. Over the last 15 days, batting 422 with a 1,411 OPS. Now he's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts against San Diego's Randy Vasquez, but Vasquez ain't all that great. Evidenced by his 4.15 ERA in his last 3. And he's got a 3.72, a little bit better, and 2 starts against the Dodgers this season. But I think Ohtani gets the best of them and gets a bat cracking tonight. Give me the over on Shohei Ohtani. 2.5 against the Padres at a minus 125. Let's see. Grant, don't make me have to sacrifice something to Joe Boo. What do you got?
All right. Some dogs.
Dogs.
All right. I'm going to go with perfect segue. I'm going to go with the Rays on the money line because they're dogs tonight, plus 115. And the Giants have lost 5 straight games, and they've scored a combined 5 runs in the last 5 games. It's like the Spider-Man meme, them and the Chicago Cubs right now. They've scored less than 2 runs in each of their last 4, and it's Joe Boyle going for the Rays. So we're going to need a quality start from him. Once we get into the bullpen, though, I do trust Tampa a little bit more. They're ninth in the majors right now with a 3.70 ERA. And the Rays are coming off a series win. Granted, it was against the A's. So let's go with them on the money line, plus 115, and continue to fade the Giants, who again have lost 5 straight games. Let's try to make it 6 tonight with the Rays, plus 115. Hit me with a curveball, literally.
You're killing me, Smalls.
There we go.
All right, well, hey, that's what we use often here on BetMGM tonight. I'm actually kind of enjoying the round of sounders. It's keeping it fresh, keeping it lively here on the program tonight. And over the team is going to be fresh and lively at the dish. In the bandbox, they are in the sack. I like the LA Angels to win straight up on the money line against the Athletics at a minus 115 juice. My boy's on the mound. You say Kikuchi. So hopefully the Athletics aren't going to lay a whole lot of smoochies there on Kikuchi, and he'll be able to take care of business like he did earlier this season against the A's. Arguably his best start of the year came against his franchise. He went 7 1/3, only gave up 1 hit and had 5 strikeouts in a shutout baseball back on June the 9th. Now in his last 5 starts, rather unattractive, 4.50 ERA. He's going up against Perkins, who's given up a 7.15 ERA at home. Again, the ball just really jumps there in Sacramento. The A's also number 6 in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. The Angels number 11 in that category. Nothing to scoff at. But where there's a will, there's a way. Hopefully, they take care of business. Give me the Angels straight up tonight on the money line against the Athletics at a minus 115 juice. One more time, Grant. Give me something random.
You play ball like a girl.
I think you found the real one.
That's another one we've gone to. Yeah, he did. He found the actual folder. All right, it's time for our crew to cash. Our hot hit parlay of the night is the Tennessee Titans find the end zone yet again. Yes!
Oh.
Remember, I had him minus 1.5 in the first half like that, but Horvat's going to be sweating out the under. So all these guys got to do is get a hit. And hopefully all 5 legs are going to hit. I'll bat lead off. I'm going to go with Fernando Tatis Jr. Again, great history against Clayton Kershaw, 7 for 23 lifetime, and he has slapped one into a gap in 7 of his last 9 games. Horvat, who's your pick to click?
I'm going with the due process tonight. Shohei Ohtani, one of the greatest hitters in Major League Baseball. Only 3 for 12 in his career, though, against Peralta with 6 Ks, a 250 batting average. He's homering tonight, so he's definitely getting a hit.
Yeah, I totally agree there. Addie, you're up next.
Yeah, give me Junior Caminero, who's been batting .385 with 15 hits and 6 homers in his last 10 games. So Junior Caminero.
Love it.
All right, Grant, we just assigned him a guy. He's not going to give you any reasoning because he was kind of late to the party. So we gave him Mike Trout. Why? Because I feel that Grant is a pescatarian. That's the only reason why. And Mike Trout's good at baseball. Pick. Monty, you're up last. What do you like?
Brent Rooker, he's got an elite matchup against Yusei Kikuchi. He's got a hit in 72% of games with an elite matchup, and he's hitting .330 against left-handed pitchers this season. So I really like him tonight.
All right, so indeed, somebody got to lay a smoochie on Yusei Kikuchi, and you believe it's going to be Brent Rooker. All right, so to recap, our crew to cash hot hit parlay. All these guys got to do is get a hit. I'm going with Fernando Tatis Jr., Horvat going with some dude I never heard of, Shohei Ohtani, Addy going with Junior Caminero, the Tampa Bay Rays, Grant, we just gave Mike Trout, and Monty bringing things home, hopefully, with Brent Rooker. Hopefully he is going to rake at some point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, mi amigos. On that 5-legger, a cool plus 341 at BetMGM. As I always say, fade or follow. That is up to you. All right, 13-3 right now. Tennessee Titans over the Atlanta Falcons. 24 seconds left in the first half. I think that's a winner-winner chicken dinner. Doesn't really matter what the Atlanta Falcons do here.
Yeah.
Barring like the most worst bad beat maybe in the history of bad beats, the Titans are going to cover for me here in this first half. I also like Seattle minus 1.5 in the first half of the second game against the Chiefs. You got to ride with me on that?
Yeah, I like that one. I took them full game. I like the first half look too. We're going to see Sam Darnold. We're going to see the starters. And then they have the more capable backups. I like their depth a little bit better. The Chiefs don't really have a whole lot to play for. We're not going to see a whole lot of their starters, if any. So I do like Seattle, especially in the first half. even the first quarter. I like that look. And I got Sam Darnold to throw a touchdown on the first drive at plus 330 for a little pizza money sprinkle. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Exactly. And maybe goes to, like, I don't know, JSN possibly. Somebody else, maybe one of their tight ends. Elijah Arroyo certainly got some buzz throughout training camp. So that one is going to be interesting coming up here on NFL Network. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. From the diamond to the gridiron, we're talking another edition of College Cash, going back to the American Athletic. Overs and unders, and we're picking Horvat's brain. He loves the sport more than anybody I know. So stick around, fools. We're still barely getting warmed up right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to make money on the college gridiron on BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride here on this Freaky Friday. We're going to be rolling in his favorite sport here momentarily, and we're talking college football here, and we're focused on the American Athletic. We got 4 more teams. We're going to discuss over or under on the wins total available right now at BetMGM. The numbers nerd is back to party. Going to give you some statistical backdrops on each one of those squads. And then Horvat, he knows the down and dirty on all of these schools. So he's either going to fade or follow, essentially, the numbers nerd and his decision on the over or the under on the teams we're going to focus on today. By the way, we have our pole question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and it's asking you this: what round would you feel most comfortable drafting Rashee Rice in a 12-team half-point PPR fantasy football draft? We had Tim Grunhard on earlier. Still undetermined how much time he's going to miss. Of course, he's going to have his disciplinary hearing at the end of September. So it looks like he's going to be good to go weeks 1 through 4. Tim had said that he's going to be cleared to travel for the game in Brazil in week 1. And then after week 4, who the hell knows how much time he's going to miss? Tim had said he was hearing that it could be as many as 8 to 10 games. The Rice camp believes it's going to be 4 to 6. The truth could be somewhere in the middle. Maybe it's 7. But as Tim also mentioned, a heavy-handed judge is going to make a decision on this case on September 30th. So, again, much to be determined for Rashee Rice and a lot of risk there. So what round in a 12-team draft do you feel comfortable drafting him in? Round 4, round 5, round 6 or later, or you're not touching him at all? So far, nearly 170 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little later on in the show. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. One other reminder, listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We had not only an awesome interview with Tim Grunhard earlier today on the show, but Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal also stopped by and gave us the latest scoop on Quinshon Judkins. And again, a lot to be determined, so much still up in the air with him, but he could still face NFL disciplinary action. Maybe he's a candidate to land on the commissioner's exempt list. And according to Chris, he believes they can miss 2 to 4 games at some point this season. So he's not fully in the clear yet, folks. So don't go bonkers for him if you have a fantasy football draft coming. It's stuff like that you can listen to at your leisure with the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Again, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Subscribe now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. All right, let's put that to the back burner and march on. It's time for another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the Bears out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the College Cash.
Yeah, let's get after it. Again, we're in the American Athletic Conference. We got another 4-pack of teams. If you missed any of our breakdowns, we've already done the Big Ten, folks. We did the SEC. We did the ACC. We did the Mountain West Conference. We've covered all the major leagues that are out there. But, you know, Ryan loves the sport so dearly. It really gets down and dirty on so many different teams that I'm like, hey, why the hell not? Let's throw out some American Athletic squads and see if we can pick his brain about them. So that's what we're doing. We had a 4-pack of AAC squads last night, another 4-pack of AAC squads tonight. So let's go ahead and dive in right now with Parlay Pete's favorite team. Yarg! shiver me timbers. The East Carolina Pirates. 6.5 wins is the over-under right now at BetMGM. Juicy under at -135. The over at +110. Numbers nerd. Give a little bit of background here. ECU, according to ESPN's Football Power Index at number 72, projected to win 6.7 wins, so just above the 6.5 line. They have a 72.4% chance of winning 6 games this season. Strength of schedule number 101 in the country, not all that tough. According to the analyst.com, projected to finish number 83 in offensive rating and number 85 in defensive rating. So Chris Johnson, you remember him, former Tennessee Titan great at running back. 6.5 wins for East Carolina. Horvat, over or under? Again, Drew's to the under at -135.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that this is juiced to the under. I bet the over on East Carolina, and I was considering taking a stab on them to win the conference. So they made a coaching change last year. Blake Harrell took over, went 5-1 as head coach down the stretch. They finished with 8 wins. They bring back their starting quarterback, Caton Hauser. He threw 18 touchdown passes, but also 11 picks. Has to clean that up, but also completed 60% of his passes. He's a dual threat quarterback, transferred over from Michigan State. So I do like him. And with him behind center, they went 4-2. He didn't start until game 7 of last season. And when he took over, the offense averaged 38 points per game, 481 total yards. So I trust him. They bring back 2 running backs with experience in London Montgomery and Marlon Gunn Jr., but they were both backups last year. Solid wide receivers. Anthony Smith is back. He had 799 receiving yards last year, led the team. And then 3 starters back on the offensive line. That was really their strength. That's why I'm not worried about the running back room and having to replace their starters, because they rushed for 4.8 yards per carry, and their quarterbacks were only sacked on 4.7% of their dropbacks. So I feel really good about the offensive line with 3 starters back, starting quarterback back, leading receiver. And then on the defensive side of the ball, that's another story. Only 1 starter back from the defense. They need to get better against the run. Last year, they gave up 169 rushing yards per game, so they might have to win some of these games in shootout fashion. But I like their safety, Riddle. He's back. He was their leading tackler last year, had 3 interceptions. So I like them over. And if you're going to play anybody other than Navy, I don't really hate taking a stab on them to win the conference. I haven't done it, but I did take the over on their win total.
All right, roll with the Pirates. I think they're going to plunge the short sword this season at +110. Let's go. Hootie hoo! Outcast classic on Southern Playlist of Cadillac Funky Music, one of my favorite albums. The hip-hop genre all time. Florida Atlantic 4.5 is the over-under. Juicy under a -140, +115 on the over. The numbers nerd says, number 76, one of ESPN's Football Power Index. ESPN's got a projected to win 6.5 games this year, so well north of the 4.5 number. It's one of the wider disparities we've had on the show. Breaking these teams down, they have a 69.5% chance, to win 6 games this year. Strength of schedule, just number 107. But the analyst.com, maybe this is the truth, projecting them for 110 in offensive rating, 116 in defensive rating. So Harvey, a lot of discrepancies here. Florida Atlantic, over or under 4.5 wins, use the under at -140.
Yeah, so when I started working for the network 4 years ago, it's been a good run of college football win totals, futures. The one, though, that I'll never live down is when Tom Herman got the job at Florida Atlantic. I was a believer, and I bet them over 7.5 wins. They did not win 8 games that year, Brad. And Tom Herman is already gone. They have a new coaching staff, only 2 starters back on offense, 1 on defense. Zach Kitley is the new coach. He's going to call his own plays, mainly with a bunch of portal players, though. They get Caden Veltkamp, who's the new quarterback. He comes over from Western Kentucky. He was a stud in that offense, threw for over 3,000 yards last season. And he also brings with him his top receiver from Western Kentucky, Easton Meeser, who had 55 receptions, 793 yards. Their leading wide receiver, Amari Hayes, transferred to Tulane. They lost a bunch of players. Their leading rusher, C.J. Campbell, to Rutgers. Only 2 starters back on the offensive line and 1 full-time starter back on the defensive side of the ball. Too many unknowns for me. So they could win 6-7 games, but I couldn't get there, man. They've let me down too many times. They burned me. So I'm staying away from Florida Atlantic. I would lean under.
All right, let's fire the gunboat with this next team. Let's go with Navy and the midshipmen. 8.5 wins is the total right now at BetMGM. -115 in the over, -105 in the under. The numbers nerd says ESPN Football Power Index says I'm at just under 81, projected to win 7.7 games, so well south of the 8.5. Strength of schedule of 87, but the analyst, one of the most balanced teams in this conference, has them at number 44 in offensive rating, 52 in defensive rating. I already know the answer. But please, sir, share with America, midshipmen, over or under 8.5 wins.
I did it for our guy, Brandon, who produces the show occasionally, runs the board, 16-1. He's a Navy man to make the playoff. I also bet them over on the win total. Brian Newberry just wins. He's 15-10 in 2 years as head coach. They bring back their offensive coordinator, which is huge. He brought over a more modern version of the wing T offense. So now my cousin, Blake Horvath, who's back at quarterback, runs and throws. And last year, they hit a ton of explosives. 36 plays. They gained 30 or more yards. 8 starters back on the offensive side of the ball. Horvath's the star. Last year, 1,246 yards rushing, 17 rushing touchdowns, threw for another 13. All 6 starters are back at skill positions. The defensive side of the ball, they graduate their top 3 tacklers, but they do have 3 starters back. They started 6-0 last year. They got blown out by Bama. Still finished with 10 wins and beat Oklahoma in the Armed Forces Bowl. I like them quite a bit again this year.
All right, let's stay with the military academies. Let's go with Army. 7.5 wins, +110 on the over, -135 on the under. Numbers near it says 96 in the Football Power Index, projected to win 6.7 games. Strength of schedule of 92, 13 in offensive rating, 65 in defensive rating, according to theanalyst.com. So, Horvath, what do you think? Army, over, under, 7.5 wins, choose the under, -135.
I want to start off by saying I love this country. That's why we went over on Navy and took a stab on them to make the playoff, not to win it. I'm going to go under on Army, and I love Jeff Monken, 82-57 in 11 years. He just wins. They bring back 4 starters on offense, 5 on defense, but they have to replace their quarterback, Bryson Daly, who finished 6th last year in Heisman voting. He set a single-season record with 32 rushing touchdowns for a quarterback. They also lost their starting running back to Arizona State. And 5 starters are back on defense. The defense is going to be good, but the schedule gets tougher, man. Road games against Tulane, UTSA, and East Carolina. At Kansas State week 2. I think they go under.
All right, under it is. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, brand new segment, Percentage Play. Talking more NFL props. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the Sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat hanging with yours truly here on this Freaky Friday. And hey, if you're hanging and watching us right now, or you're listening to us on various Odyssey stations or iHeart stations, awesome. You can also contact us as well. Look, folks, I know you got fantasy football drafts coming. I know that you're pondering, you're debating. You are trying to decipher on your strategies on various keepers. You are trying to decide exactly how you're going to approach certain players this year. We're here to help. So a simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I, if you are racking your brain over some of those pertinent fantasy decisions, all you got to do to contact us is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. You can even find my way as well, at Noisy Huevos. You can send them a Ryan Horvat, at Ryan Horvat on X as well. We want to interact with you, and we're highly approachable and accessible. I'll give the number just one more time if you already forgot it. 833-732-3875. Bring the noise, fools, and your fantasy football questions. All right, I'll give you an up-to-date score here. Tennessee 13-10. We just had an awesome run by Carter of the Atlanta Falcons for 6. Nice little cut. Burst right up the gut, and he went in for 6. It was like a 40, 50-plus yard run. 13-10 right now. Tennessee Titans over the Atlanta Falcons. Look, your boy already cashed the first half line because it was 13-3 at halftime, Tennessee being up. Hopefully that good luck is going to carry over to the next game with the Seattle Seahawks and Kansas City Chiefs. I'm laying the 1.5 the first half on the Seahawks. So, hopefully they're going to fly high.
Yeah.
Against a bunch of backups of Kansas City. Yeah, no Mahomes tonight, no Kelsey, no Pacheco. Another wide receivers of note are really going to be in action. And the starters are going to play maybe a series or two. According to Mike McDonald of the Seattle Seahawks, you're going to see Sam Darnold out there. You're going to see JSN. Kenneth Walker, I doubt he'll play, but Zach Charbonnet all day, will certainly be moving about and could inflict some serious damage in that game. So, again, we'll keep you up to date. All the action. I've got my eyes on some Major League Baseball as well. Going to be sweating out Framber Valdez, your boy, Addy. He gave up a solo shot to Kobe Meyer, but has been efficient through 4 innings so far, and I need him to go at least 6 1/3 to cash in at pretty juicy, plus 120 bet on the over 18.5 outs. So we're going to try a brand new segment right now. I love designing new segments and shows and all that stuff, especially mine. I've created 3 television shows in my career that somehow, some way people have watched and have resonated with people in the fantasy football and sports betting community. So I love crafting new things and had this pop into my brain after I think the 3rd THC-infused beverage I had a few days ago. And I immediately jotted it down. I'm like, oh, this could be fun. It could work. And I like alliteration. We're going to do this thing called percentage play here momentarily. And it's a really simple concept, which I will hold right now and explaining exactly what that is entailing because we got a caller. So let's go out to the phone lines right now. Again, you can contact us here on BetMGM tonight, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. I have no idea who called in, so hi, and welcome to BetMGM tonight. How can we help?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing? Who is this? Where are you calling from?
This is Max. I'm calling from South Florida. I'm wondering, I'm wondering, are there any elite running backs other than Saquon Barkley and Devon Achane? Really, because Derrick Henry is like 40 years old.
Yeah, man, there are plenty of elite running backs. In fact, do you know what your draft position is going to be in fantasy, Max?
8.
Okay, well, this guy's not going to be available. That being Bijan Robinson. But I will say this, and this is not really bias leading through it on. I'm curious. What are you talking about? Bijan didn't do anything last year. Dude, he was top 5 in fantasy points per game. He was the number 1 running back over the second half of the season. Get out of here, Max, with that nonsense. Bijan was awesome last year.
Let me ask, while I got you, what happened on 104.3 The Shark? Am I on 104.3 The Shark? Where am I?
You might be on 104.3 The Shark. That
We're
would be
hoping.
my assumption. If our show is airing there, we air nationwide. So if 104.3 The Shark is carrying us right now, you are on air there right now, listening to yourself. Anyway, we're going to get past our differences on Bijan Robinson because you are absolutely wrong on that viewpoint from last year. And we're going to get past 104.3 The Shark. We're talking about elite running backs here at number 8 overall in your fantasy draft. You're not going to get Bijan anyway. You don't want him, apparently, and that's fine because you don't like championships. The guy I'm going to recommend, it may be a slight reach right now, but his stock is skyrocketing, is Chase Brown. Chase Brown, I think, has some of the lowest risk of any running back that's out there, and I think he's going to be a late guy. I think he's going to be in the RB1 of 1 conversation at the end of the year. Younger legs, fresher legs, very efficient legs compared to Derrick Henry, and he's an elite offense. He's going to see nothing but light fronts. He only saw a stack front 18.3% of the time last year because of some guy named Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I like Chase Brown a lot, but you could also make an argument, Horvey, and I think you're going to throw this guy out there with the CMC Football Factory, who ran 25 miles an hour yesterday in practice, his track with whatever monitoring system that they had. Kyle Shanahan was singing his praises. Man, he looks like he is back.
Yeah, I mean, Christian McCaffrey, I think that he could legitimately win Offensive Player of the Year. I bet him over 7.5 rushing touchdowns. I would have him top 4. We haven't even brought up Jahmyr Gibbs, who's probably going to take on a bigger role in the offense this year. Ashton Genty,
forgot about him.
Even though he's a rookie. Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs, Bucky Irving. You brought up Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, Omarion Hampton. So there's plenty. Chuba Hubbard. There's plenty of good running backs, man. It's not just – and I'm not as high on Achane as everybody else, man. I worry that Miami's offense is going to be a mess. I worry about him in short yardage situations. I do think he's going to catch a ton of balls. But, yeah, that was an interesting call. Yeah, Bijan didn't do anything last year. He finished 3rd in the league in rushing.
Plays this year.
Max is apparently still with us. Max, what'd you say?
You guys think Quinshawn Judkins is going to play this year?
Yes. We had Chris Easterling on earlier from the Akron Beacon Journal. And Chris actually brought up some interesting insights. He said that Quinshawn is likely going to sign next week. That doesn't mean he is going to be thrust into the lead role immediately. He's got to catch up to speed, got to learn the system. He's got to get the touches, got to get in game shape. I don't think you're going to see him on the field probably until like the midpoint of the season because he could still be the subject of additional NFL mandated disciplinary action. He's not out of the woods yet. And Chris feels, though it's no guarantee, and there's much to be determined, that he could miss as many as 2 to 4 games at some point this year. You're going to see Quinshawn, but just don't overspend for him in fantasy drafts because, some people feel that, okay, he's been cleared of wrongdoing. He's completely in the clear. That is certainly not the case. All right, we got to move on. I'm still trying to get past the Bijan sucks nonsense. By the way, Ashton Genty could be another guy you could think about at 8 overall. And don't look at the stat box or the box score from last week. That is not indicative of his enormous upside in Sin City this year. All right, we appreciate the call, Max. Good luck in your fantasy draft, my man. And please educate yourself on Bijan Robinson. Percentage play is the name of the segment that I came up with. And the premise is this: what percentage chance does the following bet hit? So you're channeling your inner Al Roker or Jim Cantori for the Weather Channel. So I'm going to throw out a bet. I'm going to give you a side on said bet. And then, Horvat, you're going to give me a percentage chance it cashes. Simple as that. You ready?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, let's go to Detroit, vroom, vroom, in the Motor City with Sam Laporta. Over 680.5 receiving yards right now on BetMGM at a -110. What is the percentage chance the over hits?
So he's already dealing with an injury. And Dan Campbell, we don't really know what the injury is, but Dan Campbell says he's going to miss some time. I hope that he's back for week 1. That was the issue the first, 10 weeks of the season last year. It just wasn't the season we all expected. He only had a 10.9% target share and averaged about 40 receiving yards per game. But then after week 11, had a 77% run rate, an 18.6% target share, and averaged 51 receiving yards. I'm going to say he has a bounce back year if he stays healthy. I don't like that he's already missing practice and he's going to miss some time with a undisclosed injury, but I do think he's going to get himself right this year. So I'll buy low on Sam Laporta.
Did you give me the percentage chance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me I'm going to say 60. I'm going to say 65%.
All right. I'm going to go much lower. 36% chances cashes. I'm worried about the injury. And, there's a lot of competition for targets there as well. Now, he raced past this the first 2 seasons, 889, 726. But the injury imp is always lurking and already snacking on some of his lower appendages. Mike Clay's got him for 775 receiving yards this season. Of course, Clay does excellent work with his prognostications at ESPN. There was some attractive advanced analytics, but the one that really sticks out to me that wasn't that great, 5.2 targets per game. Again, he's kind of getting the leftovers from Jared Goff. And he was number 9, kind of May in fantasy points per target. Number 11, also kind of vanilla in total air yards. 36% chance he over cashes at 680.5 on Sam Laporta. What about Cam Ward? Looked pretty good in action tonight. The over at 3,225.5 passing yard is a -105. So I ask you the question again. Horvat, what is the percentage chance that hits the over?
I'll go 40%, right? Just because I think they're going to be chasing points. That's the reason I'm going to go 40% because I think this number is just a little too high. I know he's the number 1 overall pick. The skill position player is not terrible, but even tonight in this preseason game, just a ton of drops. I worry if he does miss some time with an injury or he has some struggles. Maybe they sit him down for a couple weeks. I don't think the team's going to be very good. So I'll give it a 40% chance that he goes over.
I'm going much higher, 71%. I think he's going to throw at least 3,500 yards this year because of the reason that you mentioned. The defense is going to be transparent this season, so that's going to present a lot of shootout opportunities. It's all a matter of him just staying upright. If he even could play 15 games, I still think this is going to cash. Clay's got him at 3,820. Over a 17-game season. Strength of schedule, middle of the pack. Yeah, I'm buying Cam Ward. Kind of like him in Superflex leagues. I think he's going to be flexy sexy in that format. All right, what about last year's Rush King? A guy that squats elephants in the gym. Saquon Barkley, the Saquads. 1,500-plus rush yards is +110 at BetMGM. What is the percentage chance that cashes?
I'm going to go back to the 40% here, man. It's just the usage last year, all those carries. And I know they sat him that final week of the season when he could have broke records, but that would be my concern. I'd have him closer to 1,200, 1,300. I think they might up the passing a little bit with A.J. Brown and Devontae this year. And it's so hard to duplicate that. Also, they have Will Shipley. I'm not saying that he's going to steal carries from Saquon, but I just don't know that they're going to run him into the ground, even though they did give him a guaranteed $20 million. So, I'll say 40%.
I got him at 49, so you and I very much in the same ballpark there. Yeah, I'm scared of Saquon at 1,500 plus. And, if are you confident drafting him top 5 overall? Yeah, sure, fine. Yeah, he's not going to duplicate 2,000 yards. Maybe he gets to the 1,300 that you mentioned. He's going to chip in additional 250 to 350 through the air. The touchdowns are still going to be there, right? You're running behind an elite offensive line. I know Jalen Hurts is always a threat to siphon off some of those touchdown runs, but Saquon, I think, is safe. But 1,500, I think he's going to regress this season. So you and I very much on the same page there. All right, there you have it. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, spin me round, more fantasy football conversations, breaking down round 10 draft picks right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network. Put some damn respect on Bijan's name.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat hanging with your boy. Interesting caller that we had in the last segment. Max, shout out to you in South Florida. Listen on the Shark, which we just found out was an alternative rock station, just flipped to sports. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We hope
yeah,
he's
like 2 or 3
listening
days
on
ago.
104.3, the Shark.
Yeah, like a
2 or 3
long
days
time
ago,
alternative rock station. Yeah, yeah. And they
And
closed
I'm a big
off
fan of alt-rock.
with a little Green Day. Have the time of your life. Good riddance. And then I guess flip to sports, and now we're on there. So shout out to the fine folks out in Miami. I love it there. I love all white parties. Love Will Smith. Love the Miami Heat. Love Pat Riley. Love Fade and the Dolphins.
Yeah, and I love the times I had there, the Super Bowl a few years ago, the ones that I remember. I remember I found a bowl. I was hanging out with a couple of former NFL players that are buddies of mine. A couple of Michael Jenks right here on BetMGM Network was hanging out with me as well before we were colleagues together. It was a good old time there in Miami. They're really easy to come by there on South Beach, and including a conversation with Max, which was kind of wild. Talking smack about Bijan Robinson, and then we had no idea he was still hanging out in the shadows. He's like, "Oh, what about Quinshon?" So I guess maybe we are distrust. We have no idea. By the way, if you want to be the next Max on the show, you could bring the noise. We would love to hear your comments or questions and have a conversation with us about fantasy football, which we're going to be talking about here in a second. We're still talking ADPs, and we're around 10 part 2. You can pick up the phone and dial us at 833-732-3875. Again, 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your comments or questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. We have our pole dancing poll question of the day. I'm going to get that out one more time. What round would you feel most comfortable targeting wide receiver Rashee Rice in 12-team half-point PPR drafts? Right now, your options are round 4, round 5, round 6, or later, or you're not touching them at all. Again, we had Tim Grunhard on, who works for 810 a.m., played for the Kansas City Chiefs, that station in KC, and he said he's hearing, though again, nothing definitive, that it could be an 8 to 10 game suspension. Of course, the disciplinary hearing's coming up on September 30th. The judge, according to Tim Grunhard, heavy-handed was how he described her and the history of some of the punishments that she has doled out. So it may not be 4 to 6 games that the Rice camp is expecting. It could be a harsher penalty in the end. And if it's anywhere, in that 8 to 10 range, you can't touch him in fantasy, folks. You just can't. That's a wasted draft pick right now. And again, he's going around pick 55 overall in drafts conducted here in the month of August. So, all right, let's get after it with You Spin Me Round, Round, baby, round, round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round 10, part 2 in our fantasy ADP discussions. And let's start over the guy who I actually like in this round, and a guy I've been targeting a lot. I have a couple of shares of him in various drafts. Guy, former Cyclone of Iowa State, Jaden Higgins of the Houston Texans, wide receiver 53, 120.99 is the ADP. So at that valuation, Horvat, are you a buyer?
Oh, I'm definitely a buyer right there, man. I really like him. I really like Noel too, but I think he's the better receiver. You have Nico Collins on the opposite side, which is going to help because he's going to see a ton of bracket coverage and double teams. And granted, it was at the collegiate level, but Higgins was really good, man. He was 27th and 16th in yards per route run and 1st and 18th in receiving grade during his final 2 seasons. So just kept getting better. And I think it could be a bounce back year for CJ Stroud as long as they protect him. Not that it was a terrible season. They won a playoff game. They won double-digit games. But he's been making plays at OTAs. He's looked good at camp. I especially like him at that price tag, man. I really like Higgins going into the year.
I like his body, man. 6'4", 217 pounds. He's going to win in contested catch situations. It's all he did at college. He was number 6 in contested catch rate among all FBS wide receivers at Iowa State. Again, he didn't play at some small, dinky school. He played against rough and rugged competition. So, I like his upside. The strength of schedule is really tough for fantasy wide receivers for Houston at number 31, second hardest in the league. Clay, those kind of projected for 93 targets, 59 catches, 821 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Wide receiver 51. I think he's going to be better than that. In fact, I think the TDs are going to be higher. He is just exactly what the doctor ordered for C.J. Stroud behind a clunky and turnstile-like offensive line. He could be that safety valve. He could be that, binky, that safety blanket underneath, and a guy that also will stick out like a sore thumb in red zone situations. I think he's going to exceed the wide receiver 53, 120.99 price tag. Let's go on to your guy, Mr. Packer, Jordan Love. Did have a small procedure on his thumb on his non-throwing hand a few days ago, but nothing to be alarmed about. He even said he's going to be ready week 1. Quarterback 17, 118.79. Can he turn a profit?
Yeah, at 17, I really like him. I think he could be top 15, maybe even top 10, right? I mean, I worry a little bit about the wide receiver room just because in the preseason, there were a ton of drops. Last year, there were a ton of drops. Jaden Reed is already in a walking boot. Hopefully they could get him healthy because Christian Watson won't be healthy to start the year. I think Matthew Golden is going to be an absolute stud. I think we both agree on that. And I know, technically there's still a run-first offense with Josh Jacobs, but I think they're going to let Jordan Love sling it a little bit this year, take the handcuffs off. I was going to say use his legs a little bit more, maybe some more read option stuff, but he's already hurt and we haven't even got to preseason week 3. But quarterback 17, I think there's really good value there, man. I think he could throw for close to 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns if he stays right this year.
Oh, maybe this is bias bleeding through, but I'm a little bit bearish on Jordan Love. I think he's appropriately valued at quarterback 17. I'm not as bullish as you are. Clay's got him at quarterback 22. You want to talk about bearish? Look at his prognostication. The toughest fantasy quarterback strength of schedule is what he has entering the regular season. He was only number 24 in adjusted completion percentage, number 17 deep ball completion percentage, but he shined in the red zone where he was number 5 in those situations in completion percentage. I love Matthew Golden. Heavily invested in him. I think he is going to be a shining star immediately, but everybody else is hurt right now. They got to get right and healthy for week 1. I'm just ho-hum on Jordan Love. I don't think he's going to profit massively at quarterback 17, so we'll agree to disagree. We'll stick with the Packers theme. His main tight end, Tucker Kraft, is next in round 10. Tied at 11, 125.73 is the ADP. Are you high on him? It could be a beautiful combination there and stack him with Love if you want to go that route.
Yeah, he could lead the team in targets, like him and Matthew Golden, legitimately, man, because I know they have Musgrave, but he's really struggled to stay healthy. Among 47 qualifying tight ends last year, Tucker Kraft, 20th in target share, 27th in first read share. I think he could have an even bigger year this year. He got dinged in practice, had a groin injury, but he should be ready for week 1. I'm pretty high on him. I think he could be a tight end 1, top 10 tight end this year in fantasy.
I got him at tight end 15. So, again, you and I are going to agree to disagree. Clay's got him at TE 10. He finished TE 14 in fantasy points per game. Middle of the pack, strength of schedule, number 13. Not too shabby there, but only 4.1 targets per game. So, not a voluminous output in that category. He was number 12 in red zone targets, but only number 21 in expected fantasy points per game. That is my concern. Really, the two most trustworthy options I have in this Green Bay offense: Josh Jacobs 1, Matthew Golden 2. End of list. I'm not going to have a whole lot of, or probably any shares of Tucker Kraft this year unless he dips deep into fantasy drafts. What about Tank Bigsby of the Jacksonville Jaguars? RB37, 125.86. I love this guy. How about you?
Yeah, I like him too, right? I don't want to go too crazy just because ETN's still there, obviously. It's going to be a 3-headed backfield, and we saw how Liam Cohen used the backfield in Tampa Bay. We might go with the hot hand. Also, he's not really going to be used in the passing game. He only had 12 targets last year, but he's a tank, literally. He could run you over, and I could see him stealing touches away from ETN and Tutton down the stretch. So I do like Bigsby, especially at that, especially there.
Call me crazy, but I think he's a dark horse to score 10 touchdowns this year. I think that offense is finally going to fire on all cylinders with Liam Cohen calling the shots. They got weapons. You got Travis Hunter. You got Brian Thomas, who's a stud. Trevor Lawrence, this is make or break for him. I like Britton Strange, the tight end as well. Travis Etienne is a kind of a slippery change of pace back. I know we ran with the ones that people are talking about, but Bigsby is going to be their primary goal line back. He was number 3 knack per attempt last year, number 12 in missed tackles forced, and he had less than 200 rush attempts. I'm telling you, folks, 10 touchdowns ain't crazy for Tank Bigsby, and you're getting for a song right now at 125.86. I think he is a true sleeper sensation this year in fantasy football drafts. Does that apply to Marvin Mims of the Denver Broncos? Wide receiver 54, 127.40. Slight build, but man, he's got elite speed. What are your thoughts on him with Bo Nix?
Yeah, I worry a little bit about Pat Bryant stealing his spot, and you already have Cortland Sutton,
where'd he go to school? Where'd he go to school, Harvey?
ILL.
Yes, sir. That's right.
But man, I mean, weeks 11 through 18, right? He was wide receiver 23 in fantasy points per game. He had 6 touchdowns in 7 games, but he also only had a 12.8% target share and a 4.3 ADOT. I just worry, man. I think they're going to run the ball a lot. So I'm staying away, but this could come back to haunt me.
Grant, thank you for the Illinois fight song drop there.
Oh,
my boy's in the band. He plays bass 3, so shout out to Zane. Can't wait to watch him. Yeah, there it is. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun,
Year.
dun. Hey! Yeah, it could be a big year. I'm expecting 5-7 because Illinois, I can't get nice things usually at the University of Illinois when it comes to football. But maybe this year will be like last year or better, and somehow they make the playoff. But I kind of agree with Pat Bryant. I don't understand why Mims is going this high. And I know the advanced analytic profile is attractive. He was number 1 in average yards of separation per target last year. He was number 4 in yards per route run, but he only had 3.1 targets per game. He was number 91 in expected fantasy points per game. Clay's kind of projected for just wide receiver 57. What is he? Is he like third fiddle, fourth fiddle in an offense? Why is he going 54? I don't get it. There are better wide receivers available later. I wouldn't extend the go-go gadget arm to get Marvin Mims. Maybe one of those guys is Rashid Shaheed. I think it's going to be Tyler Shuck under center. We're not really sure. The Saints are going to stink. We know that. Wide receiver 55, 127.55. Dude's got elite speed, though, Harvey.
Yeah, he does, man. He has elite speed, right? And I think he's a decent late-round option, right? It just, the quarterback situation is what's going to scare me away. It looked like he was going to have a breakout season last year. I almost forget how good that Saints offense was the first 3-4 weeks of the season, man. Weeks 1 through 6, he was wide receiver 31 in fantasy points per game, had at least 73 receiving yards in 4 of those 6 games, a 22.7% target share. But again, I'm worried you got a new play caller and head coach in Kellen Moore. And I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to look like. But I do think, he's a decent late-round option.
Decent, yeah, and that's the operative word here. You look at Mike Clay's kind of projected for 105 targets, 62 catches, 920 yards. That's sexy. And 4 touchdowns. He got him at wide receiver 46. Again, wide receiver 55 is the current price tag. So if he reaches that level of the algo's expectation that Clay's cranking out, you're going to profit handsomely, and he's going to be more than serviceable when the bye weeks kick in. Or maybe a guy could plug into the flex on occasion and maximize a matchup. He's got the 4th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. He was number 3 in route win percentage is tracked by Player Profiler last year. Number 30 in fantasy points per target. You like that. Number 27 in yards per route run. You like that. 6.8 targets per game. There's a lot to like here with Rashid Shaheed. It's just, will Shuck not suck? I don't really know.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem, man, right? I watched the preseason game last Sunday, and he throws just a brutal interception, and then on the next drive, throws a beautiful touchdown pass. He can make the throws, but there's some bad film, there's some good film, and he's a rookie. You're kind of throwing him to the wolves on a team that doesn't have a whole lot of talent. But I can see him having, Shaheed close to 1,000 yards because he's a burner as long as he stays healthy. Because I didn't really see that start last year for the Saints offense either.
No, I didn't at all. All right, quick scoreboard update because we got a little bit of time before we head to siesta. The games that are active right now, the Mets just melting again. They're down 11-6 in the top of the eighth with the Seattle Mariners. Kansas City up 2-1. Hopefully Noah Cameron's going to polish off the Sox and finish this inning so he can cash in on the over 17.5 outs. The Tigers up 7-0 on the Twins. 3-0 Baltimore over Framber Valdez and the Astros entering the seventh. 4-0 Yankees over the Cardinals, and 2-2 Arizona and Colorado in the top of the fourth. All right, when we come back, we're going to view our cards. How we doing on our bets tonight? Stick around and find out. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat rounding things out with your boy in my final segment of the evening, but that doesn't mean he had to change the channel because Ryan Horvat's sticking around for a bonus time edition of BetMGM Tonight. Another hour of content coming your way, and I can guarantee you, I never use this word on air on this show because we're talking about betting and they don't exist, but it really is. It's a lock. He's going to talk about college football at some point tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you.
Oh,
so
yeah.
make sure you stay tuned as Horvat's really going to dive in on his passion, which is the world of college football. Our passion as well as fantasy football. And folks, you got drafts that are about to go down this weekend, maybe the week after that. You got to start formulating your strategies. Maybe you decide among keepers. Maybe you're trying to distinguish who's going to boom or bust this year. Well, we're here to help, and the phone lines are still wide ass open. So if you have any fantasy football questions for us, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll crush of the day. Let me go and shut that down. It was asking you this. What round would you feel most comfortable targeting wide receiver Rashid Rice in 12-team half-point PPR fantasy drafts? Your options were round 4, round 5, round 6 or greater, or, bro, I ain't touching him. We had 168 votes officially cast. Horvat, who led the way, or what round led the way?
I'm going to go with, bro, I'm not touching him, just because it could be 10 weeks. So I'll go with that option here.
No, that was second place, believe it or not, at 22%. I'm of the same school of thought as you. I wouldn't remotely touch him because of the uncertainties right now. Round 6 or later at 53%, the runaway winner. Third, round 5 at 16.1%, and the clack, the dice rollers in round 4, 8.9%. We had a couple of comments, one from Captain K. If you go running back heavy and take an elite team or quarterback, I think he's worth having since your wide receiver core will be behind a little. Otherwise, if you're going wide receivers early, I don't think he's even worth having. And, yeah, I think he's on the same wavelength that you are right now, and I am as well. And the second comment, spam bot. Thanks, Elon. Never mind. I am going to share that one. Because they're getting smarter. Like, it reads normally, and then they tag somebody who's random, and you click that tag, and it's somebody it's like in the stock market business. I'm like, get out of here with that nonsense. Just stop it.
It's all
Stop
Bitcoin
it.
and
Sometimes I hate X. I really do. But please follow us there at BetMGM Tonight. You can follow Ryan Horvat at Ryan Horvat, and yours truly at Noisy Huevos. And it's not a J, but an H, at Noisy Huevos there on X. All right, let's go ahead and give you where are we going to go here? Let's go with the Tennessee Titans and Atlanta Falcons. We only got about 7 minutes left in this game. Right now, Tennessee up 23-20. I cash in. I'll explain that here in a second. But Cam Ward tonight, people are going to look, okay, 42 yards, not too shabby, but he was only 2 of 7. You and I were, watching the game for the most part when Cam Ward is in. I thought it looked a hell of a lot better than 2 of 7. Jefferson, he threw a rocket to, and if Jefferson would got his right arm up because it hit him in the left hand, he would have caught the ball for like a 40-yard gain. So it could have been a heck of a better night. I was impressed mostly with his pocket presence and command. He had a couple of really shoddy throws, one in particular behind the line of scrimmage. So that short field touch necessarily went there. But, man, when that dude uncorks, it's money. And remember, he didn't have Calvin Ridley night. He didn't have Tyler Lockett. Didn't have Tony Pollard. All three of those guys got some tender, soft hands. I kind of like Cam Ward. I'm not going to lie.
I do too, man. I like what I saw tonight, right? I mean, Van Jefferson had a a brutal drop, not a beautiful drop. He had a brutal drop.
Nope.
It's 10 p.m. And Kelvin Ridley wasn't even out there, obviously. Tyler Lockett wasn't even on the field. But I like what I saw from him, man, right? He's always got his head up, rolls to his right, fires a dart, looking up, looking downfield. I like Cam Ward. I've liked him his whole college career, liked him at Miami. He's not the reason last year that team fell apart. In fact, if it was any other starting quarterback, they'd probably win 7 or 8 games, but instead they started 9-0. He can make all the throws, man. I think he could be a really solid quarterback. Might take a year or two in the system, but really good. And I like what I saw tonight. Like you said, the numbers would probably be a lot better if he was out there with the first teamers, or guys could actually hang on to the football for sure.
Yeah, totally agree with you there. All right, let's go ahead and break down our cards here momentarily as we get into our top 3 plays. And I will rifle through these because I got to get Addie on here in a second. We got an update in this Orioles and her beloved Houston Astros game. And I do have a play in that game that did cash here. So how are your 3 plays looking tonight, mi amigo?
So bad that I think they have broken my brain. The Mets had a lead, lost the lead, then retook the lead at 6-4. We did an interview. I looked up and they gave up 5 runs in the top of the 7th. So right now, the New York Mets are down to their final 3 outs, I believe. Nope, never mind. Bottom of the 8th, down 11-9 to the Mariners. So that's most likely going to be a loss. Atlanta, Tennessee, bet the under. Now, I believe overs are 15-2 in the preseason. This game's already went over, so that's a loss. And then I got the Chiefs and the Seahawks under 39.5. Tell at your own risk, man. Overs are probably just the play. And then I like the Seahawks on the money line. And I also like the Seahawks in the first half tonight. They're going to play the starter, so we're going to get to see Sam Darnold in the gang. And then some other plays. Sam Darnold to throw a touchdown in the first drive tonight, plus 330, again, for some pizza money. Hopefully win some money back. And then the Seduced by the Juice, I went with South Florida, plus 200 on the money line against Boise State. They're 6.5-point dogs, open to 8.5. I like them this year, man, with Byron Brown coming back, starting quarterback. Boise State's going to be tough as well, but I kind of like the value with South Florida, money line, plus 200.
Yeah, ride those Bulls, man. I like that one quite a bit. All right, numero uno on my card tonight. I have the Tennessee Titans minus 1.5 in the first half. Cha-ching at minus 110. Number 2 on my card, the fantastic name, that is Blaze Alexander. He is at the dish right now. He's 0 for 1. So, hey, maybe that'll cash in real time. I had the over on 1.5 total bases at a minus 110. The third one also hit. Cha-ching! Framber Valdez over 18.5 outs. That was at plus 115. So that one came through. So far 2-1, or 2-0 actually, with Blaze Alexander pending. We're going to find out if he scores in real time against Tanner Gordon from, again, my hometown, Champaign, Illinois. Played at local high school here, but he's been just miserable there in Colorado, which is common for a lot of pitchers. Parlay Pete, Alicia Gray, 12 or more points and 6 or more rebounds against Seattle Storm. That has not started yet at plus 138. Noah Cameron was on pace to go over 17.5 outs. My sledgehammer special. That did not come through. Got pulled after 5 1/3 against the White Sox, so that didn't doing me any favors. And Blaze Alexander just struck out, so 0 for 2 so far. My Seduced by the Juice, Brandon Pfaadt, over 3.5 earned runs. He's already given up 3. Top of the 5th, so that one's going to be a bit of a sweat at plus 110. I'm also on Seattle, minus 1.5 on the first half. Line against KC, that is TBD. Give me your favorite baseball play on the late night tip, because we feature a ton of them.
Yeah, I'm rolling with the Dodgers tonight, man. They're minus 142 right now. Money keeps coming in against them for the Padres. And I get it. You know, Kershaw isn't the pitcher that he was a decade ago, but he's actually been better at home. They've won, I believe, 4 of his last 5 starts. He's 6-2 with a 3.14 ERA. This is a big series for the Dodgers, man, and they're struggling. They've lost 4 straight games. They just got swept by the Angels. They need this one. Meanwhile, the Padres are hot. They've overtaken the Dodgers. I should have bet them to win that division, man. The Dodgers were like minus 900, but big series. I'm going to roll with LA tonight at home, and I'll grab a little Kershaw minus 142. And then I'm going to go Ohtani over 1.5 total bases. And because it's late night and it's Friday night, take a little home run prop as well. Why not?
Well, yeah, that's my favorite bet. It's not the home run prop, but if you're going to bet a home run prop, it's got to be on Shohei, right? I think he's going to be show business. See what I did there? On the over 2.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as here on BetMGM tonight. Not as great of a value as home run prop at minus 125, but it is absurd to me that Ohtani is cashing over on 2.5 HRR in 7 of his last 8 games. That's how galactically good he is. He's otherworldly, folks. His last 15 days, he's batting .422 with a 1,411 OPS. Now, Vasquez got the best of him in his career. He's over 4 with 3 Ks against him, but it's Randy Vasquez, and he's facing the hottest hitter who's generational talent in all of baseball. So, and he's at home. Ohtani's going to go nuts tonight. I firmly believe that. By the way, too, just a friendly reminder, if you miss any of the show, make sure you listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Again, the 2 interviews that we had tonight were very timely with Tim Grunhard of Kansas City. Great insights on Rashee Rice. The suspension could be worse than people are expecting. Make sure you go back and listen to that. Also, we had Chris Easterling on from the Akron Beacon Journal, and we asked about Quinshon Judkins. And it's going to be a while, folks, before we see him, and he still could face suspension pending a league investigation. Maybe he lands on the commission exempt list, and he could, no guarantee, miss 2 to 4 games in season. So a lot up in the air with both those guys. Very important information for those of you with fantasy football choices to make this weekend, Horvey.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. There's a lot going on. I mean, this is why you have to, I joked with you before the show, you really can't leave the screen all day long because there's a lot going on, off the field injuries, off the field disciplinary stuff. So you definitely got to be paying attention before your drafts.
No doubt about it. All right, I'm going to exit stage left, grab a beverage with the missus. Horvat sticking around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight until Monday. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Seahawks.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, the intro that just won't go away. As many times as I ask and as hard as I try, it just follows me every single night, Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. And there it is right there. The most obnoxious things I've ever said on air. Half of them don't even remember saying. Right now, we got preseason football. Tennessee's up 23-20 on Atlanta. It's been a crazy night in Major League Baseball. Earlier today, Cubs lose again to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Earlier tonight, the Brewers come back once again. This team just will not lose a baseball game. Mets blew a 7-5 lead. We'll get to all that. We're going to talk a little NFL football, college football before we get out of here tonight. Let's talk a little Major League Baseball and NFL football with Joe Daneman. He joins us right now, Fox 19 sports director over there. Joe, thanks so much for giving us some time on a Friday night, man. I was going back and forth between preseason football and the Reds-Brewers game because, like I told you off the air, I am a Cubs fan. And it was looking really good the first half of the season. Pete Crow Armstrong was an MVP candidate. The Cubs were one of the better offensive teams in baseball. But I kept telling people, do not sleep on the Cincinnati Reds. I turned my head for a minute, and they blow, what was it, an 8-1 lead? First off, what went down tonight against the Brewers?
Bad defense for the Reds. And this is the one thing that has plagued them throughout the season. Listen, it's been sometimes an offense that disappears. Sometimes it's defense. The one thing that has been consistent all year long is their pitching. They have one of the 5 best, I believe, starting rotations in all of Major League Baseball. They got a bit exposed tonight on defense, but you mentioned it being a crazy night. I don't know how you get crazier than a 7-run second inning and then not having a base run of the rest of the game and giving up 9 unanswered runs and losing to the Brewers when the Reds are very much back in the wild card race. Listen, there's so much baseball to be played. The Reds still have nearly 40 games left, but there are moments in a season that you circle that if you come up short of making the playoffs, there are games, there are moments, there are nights that you remember. This one hurt for the Reds. This one felt like a gut punch when you blow an 8-1 lead and you do it because of your own self-destruction. 3 errors, poor pitching. The Brewers win again, now 13 straight, and they've owned the Reds now. They've won 12 straight series against the Reds, trying to make it 13 straight this weekend here in Cincinnati. Gut punch loss tonight for the Reds.
Obviously want to talk to you about the Reds, the team that you cover, and the Cincinnati Bengals, but do you think the Brewers are for real? Because I keep having this conversation with people on the show, and everybody still believes in the Dodgers, right? And it's the Philadelphia Phillies, but nobody wants to buy in on the Brewers because they don't have a whole lot of household names, even though Christian Yelich just years ago was an MVP candidate. I really like that rotation and bullpen. And Pat Murphy, turns out he's just a really good manager. I thought when they lost Craig Counsell, they would take a step back. Instead, here they are again. And I don't know that they lose again this year. Half joking here. But do you think they're for real when you get to the postseason? Do they have the talent to make a deep run?
I think the regular season for real. I buy that. I buy that they can finish the regular season with the best record. I buy that they can win the NL Central and win it going away. At this point, it almost feels like they're going to do. But you're right. The bugaboo for this team is what can they do in a short series? Can they get over whatever it is keeps them from advancing in the playoffs? We'll see. I know it's a cop-out. I do feel like this team doesn't have a weakness. And when you don't have a weakness, that's a strength. They can hit. They can pitch. They have a bullpen. They play defense. I'm seeing it up close and personal tonight. Look, when you're down 8-1 in the second inning against a team that has all of this momentum and all this excitement and a hope to make the playoffs, and you can just take that kind of body blow and punch back and get out of there with a win, you're made of the right stuff. So I feel like at some point they're going to break through. I think they've got a shot this year. I don't see anybody in the National League. I've seen the Dodgers up close. I've seen the Phillies up close. The Brewers can match up and beat these teams. You can play this back, put me on awfulannouncing.com, whatever it is, at the end of the season. I do believe the Brewers have what it takes this year to make noise, advance in the playoffs, because they do not have a weakness.
I completely agree. I hope they're not peaking. Well, actually, I do hope that they're peaking right now because, again, I am a Chicago Cub fan. I'm a little worried about the Cubs. If you were a betting man and I give you $100 and it's plus money right now, so you're getting pretty good odds, do you think the Reds can make a push into the postseason? Do you think they're a playoff?
I do. I think they're a postseason team strictly because I think the Mets right now are a complete disaster. And the Mets have one of the harder schedules left for the rest of the regular season. Now, that said, if you look at the metrics, and you look at the Reds' schedule, they have right now what is considered the hardest schedule the last 39 games of the season. But I think the Reds are built to be in every single game because of their starting pitching rotation. They have one of the best starting rotations in baseball. It's deep. It's not just five. They have options like with Chase Burns going on the injured list now. They can pop in a Nick Martinez, a guy that's been really successful all season long, who can be kind of that flex guy, whether he's in the bullpen or the starting rotation. But I do think the Reds are built with their pitching to be in this, and it kind of feels like the longer they're in it, the more pressure is going to go on to the Mets because of that gigantic payroll and the huge acquisition of Juan Soto. Right now, the Mets' problem isn't hitting. The Mets' problem is pitching and especially bullpen, and they've blown leads here the last couple of days. I always tend to think Major League Baseball, these highs and lows, they even out, and even though the Mets are on a huge low right now, you would think they would bounce back at some point with a high. But if you're giving me $100 of plus money right now on the Reds, I'm absolutely making that bet for them to make the playoffs. It feels like this is their breakthrough year with their pitching staff and the young talent. Some of the additions they made at the trade deadline have been really good for them so far, including Miguel Andujar, under the radar guy, but he's been really good here in Cincinnati, especially in this small ballpark. But I do think the Reds are poised to pass the Mets here the final 6 weeks.
Yeah, still getting better than a 2-to-1 price, plus 225 on the Reds to make the postseason, and I'm there, man. And I don't even hate taking a stab on the Cubs to miss out on the postseason. Their issues are opposite. They can't hit right now. The Mets can't pitch, so I'm out on those two teams. In on the Reds. Let me ask you about Hunter Green. Came back a couple days ago, 6 shutout innings. What could he bring to the table? You brought up that rotation for the Reds, and what do you expect from him the rest of the way?
I expect him to be his normal self, and his normal self is 3 out of every 4 starts is elite. And then he has that one start that you can't figure out why he can't find the strike zone or why guys are hammering him. But 3 of the 4 starts, he gives you a chance to be one of the better starting pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. I can't find the number right now. I don't have it in front of me. But going back, I believe, to the All-Star break last season, he had one of the best ERAs in Major League Baseball all the way up until he had the groin issue earlier this year. But he came back, his first start, he looked sharp. He didn't look like a guy who had rust coming back from that long layoff. He adds another weapon to this team. And again, he's another young guy that hasn't really experienced this push to get to the playoffs. I mean, you can go up and down the roster. The Reds' most important players are the Hunter Greens, the Nick Lodolos, the Andrew Abbotts, Ellie De La Cruz, Matt McClain, Spencer Steer. These guys have never played in games that they're going to have to play in September to try to get themselves over the finish line. But they've been a young core together now for 2 seasons, some of them even 3 seasons, and it feels like it's their time. But to answer your question, Hunter Green is a guy that goes out every 3 or 4 times and gives you an elite start, a guy that's right there on a tier just below Paul Skeens, I believe, as one of the best power pitchers in the National League. So to get him back and to throw him with the rest of that rotation, you're talking about a rotation now that even without Chase Burns and his 100-mile-an-hour fastball, you got Hunter Green and his 100-mile-an-hour fastball to help this team try to get to the playoffs.
Joe, it's funny because I'm looking right now at Manager of the Year odds, and Pat Murphy's a pretty big favorite, obviously. The Brewers will never lose again. Craig Counsell in second as far as the betting odds, and then Terry Francona. Then you got Tito sitting there at 23-1. For those that aren't paying attention to the Reds for whatever reason, talk a little bit about what he's brought to the table as a manager for this young squad.
Yeah, he's brought confidence that they didn't have. And it's this idea of allowing young players to be empowered. That's been his big thing since day one. And David Bell, when he was the manager here, in understanding Cincinnati's situation where it's a small market team, sometimes it feels like you're managing with, one arm behind your back because you don't have the talent of the other teams. And certainly Terry Francona wouldn't have come out of retirement if he didn't think this team had the kind of talent to make the kind of run that they're making right now. Now, they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. That youth might bite them. They do go through weak stretches where they don't hit. Their defense isn't great, but they have a lot of talent, and they have a lot of pitching, and they have a guy with a lot of experience leading this team. You think about where this team was last year and the previous year and even the last 30 years. I'm going to give you a stat that's going to blow your mind. It's since 1995 that the Reds last advanced in the playoffs. Now, they've made playoff runs before. They've gotten to the playoffs. 2012, they took a 2-0 lead on the Giants, then blew it in 3 games. They made the playoffs in the COVID year and got swept by the Braves. But they haven't advanced in the playoffs since Barry Larkin was playing shortstop, and the Reds were in the mid-90s. So it's been a long time coming, and Terry Francona wants to be part of whatever the change is needed here in Cincinnati. But I think it goes back to him empowering these young players. These guys talk all the time that Terry Francona says it's okay for our youngest players to be our most important players. It's okay for our youngest players to be our leaders and the loudest voices in the room. Always people talk about that has to be a veteran guy, a guy who's been there, done that. That's not the case here. It's some of the younger guys have kind of taken over the leadership role on this team, and I think that goes to Terry Francona. And if Terry Francona knows what he's doing with this team, you have to believe him because of his resume. It's a Hall of Fame resume, and he's come to Cincinnati for a reason.
Joe, I think we all expect big things from the Bengals moving over to football on the offensive side of the ball. As long as Joe Burrow could stay healthy, he could throw for over 4,000 yards. Somehow, in the same offseason, they paid Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And I think Chase Brown's going to have a big year. We could get back to the offensive side of the ball. My concern, why I haven't bet them to win the division or go over the win total or win a Super Bowl, is that defense. You know, the Trey Hendrickson situation. Lou Anarumo's gone right now. I kind of liked him, right? But I do like the DC hire. What do you expect from the defense? Do you think the defense can improve enough to at least lead this team to the playoffs this year?
And that's it. Just improve enough, because they don't need the Bengals defense to be great. They just have to be good enough to supplement and complement what could be the best offense in the National Football League. And they're banking on Al Golden to be a big difference maker. Now, they went out and they used 5 of their 6 draft picks on defense. They got one of the more underrated and under-talked about free agents in TJ Slayton, who's going to help them up the middle with a run defense. They've been trying to replace DJ Reader now for 2 years, and they believe TJ Slayton can be that guy to help with the run defense. But if you watched the first preseason game, it looked way too much like last season. An offense that's unstoppable, a defense that can't stop anybody, and a special teams unit that was a complete mess. And if that's the case leading into what's going to happen again this year, you're going to see a lot of what happened last year, and that's Joe Burrow and this offense having to try and outscore teams. The Bengals' problem, if you ask me, on defense starts in the secondary. Their safety position has to be bottom 5 to 7 in the league. Their cornerbacks are up and down, inconsistent. Even their number 1 corner last year, Cam Taylor-Britt, got benched at one point during the season. That's how poorly he played. But he's got ability, and he's shown ability in the past. The question is, can Al Golden get it out of him? The other question is, what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson? Are they going to get Trey Hendrickson a new contract and get this guy on the field? Because if you talk about a defense that wasn't good, and now you take away their only elite playmaker, how bad are they going to be without Trey Hendrickson? I still believe they'll get this done, that the Bengals understand his value to the team. He understands that his value is playing and getting game checks. So they're going to find a way to get him on the field. And they need Shamar Stewart and Demetrius Knight, their 1st and 2nd round draft picks, to hit right away. They need these guys to be difference makers right away. Shamar Stewart made a headline all offseason with what was one of the more unique contract disputes we've ever seen here in Cincinnati with this new language in his contract. They finally came to a resolution, and he's been really good. His first 10 days here in Cincinnati in practice, he even flashed a little bit against the Eagles in the preseason opener, albeit against their backups. Demetrius Knight's going to start at linebacker as a rookie. That's a big position for a team that needs that position to be better. So if you're asking me, are the Bengals going to be better on defense? Legitimately, they can't be much worse. That really is legitimately. They can't be worse. But they're banking on Al Golden to be a difference maker as new defensive coordinator. They're banking on rookies to be difference makers in their first year. But again, at the same time, they just have to be okay. They just got to be okay. And the Bengals will make the playoffs and have a chance to make noise.
I completely agree. Joe, I wish we could do this longer, man. We're up against the clock. Thanks so much. Let's do this again soon. And enjoy the high school football season because I know it's kicking off for you guys.
1 week from tonight, anytime. Have me on anytime you need me.
Oh, yeah. Go Reds. Joe Danneman right there. Check him out in Cincinnati. I'm excited for the Bengals, right? Like he said, though, I'm a believer in Al Golden, but I'm also a Notre Dame homer. And he comes over from Notre Dame, defensive coordinator. Really good stuff. Joe Danneman right there. Fox 19, sports director. Talked a little Reds, talked a little Bengals. If you missed any of it, go back, check out the podcast. But come back because we still got 40 more minutes to go. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Ryan, it's 10:15 p.m. Go to bed. No. We got sports to talk until 11 o'clock. We got preseason football at MGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Ooh.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Freaky Friday edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Tim Grunhard here momentarily about the Kansas City Chiefs. Excellent timing given the latest news on Rashee Rice. And Tim was breaking some news to us off air that he's going to share with you on air here momentarily. If you're thinking about drafting Rashee Rice in your fantasy football leagues this weekend, you don't want to miss what Tim is about to say. Also as well, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting, maybe you're looking at NFL futures, college football futures, MLB bets tonight, or the WNBA action, simple way to contact Tori and I here on the show. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can fire your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter as well. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on Tim Grunhard, a man that played for the Kansas City Chiefs, a center for a number of years. You can hear him on 810 WHB Radio, where he is a host, and follow him on X as well. Excellent content there, as always, at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Let's go ahead and cut to the chase, my man. We got news on Rashee Rice. It finally dropped yesterday, stemming from the off-the-field drag racing incident, of course, very scary and serious allegations and really crimes that were committed in regards to that. But the disciplinary hearing is going to be set for September. We don't ultimately know the outcome of how many games he's going to miss, but the rumblings are, the expectations, he's going to be available weeks 1 through 4 for this franchise. We obviously also can't read on what the NFL front office is going to do, but let me ask you this as well. Do you think there's a possibility he misses 0 games this season with the punishment being pushed back to 2026? So ultimately, what do you think the verdict's going to be, and what is the breaking news that you have that you shared with us?
Well, the first thing is that there were some questions whether he was going to be allowed to go to Brazil for the first game of the year. I guess there's some different rules and regulations to travel into the country of Brazil. And that was brought up in a couple different avenues. And he is going to be able to. He's been okay to go to Brazil with the team to represent the Kansas City Chiefs in the first game of the year. So that's number one. I never even thought about it. And then I saw an article today that said that it was okay to go to Brazil to be a part of the game with the team. So that's number one. Number two, so the circles that I've kind of talked with, the NFL was looking at between 8 and 10 games of suspension. And this is all speculation because nobody really knows what's going on except for the commissioner, and probably that's it. Probably the commissioner. And the NFLPA, who represents the player, and of course his agent, or not his agent, but his lawyer, they were hoping maybe 4 to 6 games would be the suspension, or 0, but obviously 4 to 6 games is kind of would be their happy zone. They couldn't come to agreement, so then they had to go to the judge, Susan Robinson, who was involved with a couple other different situations. I think the Watson situation and maybe the Tucker situation. And she's always ruled kind of heavy-handed. So kind of the funny thing is, it's not funny, but it's kind of sad. But the reality is that you got to wait till September 30th, which in this day and age, Susan Robinson can't find a couple of days here in the next week or two to find some room to fit in an NFL player with the NFL and billions of dollars at stake. They got to wait till September 30th to figure it out. What's our judicial system up to where you can't even get a hearing for a couple hours to figure out what they're going to do? So it kind of puts Rashee Rice and the NFL and the Kansas City Chiefs in a kind of a state of limbo because you played 4 games. And with that 4 games, now you have to decide, guys, Do you keep a guy? Do you cut a guy? It happened. The roster is going to have some issues too. Sky Moore, do they keep Sky Moore? Do they cut Sky Moore, who's on the bubble? All this kind of is predicated around what happens to Rashid Rice, and they don't know now until the 30th. So it's kind of a crap show. I could use a different word, but it's kind of a crap show right now.
Yeah.
I really like what I saw. I think everybody did from Xavier Worthy to close out the season, man. Really was a different player, I would say, like week 10 on. And then Hollywood Brown, I was excited for him last year, but we never really got to see him at full strength. Out of those two guys, who do you think finishes with more targets, more receptions? Who has a bigger role in the offense, especially if and when Rashid Rice misses time?
Yeah, I think Xavier Worthy. I think you're onto something. And I think we talked about it last time I was on the show. Xavier Worthy even mentioned the first 4 or 5 games of the year, he wasn't quite sure what he was doing in the offense, wasn't on the same page as Patrick Mahomes, and then kind of got a good feel and really put up some good numbers in the second half of the season because he started to figure out Andy Reid's offense. And I think he starts at that point and builds there that he'll understand the offense. He'll be a part of the schemes, and him and Patrick Mahomes, I think, have a pretty good relationship. And there's a chemistry there. Hollywood Brown's hurt all the time. He's hurt again. You know, he's not. He didn't play in the last preseason game. I think he had some lower body injury, so he's out. So you know, the arrow isn't pointing up on Hollywood Brown right now at all in Kansas City. I mean, he just seems to be hurt all the time. He was out for most of the season last year, and now he's on the IR again. So not a good sign. But hopefully he can kind of get himself healthy and get ready for the first game. But you can't make the team in the tub, guys, and he's got to find a way to stay healthy.
Tim, I don't think this is a hot take, but I think Pat Mahomes is going to have a really big year. I bet him to win the MVP. And then we talked about this last night, Brad and I, his touchdown passes. For him to throw 30 is plus 110. You're getting plus money. Reason I like him is because, one, he's Pat Mahomes. The only concern I have is the offensive line, though, so that's where I wanted to go. Are they going to be able to protect him? But every time I turn on the TV, you know, the Chiefs dynasty is over. Mahomes is out of shape. I don't know why you would poke the bear. We did this with New England for so many years and Tom Brady.
Yeah.
We finally get rid of them. And now we're just giving you guys more bulletin board material over there. But, you know, so what kind of season do you expect from Pat? Can he be in the running for the MVP? And more importantly, can they protect him? Because they didn't look all that great in the Super Bowl.
Let's start with his bad body. He's got a dad body. What's wrong with that? You know, I mean, right. Come on, the guy, you know, not everybody's going to be chiseled up. You know, it's he can throw the ball down the field. You know, it's not how many abs we could see in his stomach. It's how far he could throw the ball. Oh, but no, I agree with you. I think he's going to. You know, I love the idea of him being MVP, but I do think he's going to have a big year, a lot better than last year. You want to talk about the offensive line. Josh Simmons has done a great job at the left tackle position. Just a pleasant surprise for the Kansas City Chiefs if you could be surprised by your first-round draft choice. Listen, they picked him 32, and he didn't finish the season at Ohio State last year because of injuries. And a lot of people passed him up because they weren't quite sure what they were going to get. This kid has been a world beater, man. What a great athlete. He's got to work on a little bit of his hand placement and some of his punch stuff, but you pass block with your feet. And he's got unbelievable feet. He gets out in space and can move. He's like a big dancing bear out at the left tackle position. So he does a really nice job. Kingsley Suamataia, who they got slated right now at the right left guard position, he struggled a little bit in the first preseason game, so he's got some things to prove. If it doesn't work out for him, I see Jalen Moore sliding into that position. Jalen Moore, I'm a big fan of Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore, every time he stepped on the field for the 49ers, competed. And I talked to some of the guys who played on the 49ers with him, and, he practiced all week with the team, and then Trent Williams used to just pop in and play the games, but all the practices were with Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore's a heck of a football player, and they're going to find a way to get the best 5 on the field. I think the offensive line is going to be a lot better this year than last year. So, and that's something that's got to happen if they're going to do the things they want to do, guys. We talked about it a little bit last time we were on. They're not talking about chunk plays. They're talking about big plays, throwing the ball down the field. This dink and dunk that happened the last couple of years, this is not something the Chiefs want to live in that world anymore. So I think you're right. I think his passing yards and touchdowns will be up. His percentage of completions may be down a little bit. I think you're going to see touchdowns and you're going to see some big plays out of Patrick Mahomes again, like he did when he was first out there as his first, second, and third year.
We're talking to former Kansas City Chiefs center Tim Grunhard, also a voice on 810 WHB as a radio host. Follow him on X, which is kindly at Grunny61. Again, on X, at Grunny61. Tim, GQ model, actor, and Taylor Swift lover boy Travis Kelce is looking to put an exclamation point on his Hall of Fame career. Let's dig into his statistical potential this season. Right now on BetMGM, the over-under on touchdowns is set at just 4.5. On yards this year for Kelce, it's 700.5. Does he go out potentially with a bang this year?
I like the touchdown over. I like the under in yards. I think he's going to be more of a situational player. I think he's going to be more of a red zone player. Listen, they're always going to find in a big situation an opportunity for Travis Kelce to be on the field, but I don't think you see him in the offense every play like you used to. I think they're going to limit some of his stuff. They're going to try and keep him as fresh as they can to the end of the year. Last year he got banged up and he just slowed down. I mean, listen, age catches us all. Age, getting old is not for the weak. And, here's a guy that has been out there battling and competing for a lot of years. So I think one of the things they're going to do is when they get in the red zone, you're going to see Travis Kelce out there maybe on the plus side of the field, but I don't think you're going to see him as much. So 700 yards, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I think maybe 500-600 yards. But I do think you're going to see him have 8 or 9 touchdowns. I think most of that will be because he's in the red zone. So, listen, Travis Kelce is always going to be a big part of the Kansas City Chiefs as a leader, as a guy that is a motivator, as a guy that can make some big plays when you need him. But he's getting a little bit older. I think you're going to see more of Noah Gray and some of the younger tight ends splash a little bit more towards the middle of the field or in the Chiefs' end zone, end of the field. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Tim. We got about a minute left. I'm going to squeeze this one in. How has Isaiah Pacheco looked this summer? Right now in fantasy drafts, going around pick number 70 overall, and the over-under on rush yards for him this year is set at 725.5. Does he look like the back we saw a couple of years ago?
I think he's going to get more carries, and I think Kareem Hunt last year got a bulk carries because Isaiah Pacheco got hurt. They kind of brought him in to be kind of that fill in while he got healthy. As long as he stays healthy, I think he's up 800-900 yards. The Chiefs just aren't going to run the ball. I mean, they just don't. I mean, Andy Reid likes to throw the ball around the field, but I do think that Isaiah Pacheco, who I think runs angry when he's healthy between the tackles, he runs as hard as anybody. He's not going to hit any home runs, but I'll tell you what, he's going to hit a bunch of doubles. He's a single and doubles hitter, and he's a consistent guy. He's going to get you 6, 7, 8 yards pretty consistently. Not a breakaway guy, but as long as he gets his carries, as long as he stays healthy, I think that's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, I have nicknamed him the Punisher because he is so violent downhill, man. Incredible watching that guy run. Outstanding stuff from Tim Grunhard. Played center for the Kansas City Chiefs. You can hear his awesome voice on 810 WHB Radio. And follow him on X as well, at Grunny61 on X, at Grunny61. Tim, we appreciate the time, all of the valuable insights, and we'll talk soon.
Love being out with you guys.
All right, thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Hey.
So one big thing that came out of what Tim just said, again, this is all speculative right now, but he's hearing that the NFL could dole out an 8 to 10 game suspension. I think the expectation for a lot of people with Rashee Rice is that maybe 6, 8, almost unfathomable. 10, certainly not even on the table. Folks, it's on the table. There's going to be negotiation. Maybe they reach a median where it's like 7 games, but he is going to miss a significant portion of the season once the disciplinary action is set forth. So, man, I would avoid him at all costs in fantasy drafts.
Same, man. And I was all excited about the player. Again, the player on the field. But, yeah, there's a good chance that he does miss 10 games, man, and that they really look to make an example of him in this situation. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm also staying away from Rice. Looking at Worthy, though. That's who I'd look for.
X going to give it to you, and we're going to give you some more bets as well. We're talking baseball next. The games haven't even started yet. So if you want some action, stick around right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark. Ryan Horvat wrapping up the show. We'll be back on Monday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and my co-host, Brad Evans, taking your calls, talking a ton of fantasy football. And it's officially week 0 of the college football season, at least the week of it, because it'll be Monday. And the first game we get, Saturday, Dublin, baby, out in Ireland. I've already bet it. Kansas State on the money line against Iowa State. Kind of like the under in the game as well. I think both teams are going to look to run the football. And pretty high on Kansas State this season. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And you can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. If you missed anything from tonight, great guests. We talked with pretty much a little bit of everything is what we talked about tonight, from Cincinnati Reds to the Cincinnati Bengals. Right now I'm distracted because I bet another under in a preseason game, and it's already 14-0 Seattle. Start of the second quarter. Maybe the trend is you just continue to bet the overs in these preseason games. 16-2 now to the over. Right now, 14-0 Seahawks. Live total up to 41.5. Not that it matters because it's preseason, but Sam Darnold looked all right. 4 of 4 passing, 34 yards in his opening drive with the Seahawks. Zach Charbonnet had 5 carries, 45 yards, and a touchdown. That's the big story from this one, because right now, Kenneth Walker dealing with an injury. We haven't really seen him at camp. Unfortunately for me, he's on my fantasy team. But Zach Charbonnet is the perfect running back handcuff if you could acquire him in your league. And 5 carries, 45 yards, and he takes 15 yards to the house, and Seattle's up 14-0 in a meaningless preseason game. Major League Baseball, a lot of good baseball going down tonight, including that Dodgers-Padres series immediately after we get off the air. That's what I'm going to go watch. And right now, the Padres up 1-0 on Kershaw and the Dodgers. That game is in the top of the third. And right now, you can get the Dodgers if you wanted them, plus money, plus 106. The Padres, who lead out west in the division. The Dodgers, I want to say they closed in some shops like minus 900 to win that division. And there's a good chance maybe they don't. And right now, they are underdogs tonight. Live total 8.5. San Francisco, the Giants up 2-1 on Tampa Bay. Angels and A's tied up at 1. Colorado with a 4-3 lead on the Diamondbacks. Yankees up 4-3 on the Cardinals. And the Tigers beating up on the Twins tonight on the road, 7-0. College football, got to get to this before we get out of here because we didn't talk about it a whole lot tonight. I think it's kind of just a big nothing burger. It's a big story, obviously, if you're a college football fan. I'll be talking about this on the show when we get a little bit closer to Michigan making their debut. But the reason the NCAA elected not to give Michigan the postseason ban, this is what I think is interesting, because if you missed it, if you were living under a rock the entire day, it's 10:40 p.m. Michigan is expected to face a $20 million plus fine in postseason football revenue over the next 2 seasons. This comes from ESPN. They had the report first, then on 3. Head coach Sharon Moore will receive an additional 1-game suspension on top of the school's self-imposed 2-game ban for weeks 3 and 4. So the reason I haven't actually bet Michigan over 8.5 wins is Sharon Moore. I'm not fully sold on him. And I know a couple years ago when Jim Harbaugh got him in this mess, if you want to call it a mess, and got himself suspended, that Sharon Moore coached the team to a couple wins, some big wins. And, he was the head coach, obviously, last year. And the issue wasn't the defense last year. The issue last year was the offensive side of the ball, which he's in charge of. And we'll see. I think they could bounce back this year if Bryce Underwood is the real deal. He's a 5-star freshman, but he's also a freshman. So we haven't seen him take actual reps, snaps in a real game in the regular season yet. We've seen him in the spring. We've seen the high school stuff, but he's a freshman. And last year, the problem for Michigan was they went through how many different quarterbacks? 4 different quarterbacks. They could not replace J.J. McCarthy. The defensive side of the ball, they were fine. They were still top 25, even with Wink Martindale taking over as defensive coordinator. But the offensive side of the ball is really where they struggled. And yet still they beat Ohio State. So Sherrod Moore, an extra game suspension, $20 million you lose out on. But the whole time I'm just thinking, like, as a Notre Dame fan, this wouldn't bother me whatsoever. For some fans, maybe it'll bother you because you're going to be called cheaters for forever. But like, how many different teams have cheated in college football history? Now with the NIL And with the transfer portal, it's a whole new world. Back in the day, like Peter Warwick, when he was at Florida State, had to miss a couple big games because he got free clothes. Remember when the players from Ohio State missed the bowl game because they got free tattoos? Now, like Arch Manning's making what, $8 to $10 million in NIL? Everybody is, like offensive linemen, and good for them, are making $2-3 million in NIL. So this doesn't really bother me a whole lot. What went down, you could call them cheaters. You could say that Harbaugh ran a dirty program or Sherrone Moore runs a dirty program, but who cares? At the end of the day, they won a national title and it's not being taken away, nor are they getting the postseason ban. So they lose out on $20 million. You know what kind of school has $20 million just laying around? Michigan. Any big program, any of the blue bloods, especially in the Big Ten. So I think that's it's like a little slap on the wrist. And let's look at Michigan's schedule. So they open up with New Mexico, then they get Oklahoma week 2, which is a huge non-conference game. A lot of people buying in on Oklahoma. It's a road game. Oklahoma going to have a completely different looking offense this year. They bring in Ben Arbuckle to call plays from Washington State. And they also bring in John Mateer, the quarterback, who's a legit Heisman candidate. The defense is going to be good at Oklahoma, just like it's going to be good at Michigan. The issue there has been the offense has been outside the top 100, but now they got a Heisman candidate. So that's a big game, and Sherrone Moore gets to coach. So the games that he has to miss, for sure, Central Michigan at home and Nebraska. Now, the Nebraska game on the road, that could be a tricky one. I like Nebraska this year. It's year 3 for Matt Rule. Dylan Raiola looked a little bit better the final couple weeks of the season. The defense should be still solid, even though they lose Tony White as defensive coordinator. And then let's see where else he gets suspended. After the Nebraska game, they go back home. They take on Wisconsin, which usually that's a tough game. But Wisconsin, by October 4th, is going to be beat to hell. They have the toughest schedule in the country. They get Bama in the non-conference. If Wisconsin wins 5 games this year and Luke Fickell keeps his job, it's a miracle. After that, though, they get USC on the road, Washington at home, Michigan State, Purdue at home. So with all this going down, you just wonder, is this going to be a distraction for Michigan? But at the end of the day, as Addy said during the break, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. This was always my thing with the Astros too, though. If it equals a World Series victory for the Cubs, I've seen one in my lifetime. And the way things are going right now, I'll probably only see one in my lifetime. Start cheating, because that's how you got to do it. But with Michigan, I don't really know what to do with them this year with the win total sitting at 8.5. This is probably not going to be a huge distraction. They won games without Jim Harbaugh, who's obviously a much better coach than Sherrone Moore. When he missed time, they won big games when Sherrone Moore took over as interim head coach. So this wouldn't keep me away from betting the win total over or under 8.5 with Michigan. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal. It's a big deal, but also not a big deal, if that makes any sense, at 10:50 p.m. here on a Friday. Looking at some games that we got coming up tomorrow, more preseason action in the NFL. Tonight, only 2. Right now, Seattle up 14-0 on Kansas City. There's 13.5-point favorites on the live line. Live total 43.5. A couple other things to look out for tomorrow. Detroit, 1.5-point dogs taking on the Dolphins. That total 37.5. All these totals in the low 30s or mid 30s have been getting hit by 2 or 3 points, and they're still just flying over. So I don't know that unders are the play, but I do think that maybe we get a run of unders. I'm going to continue to bet them like a lunatic. Carolina tomorrow catching 2 points on the road against Houston. Total in that game 39.5. The Eagles 4-point favorites taking on the Browns. No Shedeur Sanders. The Browns have nobody that they could even trot out there right now in the preseason to play quarterback, because they've already murdered all their quarterbacks before we even get to week 1. Joe Flacco will be the week 1 starter. There's no reason to play him in the preseason. You know what he brings to the table. We've seen it for 15 years now. Total in that game 37.5. I'll be paying attention to the Colts-Packers game. The Colts have a real issue at quarterback. Daniel Jones most likely wins the job, but Anthony Richardson, like I said earlier tonight, has the higher ceiling. I know he's not accurate whatsoever, but he is a hell of an athlete. He has a rocket for an arm. I just don't know that he understands the playbook, understands the position. And you worry when you take yourself out of plays in the fourth quarter, when you take yourself out of the huddle because you're gassed, do you lose your huddle in your locker room a little bit? But the Colts 6-point favorites against the Packers. We won't see Jordan Love the rest of the preseason. He has surgery on his non-throwing thumb, whatever. And we won't see him until week 1. So Packers, 6-point dogs tomorrow. Patriots are catching 2. They look really good in that first preseason game. They're taking on the Vikings. Total in that one is 37.5. The Niners, 4.5-point dogs, taking on the Raiders tomorrow. Total 40.5. The Jets, the Justin Fields era, they don't look half bad. I don't know that the Jets are going to win many games. I don't think I would bet the over at 5.5, but I do think that they're going to be competitive as like a double-digit dog team. With that defense, if the defense could bounce back this year, you're going to have, a solid run game, whether it's Braylon Allen or Breece Hall, and you got Justin Fields. And as long as he could play the majority of the season, he's going to use his legs a ton. Tampa Bay, a 2.5-point dog tomorrow, taking on the Steelers on the road. I don't think we're going to see Aaron Rodgers in the preseason. Total in that game is 38.5. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of starters for either side there. Baltimore, taking on the Cowboys tomorrow. Baltimore, a 1.5-point favorite. Still waiting to see what goes down with Micah Parsons. There's these unanimous reports coming out that there's different teams coming up with these different packages to send over to Jerry Jones in Dallas right now. The Green Bay Packers being one of them. I doubt that happens, and I doubt Dallas actually moves him. I don't understand what the holdup is here. He's one of the top 5 edge rushers in the league. Just pay the man. Chargers tomorrow, 6.5-point favorites against the Rams in the Battle of LA. And the Cardinals, 3-point dogs taking on the Broncos. That one at 3:35 p.m. Eastern. We're back on Monday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm losing my voice, so I'll see you guys then with my co-host, Brad Evans. BetMGM tonight. I'm Ryan Horbach.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.